And we're unmuted. They welcome everyone to the PORO Cup. Today, this is now the official start of the tournament. Hi, I'm Elzot. Most of you probably know me, but hello, I'm Elzot. I'm going to be your host, your caster, your entertainer, and your all-around dork for the next however long it takes us to get through all of our participants this evening. Just a reminder as to what's on the line here. You could win a PORO plush if you come in first. You could also get a $150 prize pool if you place first through third. So this is a little bit of departure of the normal stuff that you're going to be seeing on the stream here. We're watching other people play today. Also, hello everyone in the chat. Welcome back. How's it going? The structure for today, by the way, as I'm going to, this is the intro, this is the beginning. We're kicking it off now. Brackets are closing in about 15 minutes, and we're also going to get to talk to some players before and after the tournament. Kitten will be leading some interviews as to how people feel about the deck building experience and, you know, how they feel while coming in. We've got some powerful Runeterra players signed up. We've also, by the way, got over 50 people in the tournament right the fuck now, which is more than I expected and anticipated. Like, and I had hopes of, oh, maybe we'll be able to get like a solid 32-person bracket. We're looking at how many people is it now? There were 54-ish the last time I checked. There are currently now 55 people signed up. Correct me, it keeps getting larger. Hell, we're all dorks here. Fantastic. I am also a minute behind because of stream delay, so that nobody can really snipe the matches as we go, because that would be very unfortunate. But yes, hooray for dork energy, and hooray for whatever is happening today, this evening. If you aren't sure what the deck building conditions were and why this tournament is a little bit different from others, we did set up a system where you had to build decks with minimum 12 Poro units and 3 Poro snacks, commons only, no rares, no epics, no champions, just basic green symbol cards, and also a mono region, mono champ deck for you all to bring into the client best of 3 system. I looked at the deck codes to make sure everyone was doing it, adhering to the deck building requirements, and there's some interesting stuff in there. There's a lot of interesting stuff, and there's also some really powerful common cards that, like, when Kitten and I were talking about commons only, I was thinking there's probably some good stuff in there, but there's things like Mystic Shot, I think Vile Feast as well. There's a lot of useful things. Rustic food, get your food. Just join the audio and you're ready. Fantastic. I think we're all ready. The Poro, my friendly Poro, is also ready. Hello everyone. So this is going to be a pretty exciting event. It will be me for most of the time, sans the interviews and all of that. But I'm hoping to make a lot of silly jokes and observations about people's decks in-game. I've got a casting thing set up and all, we're ready. I've also, just shout out to Kitten Chai and Glass here. They've been incredibly helpful and will be helping throughout the tournament. So if you are participating and you have questions and you're like, help me, I don't know where to go, our lovely referees shall be able to guide you to where your next opponent is, where you may be able to find things. They may not be able to answer what you should do with your life or what the universe to life, the universe and everything is, but they will be able to help in probably other ways at minimum. So keep that in mind if you're a participant. With that 1 minute delay going, and it looks like we might be heading into interviews soon, it seems like. Still waiting on notification there, but I'm excited. I'm so excited. We got 50 fucking people. We got 50 fucking plus people. 50 people! Ah! I was hoping for 20. I was like, we hit 20 and I was like, boom, we've got this. We got some fantastic players. What am I keep up with the chat? What am I at the tournament? Which is also just like, I'm satisfied, we're good, that's good enough for me. And no, we got even more. Can we get some clarification for bans, how decks will be chosen per round? It will be in the client best of 3. So, assuming your champions are not duplicated, it should just take everything. You're allowed a championless deck, just no champion duplication. So everything should work in there. And then you get to decide, do I get rid of the commons deck that has vengeance, or do I get rid of the Poro deck that has Poros? I, by the way, am definitely not using this entire event as an excuse to watch people cast small, cute, fluffy things repeatedly. The answer to life is 42. You're a smarticle. 42, to be fair, is the correct answer. That is a true fact. Also, I just realized that the chat is technically moving, and it's technically not showing up, because Stream Elements decided no. It's been deciding no a lot, and I don't like that. It needs us to stop deciding no. But here we go. All right. Oh, more people. More people to cast. Yeah! You want to get cast? Well, now I can. Now I can actually cast your games. All right, looks like we are transitioning over to the interviews real quick. So I'm going to hop into that channel momentarily so we can have a quick discussion led by Kitten here with some of our players. So let's hop right on in, and maybe we can actually, I can sneakily in the background get the chat fixed in the meantime. So here we go. We're back in the Discords. All right. All right. Oh, let me actually add another audio source, because I don't think it's actually registering the microphone here. That's kind of important. Kitten, how you feeling about the tournament right now? Okay. And here we go. That should be getting us what we need, I think. Yes, there we go. A little bit high on the mixing there, but that should be better. Here we go. All right. So yes, we definitely got a lot of interesting deck codes going on. I was surprised. I thinking about it in hindsight, I was actually relatively unsurprised by the sheer quantity of Demacia that has shown up in some of the mono region decks. Garen seems to be quite popular. Spoiler alert for the tournament. Garen is probably going to make an appearance. I also saw some Fiora. Some people, I think there might be multiple folks submitted Fiora. And I am going to keep my trap hole shut, or I will want to murder. I mean, the thing is, I already want to murder. I do wish to murder. I will not go after people while they're in the tournament for playing Fiora. That comes after all of the stuff has happened. All right. Looks like we are now ready for the interview, so let me launch myself into the voice channel here. Just one last thing that I need to make sure is not going to fuck it up, because it looks like my mic might be duplicating as well with the game audio. Okay, here we go. Yes, we'll switch in here. Hello, everyone. How's it going?
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
So just to reiterate, this is going to be for the tournament interviews only. There are some problems with permissions that I'll take responsibility for. But Fenrir, I would like to welcome you first. There is just a quick couple of questions that I've got in regards with, how you're feeling about the tournament conditions, what kind of attracted you to this tournament, as well as, just yourself as a player. So starting off with that, I think the easier thing to ask would be, how did you find out about PORO Cup?
I found it randomly on Twitter. I saw the post and it was really interesting, so I just clicked on it and there I am.
Nice.
Oh, so you are part of the Twitter group. Following on, you said of course it was interesting. how do you feel about the pretty unusual format that we're running this in? This is, of course, being run in a best of 3, which is standard. However, it is double elimination and not single elimination like most tournaments are. Do you have any idea, for example, from a previous experience of the format that you prefer?
I really like double elimination. That said, it's true that I live in EU, so it's gonna be a bit harder for us. But otherwise, it's pretty fine. But I really like the format overall with all the deck conditions because it makes it really interesting to play and probably to watch as well.
I'm actually from the EU crew as well, so I wasn't going to straight out ask, but it's good to know there are other crazy fellow Europeans here. You touched on about the deck list, limitations that we've put in this tournament. How would you say that affected the way you had to build your decks? Of course, pretty much none of the meta decks would work here. And is there any particular of the 3 groups that you find the most interesting?
I really like the common one because it was really different than usual stuff. I thought the PORO one would be easier, but then I realized that there weren't that many POROs in the same regions. And yeah, the mono champion is also nice in my opinion. I really like the fact that there are 3 very different things in the same bio.
Is there any preference that you have between like the list you have submitted? Is there any one particular lineup that kind of you feel the strongest or maybe the weakest about?
I would say the strongest is probably the mono champion one.
Oh, okay.
And the weakest would be probably the PORO one, I think.
And do you have? I don't know if you did any like preparations in regards of playing games, etc. But with these lineups, that of course each being kind of unique, and the way the pick and ban is going to work, of course, is you're going to be able to eliminate one of the categories. Is there any one particular category without seeing the opponent's deck that makes you think, you know what, that's the one I am most likely to ban? And if so, why is that?
It would probably. I mean, I expect lots of Demacia in the mono region thing, so I would probably ban this because of champion strength, firstly. But I will see depending on the deck. The biggest win con probably.
Okay, and that's kind of interesting. Obviously, haven't seen the deck codes, and you've put in Demacia yourself. So, is that the kind of
Yes.
meta for this tournament you would expect?
Yes, I think so, and also aggro, so that's why I went a bit more control. But yeah, I expect champion strength a lot.
In regards of choosing, getting to play these decks, or if you have played them in practice, if you could choose between, and this is gonna be just a little bit controversial, but if you could choose between the live version of the game and a tournament like that with these kind of crazy submission, what do you think is the most spicy way, so to speak, to play the game?
I would say definitely this kind of tournaments, especially when there are so many people, and everything is very different. Like it's the 3 very different decks in the same BO3, so that makes it really interesting, in my opinion. And it will probably make things very different from usual, so that will be really good for viewers and such.
So by that vein, would you say that should this become a regular thing, perhaps, or with different restrictions, something like that? Would you be interested in playing again? And is this a tournament you would have kind of said to yourself, this is different, and I kind of like this, that kind of
Yes,
shift?
yes, definitely, yes.
Okay. I think that's pretty much all the questions I've got for now. After we come back, I'll definitely be looking forward to catching up with you, Fenrir. I'm gonna say good luck to you, and we'll see how far we're gonna go. And we do have a second interviewee as well. That's going to be Remni. And kind of by the same vein, the same kind of conversation. How do you, how did you find this? How do you feel personally about the different forms of restrictions, and is there perhaps a favorite between the three?
I found out I'm actually pretty more recent viewer of Elza's streams, so I found out through there, pretty much. Joined into the Discord after joining up with the tournament. As far as the tournament itself goes, I like the format. I like the way it's set up. I haven't played in any tournaments prior to this. I've always thought about trying to, I don't play ranked all that often, so I don't get too competitive into this kind of often, but I like fun tournaments like this. I think the best one I like out of it would probably be the PORO one. That would be my pick for like my favorite setup. Mostly because I already pretty much had a PORO deck that was already well designed for this format. So it was pretty easy for me to just modify it just a slight bit and throw it in there. The other two decks that I'm running, if you probably notice looking at them, it's pretty heavy on the Freljord side. I'm big on Freljord in general, so Frostbite, Poros, anything to do with it.
So this is really interesting. Generally speaking, you had the two groups of people. One group that will like competitive or has a competitive streak, the other one does not. So it's kind of interesting to see. You kind of blurring the line between those two groups. And do you feel like it's still being a tournament with prizes gives you that competitive taste, but you don't have to take it as seriously due to the restrictions and the clear, I don't want to say meme focused, but more fun focused gameplay to provide?
Yeah, I actually like that a lot more. I'm not opposed to getting into more competitive type stuff. For me, it's more of a time constraint in most cases. But yeah, I actually prefer this type of thing more, tournaments that have a little bit more fun flavor to it.
It's definitely interesting. Seems like a lot of people are getting into the right, spirit. This is at the end of the day supposed to be kind of a Christmassy, fun event, getting the Poros out there. Brom is hopefully going to make an appearance because everybody needs a Christmas with Brom. But as far as this tournament goes, and this goes to both of you, Fenrir and Remni here. Given that yes, we have some very well-known, almost veterans of the scene, and you have a lot more people that are totally casual, and like yourself, for example, never played in a tournament. Is that something you find intimidating, and how would you rate your chances? How confident are you coming in with these, not so often seen decks that could be seen as a bridge gap between someone who does meta and someone who doesn't? Remni, if you want to go first.
Yeah, sure. I've played some competitive scene before, so confidence isn't really too big of a thing for me. I've played a play. I've played in tournaments in other types of games previously, so it's not anything really new for me. As far as what was the other question on there?
Do you see? I guess it was kind of hidden a little bit in my wording. For that, I really do apologize. Let me rephrase. How do you feel that the format that we've used and it being a little bit more, a lot more off meta focused?
Mhm.
Do you feel like that kind of bridges the gap between these big LOA veterans and, of course, more casual fan base? And the majority of the people will be in this category. Do you think that forcing to play off meta and more unorthodox stuff, bridges that gap?
Yeah, I think it could. Just because you have to think differently going into the game. Most people who were playing those meta decks, you play those decks for so long, it's kind of like automatic, knowing what you're doing. When you have to go completely off the meta, you can't always quite understand what your deck is doing because you don't have as much experience with it. I tend to play those kind of decks all the time, though. I play the off meta decks pretty much all the time. I rarely ever go dive in full meta on anything, so it's kind of right up my alley for that.
Okay, no, that's definitely good to see that not everyone is games the meta, and thinking having the confidence to go into a tournament with a off meta deck like yourself. And by the same vein, the same question kind of to Fenrir, how do you rate your chances, and do you feel that the format might suit those who are more on casual side of things?
Yes, definitely, because it helps. I mean, some competitive players are just strong at everything, so it will be hard on some things, but some of them can sometimes be good, mostly in one meta, and then fall apart the next meta, for example. So the fact that the meta will shift so hard with this tournament will make it really interesting to see how far they will go.
Have you been in a competitive setting before?
Yes, I often play tournaments. My best thing was a top 32 seasonal, but yeah, I also play random tournaments on EU, so it's also really nice that because tournaments like this also helps you competitively wise, so that's really nice as well.
Well, first of all, congratulations, making worlds. That in itself is a massive achievement. I
No,
think before.
I didn't
Before.
make worlds. I did a top cut
Sorry,
seasonal.
seasonals. So seasonals, not worlds. I'm sure you get to worlds and prove me to not be completely stupid.
I hope. I hope.
But even seasonals is, at least in my opinion, very impressive. Then again, I get impressed if people get a masters because I'm a scrub. Anyway, before I let you go, given you competitive experience, there is very often this thing, thrown around the competitive scene called a tournament meta. Do you feel like this kind of tournament could develop such a thing? And if so, do you think it's something worth pioneering?
I think so. Yes, it depends of how often things change, but yeah, I think there could be a very different meta because it makes people build different things. So that's definitely a good thing in my opinion. It's really worth to see. It's really nice to see this in LOR.
Well, I think before we get to the bracket and then get into the thing itself, I really just want to say, good luck to both competitors. Thank you for agreeing to do these interviews with us, and I hope you guys have the fun that we promised. And yeah, good luck. I think I'll just hand it over to the host slash caster slash judgment incarnate,
Yep.
and we'll take it from there.
Yes. Thank you, Kitten, for talking to some of our players, and thank you to the players for coming on and sharing some of your thoughts about the tournament before it kicks off.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Woo, thank you. All right. So we have heard from a couple of the players there. It's interesting to see people's perspectives on the tournament conditions that we have set forth. I definitely agree. We should continue pioneering this stuff. Let's go. Let's make more meme tourneys. But let's get through this first one. Let's make sure that everyone has a good time on this one, which we are about to do. It would seem brackets will be up soon, and we together shall start watching some gameplay soon.
Brackets are in just a second.
Brackets are going up in just a minute, according to our lovely mod Glass, so that's exciting. I hope you all make it far as well. Godspeed, good luck, break a leg. May you tap the correct amount of mana on your ideal turns. May the poros be by your side? I don't know where I'm going. Just happy things. have fun. It is a double elimination, so it won't be you lose, you're out. So hopefully people will get some more time to actually explore what their decks are capable of and what they feel like versus other people's fancy homebrews here. Looked at the tournament page, and we now have 58. We almost cracked that lovely 64 milestone, didn't we? Which is pretty fucking hype. That is, I'm incredibly hype. I'm quite excited. Seems we've also got a lovely turnout for the stream as well. So hopefully I can champion this all the way. I think I can. I've had nervous energy for the past like 6 hours. You don't even know. Get hype, y'all. Again, we've got some fucking incredible players. We've got a team to make this event happen. And we've got me yelling at the top of my lungs about everything because that's what I do over here. Shorty rundown, condition rundown, and not because you forgot. Absolutely. If you are new, or you are confused, or you are forgetful, which I am a lot of the time. I can't read. I forget things. And things just go over my head. The conditions for each deck building, each deck that were built by people here. There you had to build 3 individual unique ones. The first one is that you had to build a deck with 12 Poro units. So no Poro cannons, no Poro stories, just pure balls of Poro. You had to have 12 of those, and you also had to have 3 Poro snacks, because it's irresponsible to have a Poro and not give it a snack. That's just unconscionable as a tournament organizer. Second, you also had to have a commons only deck, which includes such magical things as Mystic Shot and I believe Vengeance as well. I saw a lot of Shadow Isles and also some interesting Noxian Bilgewater stuff coming out of that, so that'll be kind of interesting. People also seem to really enjoy the commons only or the rarity limited deck building, so that may come back again as well. And also the last deck condition, mono region, mono champ. Technically you could have fewer than 3 champions, but I'm pretty sure everyone went for 3 champions. I can't imagine why, but basically 3 of any one champ in one region only. All the hype, woo! Those are the deck building conditions. You step in with your decks. You step in with your Poros, you step in with your commons, and you step in with your one champion to rule them all. You can also have champions in the Poro deck. And then you march forward into the client best of 3 riot system. And you ban a deck, and then you play the games, and then maybe you win a Poro. Am I breaking down tournament structure well enough yet? Do I need to add more description here? Hopefully people will be able to cast many Poros. I did see one very interesting thing that I think I will spoil. The deck codes will be coming up soon. The Decimate is common. Oh shit, yeah. Decimate. Well, now at least it's a little more expensive, but there was definitely some aggro burnish things happening. One interesting thing is I saw a lot of Poros, and I didn't think of this when I initially set the condition, probably because the cards were very new. Similarly with Poro stories, I didn't really consider that. I kind of didn't remember that when I was building the conditions, but I saw a lot of Zalani Bloodweaver Poro decks, which I was thinking about, and it does make sense with the Poro snacks condition happening. Pretty amazing. Pure Poro balls, Slorns 2022 December. Pure Poro balls indeed. Regardless of whether or not Decimate is a common or a rare or an epic card even, we do have some interesting champion free decks. I'm quite excited to see how they actually feel, especially versus some of the mono champ experiences. Like, there's a lot of Garen. I'm very curious if any of the Poros, I feel like the Poros might have a chance, but I'm curious if how the for instance, how the Fiora is going to feel up against some of the smaller unit spell-based things, but that's what bans are for. Unfortunately, we'll not be able to see the bans, but hopefully we will have some fun spectating times ahead of us. If we cannot spectate, I will be here yapping about Poros. I can make up Poro facts. I don't actually know too many Poro facts, but I can make some up. Here's your first fake Poro fact. Every day at 6 a.m., on a Pacific island in the sun where there are tropical fruit just growing around, you'll find a Poro wandering around just along the beach eating fruit. That's what you'll find. That's what you'll find. Do not be scared. Do not be scared. It will be fine. The worst that will happen is you will lose your nexus, but doesn't that happen to us daily at this point? Have you lost your nexus yet today? Oh yes, I did just 5 minutes ago. Thank you. This is how I feel about ranked, by the way. It's just a lot of people yelling at each other, asking whether or not you've lost your nexus today. That's what ranked is. I bet it's gonna be Braum, Vlad, Poro, Scargrounds, Poro Cookies. Did you see any decks like that? I definitely did see Braum. I don't actually recall any Vlads, which is a thing that we'll have to go back and double check and see. Also, yes, there is a stream delay of a minute, just so that nobody can super effectively stream snipe anybody else. I was very public about announcing that it would be streamed and casted, so I didn't want anybody to be like, haha, I can see it all. General tournament practice, I believe. We don't want to expose anybody's hands. Do Poros nibble or do they munch? Truly the most important question. I'm gonna go with that. I think they nibble, though they do have some of them. I think it depends on the amount of teeth. I imagine Poros may possess a different number of teeth depending on your Poro subtype. So maybe that's what determines. Also eats Yordles because Yordles are delicious. Little chest bursters once you eat them. Okay, whatever you do with the Poro, if you win a Poro, is your business. If I find out later that you have decided to just consume it, that's not my problem. That's your problem. But it would count as food, I suppose, if that's what you want to do with it. I wouldn't want that much fur in my mouth, though, or fuzzy synthetic polyester in my veins. No, thank you. No, thank you. Do you think a Poro is a forever chemical, basically? It will live forever. It will be around forever. They'll find it 20,000 years from now and just, like, still doing its thing on the beach. Anyway, now that we've all imagined eating a Poro, what's another fake Poro fact that I can dispel upon the universe? Ah, yes, in the North Pole, imagine a trio of small Poros that run around an opening in the ice where seals breach, and then occasionally they'll just boop noses with the seals. That's their whole entire life.
Important announcement. You need to
Yes, 1 second. Okay, just a quick announcement, and a very important one here. Some people did not check in on the website, so the brackets need to be redone. I am being told by the moderators, pay attention to the tourney channels in the Discord. They will be remaking the brackets. Do not start your matches. If you are already in your matches, please surrender. Somebody surrender. I know it hurts. I personally hate surrendering, so I feel the pain of having to pause a match, but if you would not mind, please pause your matches. Mods are currently working on the organization and will be in contact. Do not eat Poros. Lore says they taste better than words can describe. Can you feed Poros after midnight? No. If you feed a Poro after midnight, it turns into a night Poro, and night Poros just go on rampages, nightly rampages. They'll eat everything alive in a 50-mile radius, I think. Should you bring the official response to what happens when you eat a Poro? Oh my god, it has begun again. Though, before we continue with the Poro discussion, just another reminder, do make sure that you are paying attention to the tournament participant channels. And what is going on in there. Looks like the codes and such are still being worked out. That spreadsheet, by the way, will be published when it is finalized. It's 5:01. We're not that late. We're barely late at all. We're doing good. It's not the first tournament you've ever run unless at least 5 things go wrong, right? We've gotten the chat didn't work. the tournament brackets did not initially work. I got my audio settings to fuck up. So now I just need like 2 more little things and I will have the full, I'm slightly ill-prepared but mostly okay experience, you know? Never again shall I host an event. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. This is actually only 45 minutes in. We're having a blast. I've been live for 45 minutes and we haven't even watched a game. Amazing. Also, yes, this Poro is going to be here for the entire time that I'm casting. I thought I would display a Poro during the Poro Cup for thematic what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for, you dumb small fuzzy thing? Continuity. Thematic continuity. I can remember English occasionally. I'm not only slightly bad at it, it's fine. But also all of you guys are amazing, by the way. This event has taken off more than I ever expected. Anyway, returning to our hot Poro facts, our hot fake Poro facts with L's on. Did you know that in the desert there is a Poro that sits underneath an undying leaf, and it uses it to hide itself in the shade during the brightest hours of the day. And then it just sits there under a leaf, and it has a little water bottle, and it has like a little home out there, and it's just a happy tiny Poro. So it kind of glitches out. Didn't say it checked you even though you kept trying to. Oh no. Okay. Working on it now, it sounds like. Apologies for the issues with Battlefy. If this is a permanent issue, I will not be using Battlefy again. So any issues that you have, do bring them up. Put them in the chat, put them in the Discord. Let us know what's not working so that we can A, fix it now, and hopefully not run into it again. Call dibs on the first spectate. Suna, do I have you added? If so, I can spectate you. Also, I will be streaming the games from my end. So if you are in the tournament and you would like to be able to be spectated from our end, make sure that you have added me and also Glass as friends in Runeterra so that we can click on you and be like, oh, they're in a match. We're gonna go see what they're doing with their decks. There's all of the IGN stuff should be in the tournament participant channel in a pinned message, because I, in my infinite wisdom, was like, oh, I can save this so that everyone can see it at the same time. I'm a genius, and occasionally I understand Discord, but not usually. So here we are. I actually was thinking of playing a bit of Runeterra myself before all this happened, and then I was late starting my own stream by like 15-20 minutes because I'm an on-time punctual person. Let's see. Delay, what happens if they just look at the chat instead of the on-screen chat? Oh, the real life chat? Please don't just list everything that's in somebody's hand in the real chat. That will get you banned. Potent is unresponsive, should be playing right now. I believe no. Do not start playing yet. Brackets are still being organized by the mods right now. Wait until announcements have been made in the Discord for now. Dips on second? All right, Suda and Snowy Cat. I'm appreciating the enthusiasm here. We've got a couple of people up in the running here. Now we're getting new brackets. Exactly, new brackets will be on the way. Can you check in tournament issues that need to get dropped? Can't play. Okay. Andrew's color. Oh, so you're dropping out of the tournament. Just saying this because you would cover everything they could play, like in an esports situation. I can always bring this super shouty esports vibes for sure. We'll be able to see the games on Twitch, or do we need to go through the Discord? The games that I can spectate will be Suda, thank you. Will be broadcast through here. I believe that's the main place they will be seen, though I know a couple people will also be streaming their experience in their games just in general. I believe Remny and someone else asked on the channel about posting their own Twitch links, so there'll be a couple of other people also streaming the event, which is very just like kind of very exciting. I am quite excited about it. Oh, actually, also, haha, I can turn this back on because the text showed up in the right place because I imported the wrong scene. Haha. Okay, that's number 5. That's number 4. That's number 4. Dibs on boring third. Okay, what is it? Suna, Snowy Cat, and Slorn. Well, we'll have the mods watching your brackets. We will have those. Okay, just need to respond to something here. Cool. Bring the decks that are the most boring possible. The most boring. What a strategy. Could you imagine our next tournament? You know what? Here we go. Our next tournament is just going to be, yes. Everybody bring what you think is the most slow, boring experience you have ever had in Runeterra. You're allowed to stream this. If you wish to stream this, you can go stream it. I don't care about other streams also doing this content. If you, as a player, are like, I would like to broadcast the PORO Cup, I'm not gonna fucking stop you. I'm gonna be over here going like, yeah, they also got the PORO Cup going on. Woo! Yeah! Also, thank you to everyone who has followed this today thus far. I hope you enjoy what is going to be happening this tourney. And also enjoy me yammering for several hours about what's going on. Yeah, deck lists are... I have a spreadsheet of the deck lists. We have almost managed to climb our way to 60 players somehow. Incredible. Meet in finals. Spectate you, but only if you win. Only if you win. So what I'm expecting then is just a ping on Discord like 30 seconds before a match, like you're committing the open attack and you're like, haha, spectate now. That's I can't do that, unfortunately. We're gonna follow you. We're going to find you, we're going to follow you, and we're going to give you attention regardless of whether or not you're on a hot streak. In fact, if anyone in this discussion if anyone in this spectate discussion is like, yes, I'm gone 0-2 and I'm about to go I'm at 0-1 now, we'll find you. I will retaliate by finding you. I was not being expected in the tourney right now because you're not in it. No, I'm not going to find random people.
Check-in is open.
Okay. Don't start. So someone would like a pause, but I think so. We're not going to be super strict about like, oh, you need to all be ready with your opponent immediately. But brackets are finished. I have just heard from Glacier.
Check-in is open.
Check-in is open. Apologies. Check-in is open. If you want to continue to participate, and thank you all for your patience, by the way, as we get all of this sorted out, please do check in again on Battlefy, so that we can actually arrange you into your final brackets and we can get this show on the road. Is there a link where to submit decks? There is, but unfortunately registration is closed. We can't have too many people sneaking in under the wire, otherwise we're gonna have people sneaking in until 9 p.m. and that's just kind of late. It's kind of late. It is kind of late. It's 10 minutes after 5. We're doing okay. Check-in is live. We're doing this again. Does anyone know how to add stream delay? Snowy Cat, I actually had to figure this out myself. So fun streaming tip from your local streamer. If you go to advanced settings in OBS, you can set the second delay. Mine is a minute right now. I was debating 5, but I also wanted to interact with the chat a little bit. So mine is 1 currently. And turns move pretty fast in Runeterra, so I think that should be pretty okay. Pretty okay. But yes, there is a setting in OBS under advanced stuff, and then on in slobs, I don't remember, but I think you can just click something in the go live options that says you can put a second delay in there. I don't think it's in Twitch. I think it is on the back end. The lovely back end, where occasionally my scenes fuck up for what feels like literally no reason, and I have a small panic. Still less of a postulated official Riot streams. Yay! We're doing it! You still can't get in? Okay, that's unfortunate. I don't know if there is any kind of manual check-in. Let me see what I can see on my end. Okay, looks like a lot more people are successfully checked in this time. Satanic Nanny, I'm not quite sure. Just stream without delay, surely no one will ghost you. Why did the stream now when the fight hasn't happened? No pain, people will cheat. People will cheat. I have more than once actually run into people in my chat who I just played against, so that's definitely not malicious. But there is option for maliciousness. People can't do that; it's illegal. It is a tournament setting. I mean, we just boot people who cheat, but I don't wish to bring down the law upon any of you. Please don't make me bring down the law on anyone here. By the way, I'd like this to be a perfectly legal event. Only no poro harm, just legal stuff going on. Well, stream too much distraction. Streaming is a very big distraction. I'm just lucky. I feel like I'm just lucky enough that I have learned enough about Runeterra to actually be able to talk about it and also stream somehow. Might have cheated. You put more than 12 poros. Not more than 12 poros! Poro overload! Tournament to port! We can't have more than 12! Okay, we're fine. To put more. Yo, it's a fucking Poro Cup. I appreciate the additional poro quantities. It's gonna be great. Yeah, I saw some of you. I was looking at some of the lists, and I was like kind of surprised of like, oh, I expected a couple people to put in Poro Sled, because Poro Sled is just kind of a fun card. But there are some people who were just like, yeah, no, it's all fucking Poros. It's 3 Poro Sleds. It's Aurora Borealis. It's also Poro Snacks. Those people, if you're one of those people, you have balls, and I admire that. 37 poros and snacks. That is true. Tatsiki, thank you for catching me on my own deck building condition of you also had to include 3 of the snacks in there. Do you want a snack? I haven't named this one, by the way. Kitten sent me this one as a gift, and I have not named it. So if anyone would like to name a poro also, you can do that. Free bonus! Name the poro during the Poro Cup. You only cheat on your girlfriend, never in an LOR tournament? Yes! You know, infidelity. Oh, we're totally fine. Cheating, looking at somebody's hand, hand and predicting their next move, absolutely no. Those are the boundaries. Checked in, wait for tournament start. Sounds like you are checked in. Mods, how's the check-in looking currently? We're looking okay? Oh, I need to catch up on some stuff in the Discord myself. Okay, let me just update some stuff on the spreadsheets here. Okay, that's done. Excellent. Gotta get some last-minute deck code changes in. Ooh, there's a notification for me. Me notifications. Okay. Might have missed the check-in. Okay. Looks like people are getting checked in. Looks like deck codes are getting updated. We're doing good. Also, for that, for Demacia. That was actually not bad. Sometimes I do it differently. That was actually not so bad. Here we go. Elusive Poro's party time. Daring Poro is going places. I forget if Daring Poro has a name. Does Daring Poro have a name? I always forget. I should probably know this. I'm running the Poro Cup, and I don't even know if Daring Poro, like, has a title. I know that it's a she. I know that Daring Poro is referred to as a she. Yeah, it's just a she. Okay. There's nothing else to that. But she is very cute. So, you know what? You get a snack of some kind. Yes, snacks are always good. How can they look at their hand if they don't have a hand webcam set up? Shadox, you've befuddled me now. How do you look at somebody's hand if there's no webcam?
Checked in on me.
Mind blowing. Mr. Flufferston for the Poro name? Mr. Flufferston seems kind of great.
We are creating
Yes.
a bracket now.
Yes.
Check-ins are closing.
Gotcha. Next announcement from the mods here. Check-ins are closing and the brackets are being made. So if you need to check in, go do that. The official tournament is about to start, so submissions, deck codes, everything are about to close. Spreadsheet with all of the deck lists will be sent out into the channel shortly, once everything is finalized. So look out for that. I don't have to do this because it may be troll. What is troll? What is, oh my god, summon the Shroom Ghost for the tournament? Fuck yeah, we'll summon the Shroom Ghost. Oh yeah, it's been a while since I had to do that. Let's do it! Where did I put the damn thing? Oh, it's right there, thank god. So for those of you who are unfamiliar, for those of you who may be not a permanent member of the Framus Ranch and the stream community over here that we've got, I have made a Shroom Ghost costume to mimic Teemo Shrooms. I used to have a lot more purple spots, but some of them have fallen off. But just imagine that those are the shroom spots on the green mushrooms that Teemo comes with. Also, Poro McPoro face is great. But yes, this is the Shroom Ghost, and now the Shroom Ghost is hosting the Poro Cup, and my content has found itself in a very strange corner. But you know what? It's a great corner. It's a corner where we've got lots of great participants. We've got a great tournament. I'm hearing some stuff in the background about the brackets getting finalized even more, so that's exciting. Brackets have started! Woo! Go forth, find your opponent, and good luck to you all. I hope you have a lot of fun. Godspeed again. I don't know why I keep saying Godspeed, but it sounds fun. It makes it sound like you're gonna go fast, which, you know what? Go fast. I hope you all have a lot of fun out of this experience. It's been fun. It's been fun for me so far. The most Poro face of all Poros. The most Poro face possible. I am going to return to my normal human form for the remainder of this experience, unless someone wishes to redeem the Shroom Ghost again. I even dressed up a little bit to host, to sit in front of a screen for a long time and be the main person. I have lapels, whatever. I have those, which makes it feel just fancier in general. I'm also not in my, why does everyone on the internet call me daddy sweatshirt, which I was debating. I'm not gonna lie, I was debating wearing that, for the tournament, but then I decided against it. That's the shroom that's on top of the deck at 3 a.m. Yeah, it is about that, isn't it? Approximately the trippy 3 a.m. shroom that you're just like, why are you here so fucking early / late / in the middle of the fucking night, bro? Alright, but it sounds like our players have kicked off into the actual competitive scene here of this whole tournament experience. So I am going to watch out for our next cast opportunity. But for now, we shall wait. We shall breathe in anticipation for who's gonna come out as the new owner of a Poro plush. This one is not getting shipped anywhere. I'm buying a new one for whoever wins. This one was given to me by Kitten. I'm not sacrificing a gift to the whims of the internet. That's not happening. Okay. I look extra nice. Thank you. I tried to be a little extra nice, just like 0.5% nicer at least. But turning time, good luck. Yes, good luck. Goodbye to you if you are participating and you're jetting out of the stream. This is a double elimination, so even if you drop that first round, you'll have a chance to come back. Hopefully that will be entertaining for everybody. Good luck. Have fun. Don't die. Again, I don't think there should be any dying. We are aiming for a legal tournament where nobody dies. I guess I could maybe make death an option if it was a different type of thing, but I'm not running anyone through like a jungle course just to play Runeterra. Can you imagine? Oh hey, here's a land tournament, but also you gotta go through the ringer. You've gotta prove your physical dexterity before we allow you to even bank a spell mana.
Don't worry about it.
50 push-ups for 2 bank spell mana. I'm not doing that. It would be fucking funny though. And be entertaining. I would fail, by the way. I'm not in shape enough to do that. He won the first one because the opponent was not ready.
We're changing it. We're changing.
Changing things? Okay.
Tell them.
We are getting another update from the mods
Tell them
here.
just to play their games and report it normally in the Discord.
Yes. If you could all play your matches and report them in the Discord, that would be great. Currently, Glass and Kitten are working on updating the standings. If your opponent was not ready and not there, should be a BYE. We're not really changing anything from the normal, so I think we also had an odd number of players, so there's also just going to be somebody with a BYE just because we didn't hit 60. Unless we hit 60 in my confusion and my talking this whole time. Did that happen? How many do we got? We've got 62. Okay, I lied. We got 62 fucking people signed up on the website. Oh my god. All right, I was happy about 50. We've now hit 60. I am going to, I was gonna say I'm gonna celebrate, but then I realized that this is the celebration of all of this, of hey, it's tourney day, fucking let's go. So that's that, I suppose. 62. We almost hit 64. This just means that the next tournament we're going to hit 64. That's our next goal. Imagine, okay, 64 for the next one, 100 for the third. My goal now is to just really stress out all of my fellow tournament organizers. Glass and Kitten, I'm not expanding the team. I'm just making you guys do more work. Just mountains and mountains of extra work. That's the spirit of the PORO Cup. Excessive labor behind the scenes in order for people to be able to find their opponents. But yes, stay tuned in the Discord. Post your results in the Discord. And we shall be chilling and watching from afar. Me and what was it? I've already forgotten what are some of the suggested names. What were the suggested names again? Mr. Flufferston and Poro McPoroface. Truly good ones. Also, Piano Man, I don't believe so. I believe the mods are just trying to figure out some of the settings that are going on over there. Stay tuned. Stay tuned for more updates. And apologies for the delay, everybody. It is almost 5:30 now, but hopefully won't be too much longer.
Can I fix this without having to...
One sec, actually. All right, yes. So sounds like report in the Discord, and mods will be updating on there as well. Apologies for the second bracket update. Battlefy is doing some unanticipated things with the timing. DMing our scores, we're putting in participants chat, which should be easier for you all. DM or tournament chat? DM. Please put your results in a DM to one of the referees. So that would be Kitten or Glass. They should already be listed as mods in the server. And we'll be ready to assist with anything. Yeah. All right. We are tripping over the starting line. The gun went off and we were just like, oh, okay. Well, my shoes are untied and Battlefy is confusing and unanticipated problems. But again, part of the starting tourney experience. Need more channels. Participant channel is too chaotic right now. I can try and organize that really quick, but thank you for the advice there. Let's do that real quick. Thank you for your, again, thank you for your patience for all of this. Yeah, looks like people are incorrectly reporting as well.
Alright, I'll delete the bracket one more time.
Okay, brackets are being deleted once more, and this last attempt should be the final
You wanna
one.
make the bracket?
Apologies for all of this. Okay, mods are making bracket for the 3rd time. This should be the final time,
No, it's just the bracket.
and that should be the actual start. I will also set up a new channel in the Discord really quick. So let me quickly work on that and also catch up to people who are updating.
Yeah. I just make it.
For the apologies for all of the issues here. This should be the last time where there'll be no timer. You'll be reporting consistently in the same place for everybody, so there's no more do you ignore Battlefy, do we go with Battlefy? Also, nobody should be able to immediately spam results. So here we go. Yes, unfortunately dealing with some problems here. Okay, here we go. First tournament blues as we go.
Bracket's out.
Here we go. Yes, we are resetting, yes.
Fucking shit.
Here we go. Specimens here. They are making, yes. We are reseeding again. This is a perfect first tournament. Oh god, yes. We are brackets being reset again. The mods are working on setting it up for the final time. Again, apologies. Also, Slorn, congrats on the climbing. Also, people are climbing right now. We've got competitors, and we've also got the good old LP folks, and we've got me. We've got our mods who are working extremely hard right now. Sorry to the mods as well for the madness and the crazy. But it sounds like the crazy will hopefully be dying down a little bit. Once you hit the bracket deadline, no show should yield BYEs. That, yeah, the no show should be BYEs. We also had some final deck list things to fix as well. We're just learning from all of this, to be honest. Which is not going to fix anything immediately, but we are definitely not going to do it this chaotically again to start, for sure. Here we go. Yep, everything's getting reset. We're up in here. Need new brackets. We're getting new brackets. There they go up. Here we are. Woo! Woo! Okay, that's number 4 of all of the problems I think that have not been working. I guess you would think others will also have. Oh, is it the deck building? 2 of the decks are championless. So right, because you can't have a best of 3 with a championless deck as well. Since you are already in, you could always, I think, if you, for instance, if it's the Poro deck that doesn't have one, you can resubmit your code with like a Braum popped in there or whatever regions it would overlap with the Poros. But yes, that is a good announcement for everybody. If you have a championless deck, if you have 2 championless decks, the client will not let you enter the best of 3 because it only permits 1 The Poro deck can have champions. Your mono region deck can have champions. The only one that should not is the commons only, of course. So that they're only the little green ones in there. I was looking through some deck codes, and it's very easy to randomly put in an epic or a rare. Like when I was playing around with building a commons only deck, I was also having issues getting that to getting myself to be like, oh wait, no, that's not a card I can actually add. You fought a Yasuo Katarina deck? Zalani turned into a Naka. That is strange. I don't know what's going on there for sure. Turned into a Naka. I don't know. That sounds like a fun interaction. It's a fun surprise interaction, in fact. Who doesn't love occasional surprises? Yes. Sounds like things are potentially moving along here. Whew. All right. Brackets have been made for the last time. We might be getting off the ground here. Adding in a single Braum. Yes, adding in a single Braum should work, actually.
Yeah.
Should do the trick.
Alright.
Alright. Woo! Mono region deck has same duel as this is okay. Yes, that is totally fine. People were asking that about cards like just off the top of my head, like Teemo or Ziggs. You can put those in for one of the regions, so you could do mono Bandle, you could do mono Shurima, you could do mono PNZ with either of any of those, or not Teemo obviously, but you could do some of those with one of the champs, but that's about it. This is nuts, isn't it? It is a bit crazy. It is a bit crazy. Again, thank you for bearing with us all as we figure this out. Then ended up a BYE instead. Again, apologies for the false starts and confusions. It just adds to the excitement. Lots of excitement. Lots of excitement, yes. Okay, here we go. Got a BYE the first match, right? Current brackets should be correct. So if that is what is reported, I believe that is right. Because I think everything should be working over there. I'm getting a thumbs up from the mods. So if you have a BYE, you have a BYE. That seems correct. And thank you all for asking the questions and telling us what is confusing, because I am also confused. So it helps. Being confused together sometimes leads to solutions. Unless you're all confused in a work meeting, in which case, just get me the fuck out and get me back to actually work. Thank you very much.
Trying to find people who have sent me friend
Okay.
so I can spectate.
But on the bright side, the tournament is off. We're actually doing it now. And I think there are some people that weren't put into the new bracket. Let's see. Is that potentially the case?
It's something we should be working on.
Doesn't say I got seeded into the new bracket. Someone is reporting. It's like everyone is checked in. Brackets here. That's that. Let me look for folks to make sure and see if they're in there.
I'm trying to do a game to spectate, but I can't find opponents.
Okay. One moment here. Just double check what's going on with this. Wasn't even a catch, just an equip that made us a Lonnie randomly. I'm gonna morph into a Naka. Oh god, that is weird. That is definitely weird. Okay. Poor decks are allowed to have champs. Yes, that is correct. Not accepting the friend request. If your opponent is not responding, then you will probably just receive a BYE. If your opponent is a no-show, pass on to the next round. But do report that that is happening to you in the channel. Probably under the issues if possible. So let's see here. We're also going to kick off the spectating soon, most likely, and we're getting a pretty decent raid. Hello, Santa 2CG. How's it going? Welcome in. Hi everybody. For those of you who are just kind of shuffling in now, we are currently kicking off the PORO Cup tournament, where we have some special deck building rules, money and a PORO plush on the line, and brackets and everything are currently kicking off, it would seem. I will also be kicking off the casting soon enough. We're not quite there yet. We are letting people warm up and also letting the mods find us some folks here. And then I have to hope that my screen share actually works the way that I want it to. Yay! Maybe that will be my 5th problem with the tournament. We've already hit 4. I'm still waiting for that 5th thing to mess up. But welcome in, everybody. I'm hosting and casting and the face of this event, and Glass and Kitten are helping out in the back end. Yes.
Their opponent, but they are at least in game.
Okay, we sounds like we've got a person to potentially watch here. I think a lot of people who I want to spectate are probably going to be in a game. Yes, I'm gonna jump into one of these. Stop cheaters. Yes, I am delayed. We've got a couple people in a game though, so I'm going to, I think, just hop in. We got a couple of requests. Suna, you're not in a game yet, so I'm just gonna pick somebody here. I've been told that Smooth Soloist is currently in a game, so we're gonna just hop in and spectate somebody. This is our first spectate of the evening, and we're gonna go in here. Yes, right? Yeah, we're gonna go in here, and we're going to check out this deck. It looks like we are doing the commons deck. Let me check the deck codes here. Morb. Sorry, did I read morph incorrect? Did I read morb incorrectly as morph? Wouldn't be surprised if I actually fucked that up there. Okay, we've got an equip. We've got that mono Freljord action happening. Exciting. There's the bar. Hello, bar. What you doing? Let's bring up this list and actually explore what's going on here. Where is that? Where are all of the things? Very professional. Very professional. We're only professionals here, I promise. Okay, so let's see. What we're looking at here. This is indeed the commons only deck here. There's a Sky's Descendant hand, which is, I'm pretty sure, distinctly not a common, but it is there, which is kind of fucking exciting. All right, let's hide that for a hot second here. Looking at some drains. Mystic Shot, beautiful common. Drain, also a beautiful common. Unspeakable Horror. Truly a unspeakable blessing into Fury of the North. Amazing. The Fury of the North cast instead of Obliterate, instead of anything else. Look at that lovely Invoke in hand. Fantastic. Wondering when those Fearsomes will actually get to watch something die, but getting closer. I mean, imagine if the Skies Descend triggers the Sentinels. That's definitely not what's supposed to happen, but we're in a meta where that is more of a possibility than some other things. Didn't think make the top of the deck black is actually gonna happen. We are not just slapping things at the top of the deck. Once we are able to potentially get an alternate hand from our opponent here, because we are flying a little blind at the moment, I will be showing the opponent's hand as well for more of the true casting experience. But right now, we're just watching a Spood do a Spood. What a lovely Spood. What a lovely flow. Glimpse Beyond. 4 slays! Free slay, actually. There's the Trundle. Actually, let's take a look at that deck list over there. From FNX Elite. Where are we going with that? Here we go. What is this? Mono Freljord. There's obviously a Trundle in there. What else we got? What else do we have? We have Mono Trumble. Oh, and there's an ARAM to potentially look forward to. Can get 2 celestial spells. You can board wipe. I believe it is... Oh, but it transformed itself? There's now a there's now a champion strength. What? Oh, I just think it got discarded. No, I'm assuming it was a discard effect. I was too busy looking up the trundle to notice. Ha! Okay. Yeah, ARAM is allowed. I did have some concerns about what are the singleton things that can really just run away with everything, and I did have my concerns about ARAM, but we kind of decided to let that through. There was also a moment where I was worried about things like Seraphine, and we did indeed end up with some singleton-ish or mono Seraphine deck list popping in. So it'll be interesting to see how those shape up. I'm a little afraid. I'm a little worried, actually, about the mono Seraphines. But I'm also a little worried about the mono Garens, because that's just a lot of Garens. Oh no, champion strength. Not as powerful with this board, but we all know what it can do. I, myself, have been destroyed an unreasonable number of times, it feels like, by that card just coming in and smacking away. No mana, yeah, no mana this turn. And now the Trundle go. There is no Hextech, no little technician, no Acorn to discount. No sneaky 7 or 8 mana opportunity to do that. We do, however, see Glorious Evolution coming off of Pharos there. Good old Reggie. Thanks, Reggie. You're a bro. That's War Mother's call. That's, you know, War Mama is also a bit of a bro. Gotta get you a lot of value, that one. But on Swallow's side here, we do, of course, have Treasured Trash. Now popping into hand here. No mana, of course, to cast yet. No mana to cast yet. There's this good old Nightfall and Trundle. How many ACOS cards are there? Yes, and also the hands are, like, the card backs are inconsistent. Spectate as a mode is occasionally inconsistent, which is a bit interesting. The mono Garens need elites. There are some mono Garens for sure. The alternate universe where champion strength was never nerfed. They would win here. Yes. There's a drain on the Trundle. Get that Trundle out of the way! This feels, I'm gonna take a side note here and say that this gameplay feels so much more like Expeditions or any other format that's not as meta in general. I absolutely adore that. I cannot tell you how much I adore the randomness of some of these interactions. It's beautiful. Boo, 1 mana off of the trash. 1 mana off of the trash. 1 mana off of Glorious Evolution now as well. That's a Wrath of the Freljord. To be honest, what a card. What a card with this meta in this matchup especially, or this format especially.
Remember, we're the ones who make progress
can't really block that, huh? Everything is so small versus the boar. Doom Beast, nice. Get the Nocturne lookalike a-going. The fact that the pillar now refills a mana, it just feels, not gonna lie, just feels incredibly rude. Imagine that you're just looking at a pillar and then it's also just like shitting out resources. What a time to be alive. Look at this augment though. Look at that fancy fucking augment. I mean, now they can block. Now they'll be able to block in a hot second. And the Yetis go. And there's more Trundles to be concerned about. This is quite interesting to have the commons versus the champ here. I'm slightly banking on the champ, but at the same time, I don't know. Glorious is pretty good win con occasionally. In an alternate universe where Herring was never nerfed to 9, he would win here too. 10 mana. Oh yeah, to nerf to a higher number. Go augment. That is actually quite the interesting counter to the 8/8. Not the expected option for sure, but it does work. Does work. Only have to play 6 Doom Beasts to win. I mean, who doesn't carry around 6 Doom Beasts upon their person? That is bad. That's that's unfortunate. Oh no. No! Not the buried in ice! Oh no! It turned into a not a, I was the Spirit Fire was going to do more than a Zillion's champ spell, or the former Zillion champ spell, I should say. Chrono Shift? I believe it is Chrono Shift. I don't know which match that was, but we'll hang out here for a second to see if it moves on to our next game. Did I watch the timer? No, but I should have checked the timer to see where we were. Looks like we're heading into the next one for sure. Had a She Who Wanders before Glorious, they would have won there. Yes. She Who Wanders before the Glorious would have absolutely destroyed everything. I mean, it still would, because Augment is only a +1 anyway. Has it now, still wins. Unfortunately, Hextech Anomaly just kind of doing its thing. Just kind of doing its thing. Having a blast. Not a bad opening hand for Smooth Soloist here. Got some early units, got some removal. We're now looking at Chavez's Demacia Targon. Let's see what's anything spicy in there. Buried even better. Buried, an even better card. This I believe is the is Chavez's common only. One thing that I learned while I was looking at the commons is that Winding Light, the big meta staple that used to be around, is in fact a common card. There is no Winding Light here, but I found that kind of interesting while I was looking at all of the options for that side of the deck building.
Light is a lure in the
Frozen
dark.
Tombs with Augment, not enough unfortunately, but pretty fancy nonetheless. I'm just waiting for all of these guys to become really big. Really big off of that Mystic Shot or that Vile Feast. An inanimate ice pillar flinging a fishing rod is intriguing. I like your description of it as intriguing. That is an interesting proposition that you hand me. Not that it is just fucking terrifying. Because it is fucking terrifying. That is an unfortunate Pale Cascade for our Sentinels. But it is a spoot. Absolutely fantastic spooting. Where are the deck lists? The deck lists should be, I believe, in the participant channel. Let me double check if they were entered in there. Here we go. Yes, I will pin the message so that people can find it more easily. Should be pinned in tournament participants. Let me know if there are more questions and or things going on over there. Mods, thank you again for handling so much of this. You are all amazing. And there's a dragon. There's a Screechy. Okay, I'm gonna go off on a little bit of a tangent here. Do you guys remember how many people in the chat were also hardcore Expedition players? Because I was a hardcore Expedition player, and I mostly played Expeditions nonstop. When my first introduction to Runeterra was literally, oh, I'm just gonna do that for ages. Which is interesting, but mostly it reminded me, I was reminded of this experience because if you saw a Screechy in the draft, you usually just took the fucking Screechy. It was always, oh look, it's a 4/5 with Challenger that can kill a lot of champs and also just gets Fury procs? We need that. We definitely need that. Back to the good old days. Me being able to draft not 1, not 2, not 3 Puffcap Peddlers, but 6 Puffcap Peddlers. Though the funniest was I believe I was able to draft 7 Imperial Demolitionists once. And let me tell you, 7 Imperial Demolitionists hurts your face a lot. That's 14 damage right there. Who needs Decimate when you can just keep stacking that small thing that punches you for 2 every time you think about living? It was great. I miss that. No? Just no? I mean, no is a full sentence. No is a valid answer. Oh, and it's a strike. That's like a super version of a no. Like the super turbo no. that's happening there. And the vengeance comes out. Bye, Spooter. High draw. The way of the world. High Spooter, bye draw. High Spooter, high draw? I guess both of them at the same time,
Light
technically.
is a lure in the dark.
You lure in the dirt. A lure in the dirt. Okay. So on Chavez's side here, looks like Star Shaping and Dragon are kind of the top end in addition to whatever the Moon Dreamer is generating. So they're kind of... We've seen a lot of big important resources come out. We still, of course, haven't seen many Invoke products, I believe, just kind of units doing their thing. So it'll be interesting to see how the Targon actually plays. Because currently the P&Z section seems to be holding up pretty alright. Every limited format is your jam. Started watching back in Expeditions. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. I hope they do bring back Expeditions at some point. Eventually, I hope they do. Also, my next wish was gonna just use all your tokens to get some emotes. Oh man, yeah. Oh yeah, the fucking tokens. I forgot that they were expedition tokens, and I remember fighting for my expedition tokens very frequently, which now kind of blows my mind because I think it was either shards or tokens, and I would use all of them every single week. Do you remember Armored Tusk Raider being extremely strong? That card lives so long. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, also, fuck the 8. Fuck, that's an 8/8. There's a big Fury Dragon coming down. That's a problem for our P&Z Shadow Isles, I would assume. Though it's not death immediately. It's just kind of scary immediately. Loved Expeditions, was so mad when they left. Right? I miss it. I miss it a lot. Please bring it back eventually. Though I have now found my new entertainment in forcing other people to do basically the equivalent of Expeditions in a tournament format. Amazing. Also, Kitten, thank you for updating with the brackets in the chat. If anyone was looking for the brackets, they are there. If you would like also, if you were looking for all of the links and you're wondering where you may find those, you can also go to elzon.com, which will have the tournament sign-up link, which is now just the link to the brackets in the tournament, as well as other information about the deck building conditions that I have subjected all of these wonderful, wonderful people to. Ooh, is the Dragon gonna be able to pull it out? Oh, the Dragon was able to pull it out! Amazing. And now we're back to the old I have a fearsome unit, fuck you energy, which is always some good energy to have, especially if you're running Elise or Nocturne or anything else that just punches through all of my early game defenses. I've never been salty about anything like that. I'll create a new limited format, guessing some multiplayer drafts and random opponents thereafter. Multiplayer fucking draft. It'd be kind of interesting, to be honest. Wow, completely tapped out. Lots of 2-power things. Tripod. Oh, and the Scourge. Oh, wow. And there's a Scourge happening. That is a lot of overwhelm damage, unfortunately. Yes. Oh, no. And the Messenger is, at what everyone feared it to be, which is to say just a very strong, elusive body. What was Expeditions? Expeditions was like a solo draft mode in which you would then, bring the deck you built off of random selections of cards against opponents who had done the same thing. There was never a guarantee that you would be able to draft certain cards, but you could play the probability of you were more likely to hit certain cards off of certain archetypes that the client preferred to you. So it was an interesting system for sure. I do miss it quite a bit. And then they replaced all of that with Path of Champions, which is also random deck building, but not quite in the same way, of course. So I miss the original a lot. I had so much fun with the original. Part of me now is like, maybe I could go do Magic drafting, but Magic drafting is very different and more expensive and more difficult. It's just a lot of trickier things all at once, you know? We're also, I think, currently ooh, is this it is a person to add. Waiting on our next spectate option, but actually, Suna offered themselves up before, so I'm actually gonna just jump into the spectate unless I hear otherwise. Get some more gameplay to observe at the moment. We're watching. Ooh, we're watching a very stacked Poro right about now. Look at that 9-6. Oh, and the Wild Claw's ferocity upon one good old fabled Poro. This is the Poro action. This is the Poro action I wanted. Oh, and Eclectic Collection. Suna has, I think, obliterated our opponent's psychological state, and also there was a level Nora on the field, which I am just realizing now.
There once was a yordle who found a portal.
That looked like some exciting Poro action, and I do approve. I deeply approve. I'm not sure if that was the last match or it was not. So we're moving on to another one. Again, apologies that we do not have the second hand, but for now, I'm just having a blast. I'm having a blast looking at seeing what people built over here. This is our mono Freljord from Suna, and we're looking at a Bandle Freljord deck from Conch. So let's check that out and see what's going on over there. Face you, however, wins this match. Oh shit, Remni, you're getting the sneak peek. You're getting the early result. Unless, of course, someone posts results in between the 1 minute delay from the stream, which is distinctly possible. In which case, you will not know faster if you watch this. I will just be wasting your time. Stolen Conch, though, with a dual region. Maybe this is the oh, no, there's a Poro, so I'm assuming it is not the commons deck here. Unless that was just to have a Poro. This is a Yumi deck. This is a Yumi Poro deck, in fact, from Stolen Conch. And our mono Freljord from Suna is looking like, if I can find the deck code. That's not what I wanted to do. I did not want to open my window. Our mono Freljord is 3 copies of ARAM and 3 NARs, which is kind of fancy. There's the ARAM in hand, in fact, indeed. Where did he get Neandroid or not Neandroid? The last turn was very anime. Everything went off. The 5 mana elusive cat. Where's the 5 mana elusive cat? Was it in the previous game? It might have been, Submersible. If it was the previous game, it might have been off of the Nora, because there was a leveled Nora on the board. I don't know what the portal situation was over there at the time. Looking like a bit of a expensive hand for Suna here, potentially. But there is that good old 3/3 healer. There's always that. There's the pussy. You think I was gonna stop with the pussy jokes because I'm leading a tournament now? Fuck no. The pussy's in the Poro now. There is no pussy in this Poro, unfortunately. That's that Fizz Unscarred Reaver pile. Oh, is that what it's based? Is that what it's basically from, essentially? I was looking at that and I was like, oh, it's just Yumi. It's just Yumi with some Poros now. Would not surprise me if it was also just based on it was also based on a Fizz deck, because Bandle Freljord kind of sounds like it would be a little bit. I mean, Bandle anything. Just Bandle. Is there a Fizz in the Bandle? I'm unsurprised. I am unsurprised. There's the Gnar coming down. Been a little while since we felt out a Gnar meta, so kind of excited to see him here. Hi, Gnar. Knock attack! Unfortunately, that is a 6/3 Poro. Mighty Poro is truly mighty. It's getting some swole buffs. Go, Gnar, go! Go, Gnar, go! Go with your little bird skull thing. Why is he wearing a skull? I mean, I too occasionally wish to just wear a skull, but I'm surprised by the Gnar, to be honest. Who fit the skull to his head? Who decided that? Who made him something that fits his small, normal body so perfectly? There's a Spirits Unleashed. Also, yes, we're going to be weird. It's gonna continue to be weird. I'm having so much fun, because you know what I've now realized? Not only do I get to post a whole bunch of people, I also get to force you to hear my random and random ass weird explanations and descriptions of things. You're welcome, by the way. There's yes. I get to hold you all hostage while we watch excellent players fight their way through a very confusing deck building set of requirements. Yes. I can turn on spectate now. I have been told we may have an alternate hand going on, so I am going to hop in there and see if that is in fact the case. Which channel am I looking at here? We may have a second hand very shortly. I also agree with Nar. Nar is now dead, so maybe I agree with him a little bit less just in principle. But the feeling is there. Let's see what level 2 that is. That is the Callista. Callista, not so bad, especially at 7 mana. There's room to cast it. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I am now going to try to, in fact, give us a second hand if I can do that. Let me make this a full screeno somehow. Make that big. There's the Callista. There we go. I've got it going on, and then we just turn on this if I can. And there we've got the hand. We've got 2 whole hands. Amazing. There's the Wild Claw's ferocity going and being alarming. Very alarming. 7-6 and a 10-4 PORO. Look at the PORO. It's so good. Nar, Hitler was right. Another things that probably get you banned if people don't realize you're joking. Yes, definitely the PORO is not politically questionable. It is a PORO. I don't think they could have a politically questionable belief in their entire body. I think they just want grass and Braum, not gonna lie to you. I think those are the priorities of the PORO and their lives. Not the 22 damage and the leveled cat. That's a level pussy. You always gotta run away in fear when the pussy levels up, because you never know what's gonna happen, but it's usually quite a lot of damage. Oh no! Oh no! Oh wait! There's a 3 sisters in hand. What's in our opponent's hand? 2 3 sisters and a couple of prowlings and the thing that returns a spell to hand, which would be a little terrible for this popping of the spell shield off onto the PORO. I think need to remember the text on the Ionia, or not the Ionia, on the spell there. Return to hand. Yep, return to hand. There, for a second I was trying to remember if there was a mana requirement for it, but no, it is just, it goes away. And the 12-6 Pussy PORO is quite victorious. Did someone say ban? No need for a ban at the moment. We are all just enjoying a moment of a very big PORO. POROs just want Braum to be daddy. We're not going to necessarily say how many people also want Braum to be daddy, especially Santa Daddy. But I think the POROs certainly agree for sure. And we are on, I believe, to game 3. I think we dropped in as soon as game 1, it would seem. So here we are again. Mono Freljord from Suna and the Mono Targon deck from Stolen Conch. Let's see what's in that and double check. Punch! I'm using that handy dandy spreadsheet here, where I should have all shared it with everyone in the tournament. So if you'd like to go check that out, you can. It is available. This is Leona. This is Mono Leona, Mono Targon. There's the Winding Lights that I was talking about. So it did end up in here. Oh no, indeed. Wow. Just a Twilight Protector. Early. Just a very early Twilight Protector. Here's our Nar again. Nar showing his face, having a good time. I do, interestingly enough, see 3 Sun Guardians in Conch's hand as well, which is a lot. I'm expecting the bird, followed by a bird, followed by, wait for it, a bird. There are gonna be so many bird. This is now the Bird Cup, not the Poro Cup, which is actually would be a fantastic idea for a follow-up tournament, wouldn't it? Only birds. You can run whatever cards you like, as long as there's a fucking bird in it. Though then I think there is debate as to whether Sun Guardian actually counts, because I think it looks like a bird. What does its text say? Does it anything bird-like? No, but it has a beak. I guess it wouldn't count, to be fair. I'd have to make a special condition for myself of, yeah, you can run Sun Guardian, because I think it personally, in my belief, looks like a very fat owl. But I guess that's not the best deck building condition ever to announce, huh? It is a fat owl, though. You can't argue me out of it that it is a fat fucking owl.
We are a pack.
It's a 3/5 though, that's also very nice. I don't know, I'm slightly rooting for the fat owls, but also Suna here has a Poro, and I mean, we have to support the Poro in the Poro Cup, right? Like, we kind of have to do that. The spirits of the boar shall also support our Poros and their efforts, it would seem. Yeah. Boom. That has such a good fucking animation. Should be only doggos. Oh, only doggos instead of only birds? I can get behind that, I think. We could have a doggo tournament. We could have a bird tournament. We could have a tournament where you play all the cards that you think look the most like me, and everyone will pick Tom Kench or some shit, and it will be fine. You know, stuff like that. Or Nocturne. If there's a tournament about me, you all have to pick Nocturne, because he seems like the kind of person who would just kind of float around the ground looking for food, and that's me as well. Aatrox has wings, therefore he's a bird. Yes. Who am I to not consider the Burbtrox? Burbtrox, that's the name. Now whenever I cast my World Ender, I'll be yelling, Burbtrox! That's the ticket. That's the ticket. Yeah. Look at them Burbos. What's in hand, in addition to Burbos? There is a Sunhawk, there's Star Shaping, there's the Priestess, but I almost forgot the name of the Priestess, just straight up fucking blew over my head. And then the Forecast Mountain Scryer, that's what that is. I was looking at it for a second, I was like, is that a Void card? But no, it's just our good old Discount Man. Hooray for Discount Man. There goes Discount Man. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Stone and star.
Yeah, it was the purple that threw me off. It was like, for sure, that is just a void. Hey guys, subscribe to my Only Birds. Yo, if somebody started an Only Birds account and it was literally Only Birds, I would pay money. I would pay good money for that, and I am not kidding. I like birds a lot. But on an OnlyFans, like Darken Fan, Draven's biggest fan, there's no problem with calling it the OnlyFans tournament, right? Yo, that would be fantastic. An OnlyFans tournament where you only run fans. A Chip Cup? Okay, we have to do something to commemorate Chip. Like, we can't just ignore Chip here. We have to do something along those lines. Tasty Fae Folk? That is also a good consideration. How tasty are the Fae Folk? This is what you discover when you play in a tournament. Your task when you deck build is to find the tastiest Fae, regardless of which region or which card it is. That is risky, and I admire the balls. I do admire the balls on this. Go Gnar. Go Gnar. Woo, it's a Gnar. Ah, I made a Poké Stick. I'm just reliving my PTSD from basically every time I had to play against a Gnar, which was when that was back when the fucking arcade born skins and stuff happened, whatever that expansion was. I remember really enjoying Gnar as a voice, just as a that. I love that shit. I also remember not liking him as a card because he was annoying. But other than that, other than him being annoying. We do, of course, see the Phoenix in hand from Stolen Conch at the moment, not at 7 mana in even because of the Scryer. So that's gonna happen eventually, one would presume. Also, the birds are increasing in size. You 1000% support this idea. I mean, we would get... Well, I was about to say we'd get a lot of attention if our next tournament was an OnlyFans Elawog tournament, but I also don't want to irritate any potential legal gods that may be at play, because the legal gods will kick my ass in, as it were, and I wish to not have to deal with that, not gonna lie to you. Alright, there's a harsh wind coming down. Not much to do about that from Conch here based on what's in hand. I'm just gonna have to eat the reduced damage. But there is a lot of invoke, and there is a very scary invoked creature coming out, and the pokey stick committed. We're killing a bird. We're getting rid of that 6/6. We need fewer fat owls up in this bitch, according to Suna here. Also, less discounts. We're killing the discount man. Are we killing discount man? We're killing the discount man, but we're not killing the bird. We could also, yeah, we could potentially have healed, but not much would be gained from that. It's only 2. Only 2. There's another pokey stick, the non-fleeting pokey. How beautiful. There's, oh yes, second discount man. Somehow I missed that in hand. I was like, oh yes, the first one died. Nope, there's another one. And it hits allegiance. To be fair, I really do enjoy the fact that now, congratulations, if you're in your mono region deck, you can no longer miss allegiance ever. You face the loser of this match watching intently. Ah, I see, I see. Oh, Revna. Revna as a 5/5 is actually kind of intimidating. Not gonna lie. I don't know how big that Ursine was, but it was quite sizable when it was drawn. Hover that. I need to see the stats. I just want to see the stats. What is it, a 7/9? Because it comes down as a 4/6 typically, I believe. I think I'm remembering that right. Luckily for this attack from Conch next turn, Suna does have another harsh winds. However, there's also that giant-ass Phoenix still in hand, still just kind of chilling and waiting for its moment to shine. That is a very swole bird. It is a swolus birdus. Makes sense. Get that out of the way. Rely on the good regen. It is so unreasonably large. It's kind of amazing. +4. Anything with a +4 is pretty neat. That's pretty neat. That's my caster seal of approval. That's pretty neat card you got there, sir, ma'am, person. You're all new to my content. I usually refer to people I don't know in the game as sir, ma'am, human, sir, ma'am, person, something along those lines. Everybody's getting smacked. Forever Rosa!
Do not oppose me. The North is ours.
Avarosa! That's a lot of value. There is a lot of value coming out of that. I don't know what the mammoth shaman. Oh, now I can hover. That's an 11/13. Apologies, I was very understated because I forgot that it also had the +2 from those 2 spirits I didn't cast before. We've also got a 12/12 mammoth shaman, just kind of chilling in Suna's hand. Not again to discount the value coming out of Targon in a second, though. Still 2 star shapings to contend with, still a draw, still another invoke off of the priestess. There is a lot that could be coming down in a minute. And me and the Poros and the Poro in the game, we all look on approvingly. Yep. It's first Daybreak card. Good open swing. What you getting there? We can see now. It was a draw. Draw champion. Reduce cost. Put it into hand. I believe that will be Eliona, which should be very super leveled by now. There has been many birds to trigger off of that. Okay. I like the use of transform units. Good to see some transform happening. That is a 10-10 Gnar. I am impressed by the 10-10 Gnar. That's pretty great, actually. That's a pretty chunkin' Gnar. Let's see, 8 available. And there's a very big archer as well. Avarosa, not Avarosa. If you pronounce it Avarosa, please stay. I don't give a shit how you pronounce things, but I'll say yes, Avarosa. Not the 12-12 getting stunned. Man, Freljord keeping up with the Daybreak, or should I say Daybreak keeping up with the Freljord for once. Yep, there's a very large boy. It is a 13-13. Auto transform. Overwhelm. Let's go. Yeah, the overwhelm actually on the Freljord side here is pretty strong. That's pretty good. It's very strong. Very good. But the Leona has a bunch of barriers and stuns and 50 bajillion answers, unfortunately. Or fortunately. I'm still waiting for that. For the big elusive. Still waiting for that big elusive. Elusive versus bears. You know, that would be an interesting fucking fight of just, I have a giant space dragon thingy majiggy what's it, and you have a very angy-pangy mammal. And you know what? I would be tempted to bet on the mammal. Angry mammals are a lot. They hate you. Yes. Protect Leona. Get the healing. That's a lot of damage. It is a lot of damage. Everybody's doing a lot of fucking damage. Also, keep an eye on the timer here. We're probably not going to run it out since this is our last game, but we are pretty low. We're getting pretty low on that counter. That is a 14-14. I know that basically what I'm doing is reading and saying things that I'm reading. You're welcome. There's a bunch of things, but it is only a 2-3. There's only 2 power units other than Leona remaining. We do see not Sky's Descend, but the other Obliterate card in hand on Soul Unconscious side, which there is mana available for, which would be a little unfortunate. Babbling Berg top decking itself, because it is now more than 5 power for sure. And there goes a little bit of a heal, a spot of healing, and Living Legends just going to town, getting Moonsilver, getting the elusive 3-3, getting actually 3 Moonsilvers. That is a ridiculous number of Moonsilvers. I am just actually very impressed by the fact that there were 3 in hand now. Perhaps not the immediate response Conch was looking for from that, but still funny nonetheless. There's a Trickster. Here's the elusive train coming down. Still 8 mana available. Still kind of eyeing that removal that is over there. Moonsilver, casting it on the big Flappo, and one last time on for a 4 mana Immortal Fire. Oh, I did. Okay, and there's a big problem of it's 15 power. Whew. I did kind of, yeah, there's the +1 off of the Celestials, and now there's been a lot of Celestials cast. How are things getting so pumped in Suna's deck? There was a 5/5 Revna cast, and upon hovering it here, you can see that there's the 5/5 Revna and the 2 Spirits Unleashed that were cast earlier. So there is just a lot of value coming out of the units. A 10-10 Gnar just ready to do things later. Whoo! Woo! Yeah! Tiny 3-3, let's do this. Okay. I mean, there's also a pretty powerful swing back on Suna's side. Because nothing is just auto-stunned. It's just kind of growing into an 18-18. Just... FYI, that is an 18-18 over there. There is a little bit of Daybreak for Stolen Conch to trigger here after this resolves, though. So potentially a little bit greedy to go for the additional buff before the open attack with Overwhelm. Yep, because there's 2 Leonis procs off of that. And then, of course, the Immortal Fire is still popping out next turn, unfortunately. Or fortunately. Go, Immortal Fire, go! That's the 10-11 with Overwhelm. Good lord. I mean, to be fair, there's also just a shit pile of things that can be produced here. There's the Supernova finally coming down. On the bright side, there is still a Nar. Or just a Nar. Or just a good old hello, I have a Nar. Hello, I have a Nar versus hello, I have a 16-5. I don't think there's any additional. Oh, there's been one more Supernova cast, actually, since the thing was entombed. So Immortal Fire, still a problem next turn. Lots of Harsh Winds have been cast. 3 Sisters has been used. Sad you had to miss this. Oh, thank you for popping in and out though, and being around here a little bit. What I should have opened would have won. I think it wasn't open, but there's a 26-5. Ah, yes, because it does stack, doesn't it? Because you entomb the smaller version, and then the following then also just becomes extremely massive. At the same time, I wouldn't open attacks. What was he afraid of? Probably stuns. I think that may have been the calculation. Actually, in the deck list itself, there is actually no source of stun. There's no celestial, whatever that card is. There's just removal and hush. So yeah, could have had the opportunity to close out if it had been an open on the previous turn.
Feel the sun's glory.
But unfortunately, it would seem that the Leona's pushing a lot, but there's still a 6-6 and a 10-8 with which to block. So it might also be a Leona trade here, potentially. Loses next turn. Frostbite top deck. Well, looks like that thing is silenced for now off of an Ice Veil Archer. And Pokestick triggering. More draw, more bodies, more units. Choosing to go for the Gnar instead of killing the Gnar. But there's also another source of Overwhelm on open attack and burn. So this should be alright. Still has Wallop with retreat. Ah, good point as well. Why people are not open attacking? I don't know, but it seems like Suna has potentially learned a lesson from that. And 59 damage going in. Actually, 59 plus 11, which is indeed 70 damage going in. So that was quite a turn, quite a turn. Cannot root for Mono Freljord. The Mono Freljord isn't your speed. Well, that was a series of some pretty good games there. Not sure if we have our next spectate up yet, but for now I shall throw them around the category and see what we've got. Who's in my tourney right now? Leona dies if he does that. Weird. Oh, with the poke? Yeah, I am a little surprised by that. So we've so the next round is an opponent. Don't understand. To be honest, I'm not quite sure what the Pokestick call was either. Wait, open? Do you mean a person or do you just mean something else? I am gonna hop in. Let's see. Who requested? Oh, Suna we've already looked at, and then people who are currently here, we've looked at actually no one else in this list. We looked at Smooth Soloist, of course. How many Revnas were played? Only one. Actually, only one Revna. 155 Revna, and that was actually it. Is there a Ceretz in here? I know that Ceretz is around, so probably just ping in the Discord. Ceretz is, I believe, up and running. What? Pink Snapdragon is apparently someone that I can spectate, as I'm being told by the mods, and also I can just do it now. Here we go! What is Pink Snapdragon running? Let's take a look at this deck code in a second and see what they've got pulled up. And try and estimate what game we're in. And Ceret's responsive already. Fantastic. This is Pink Snapdragon versus Teokadu. Teo! Hello. Thank you for coordinating me with your decks and all of that in the meantime. Okay. Here we go. Let's go back to this screen. I actually need to... I should not have navigated around anywhere. Why do I do this to myself? I don't know, but we can look at our opponent's hand in a second.
No one's the wiser.
And for me, I'm looking at a mono... I'm looking at Demacia Targon on Pink Snapdragon's side, and Noxus P&Z from Teokado over there. So for our Pink Snapdragon, observing here, what are we looking at? We've got N. Looks like a commons only, I would say. We're checking out... yeah, we're checking out the commons only. Top end looks to be things like Starhound and Resplendent Stellacore, mostly Starhound, which is kind of interesting. I'd like to see that become very large and entertaining. That seems like it could be fun. Pink Snapdragon. Allegiance hitting Revna. Shadox is in. Pink Snapdragon. Ah, yes. Thank you. We've got Pink Snapdragon. We can do Shadox in later on. Also, if you would like to suggest people to watch, please feel free to do that. Some people may not have responded to my spectate request, but I will do it if possible. Woo! Pink's got the fan club up in the chat. Incredible. Tio over here is running aggro. Other than aggro, we're looking at, I think, also the commons only. Not Bilgewater Noxus. We're looking at P&Z Noxus. Yep, commons only. Just a lot of burn. A lot of 3 use cast Scalesmans, 3 Grenadiers, 3 Noxian Fervors, 3 Mystic Shots. Just like the goal is to go face, and go face Teokado is trying to do at the moment. Nice hand versus aggro. An okay hand. Certainly a lot of damage coming through though. Teokado, Zlatum, go Teokado. Ooh, we've got the storylines building themselves here. There they are. There they are. Ooh, actually, can I? Alright. So it looks like we've got Pink Snapdragon's hand here. Which, you know, there's a doggo. I gotta say, looking at this doggo, because burn things are happening and we kind of all know how burn goes. Look at this dog. That is... It's extremely majestic mane. Like, I don't know why it has a mane, but it absolutely fucking does. And I want its hair routine. My hair is good, but I could look like that. I could have glowing blue eyes and a gorgeous mane, and both of those are hair problems and not being a magical being problem, right? Yes, for sure. Pink Snapdragon pushing back with the Starhound. Developing 3 mana 3/2 as aggro on turn 4. That's the joys of the PORO Cup. You never know when you're gonna be developing, but you will develop eventually, maybe, hopefully. It's you know what? It's like puberty. It happens at different rates for everyone. And it is slightly up to the whims of fate as to whether or not you're gonna develop when you expect to. Fantastic. Fantastic. What is that? That's just a straight up Mystic Shot. I know we can't see the hand right now, but I do expect there to be more Mystic Shots and more Noxian Fervors and all of the things that I listed previously, just in hand and ready to rumble. Has any risk doing that? The relatively low risk. See, this is a low risk meme focused place. And truly, hopefully, we're all having a good time. Also, Pink Snapdragon here, again, in theme. It's very helpful, by the way, that the base situation for for Runeterra is just the Poro in the corner on the grass, which means that if you have the base stuff in Runeterra, if you are just literally a Runeterra player, you can be thematic for the tourney. Beautiful, beautiful. Blocking is aggro. You know, truly we are in befuddling times. And discarding a burn! Cringe. Math is for people who aren't aggro players. Aggro players just go, I can count to 10 and then make double that times 2 and I'm good, right? I'm fine. Everything is good.
I am ready.
Pink Snapdragon, though, continuing to just push at 7 HP. Doing a pretty good job of saying, I see that you have damage, and I care less. And there's a Scrap Scuttler. More blocking. More blocking. And a barrier. Ooh, looks like it's a debate for the Pale Cascade, but going for the Pale Cascade. Poor Silence choice on the 2-1. It is, it is only on attack, and the ballistic bots are now going to get Snapdragon within range of a lot of danger. One Mystic Shot already cast, of course, but now they are slightly free to produce 2 damage a turn. So at 7 here, assuming there is no other source of damage, Snapdragon out in 3 rounds. But we'll see, we'll see. Snapdragon, of course, does have access to a little bit of healing. There was that Guiding Touch. There's 3 Guiding Touches in the deck. Though that is actually it, except for Stellacorn. There is still a chance of a good Stellacorn top deck. And that will be a 5/6 body. Been a long time since I thought about anyone main decking a Stellacorn, but again, here we are. Unique situation in the PORO Cup. Also, that is almost entirely prismatic. I was not paying attention. Is Teokata's deck entirely prismatic? Truly a burn connoisseur if that is the case. Damage coming in. Looks like there is a strike and a buff available, so now let's just keep that Nexus alive. Pink Snapdragon, your fans, we watch. We watch in great anticipation. So one more augment coming down. Bringing down to 3 there.
Is this the face of fear?
2 cards remain, down to 3 HP. Here's the exciting time where whenever I'm sitting at 3, regardless of what my opponent runs, even if it's not Noxus, I always wonder to myself, am I dead? Truly the fun questions of, am I dead, deado? And here we are watching someone else make these decisions. Why no rally in the Demacia? I'm not actually sure what the calculation was there to have no rally whatsoever. Perhaps it took too many spots, though they're not. Oh, and there's the Mystic Shot. There is a Mystic Shot. Rarity. This is like a comment. Oh, yes. There you go. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, yeah, but why wouldn't you put a rally? Because it's commons only. And I forgot my own rules for half a second. Relentless is a common, you have it in yours. Oh, Relentless Pursuit. Okay. Just assuming Aegis then is out. And of course then things like, whatchamacallit? Vayne. Obviously you can't run Vayne into commons only. Ah yes, Vayne, the super common champion, which I'm sneaking in on a semantic note as being just common in the meta. We're continuing on with Pink Snapdragon here, and this is the Freljord Targon list. Here we have the Poros. Here we get to actually experience the Poro deck with some Poros. And Teokata is running Mono Demacia this time. Pink Snapdragon with Poros. How are the Poros doing? What exciting Poro moments can we look forward to here? We can look forward to Dark and Lodestoned Poros, which is kind of exciting. And this is one of these Alani Bloodweaver decks that I'm actually kind of excited to see how that pans out with the Poro snacks. Because that was not a combination that I had initially thought about people putting together, but it makes sense. You kill a buffed unit, you get a big Zolani, and boom, you're kind of set. You're kind of doing all right there. A lonely Poro, soon to be less lonely. Soon to no longer sit alone on a hill, abandoned by its friends, unless there's an Esmus here, in which case you're going to have to wait another turn, buddy. Yeah, and there's an Esmus. There is the Esmus. Yes, looking at Tio's list here, I am assuming this might be one of our good old Garen lists? Is this a Garen list? It might be a Garen list, not sure. It is a Garen list indeed. It has actually one for the Fallen, but no champion strengths or anything. I'm assuming this is just relying on the fact that Garen becomes strong. Elites become strong. Surely no one will notice the champion you added in your deck. She's a really common champion. She's the most common you'll ever find, you know? And that's what matters. There's Inspiring Light. It's the Lux versus the Poro situation. Poro, what do you think of the Lux versus Poro? What do you think? I think we're on the side of the Poros. I am not biased. I never said I would be unbiased, though. To be fair, I am casting with the bias of who got the Poro. And right now, Pink got the Poro. These 30 is gonna give you gray hairs. These decks are scary. I'm glad that we can give you a bit of an adrenaline rush as you think about your Poro plays. All hail. All hail. All right, we've got a Braum. And we do, of course, have the little nimble Poro. It's now 3-3. It's growing up in the world. It's becoming an adult. And so on and so forth. I see Glass, again, if you're new to the stream, you won't know this, but I see Glass here hovering the Nerf gun, and I have indeed been hit by a Nerf bullet, so that was a successful Shoot the Shroom Queen request from one of our mods, as you do. Mama? You hit the Poro first. Don't hit the fucking Poro, Glass. You can hit me, but we don't condone Poro upon Poro violence unless it's a Poro deck versus a Poro deck, and you have to just win. Poro's so happy. I am so happy, but also the Poro is happy, so I'm okay. Looking at that challenger coming down. Is there a Garoon? That's the real. There is a Garoon. Oh, look at that 7/7 challenger Garoon. That's a lot. Just a side note, that's a lot of Garen happening. As one does do a Garen. There's a Silence and there's a Pale Cascade, I believe, here, though. Which is a nice way out of the champion reaction. The champion mechanic here. So Garen, temporarily vanquished. And there's a Braum ready to become daddy to a whole bunch of small Poros. And if I sneak in there, that's none of your fucking business, bro. There's a jubilant Poro finally. Finally a lonely Poro has become happy. It has a little butterfly on it. You're having an existential crisis after seeing a video what happened to the solar system in billions of years. Yes. Shall we take a departure from the tournament to consider the eventual heat death of the universe? Because, you know, what's more fun? Runeterra or the heat death of the universe? And I personally think it's the heat death of the universe. Obviously. Poro violence. Now the Poro is lonely. Now the Poro is hopefully less lonely. They're debating the lodestone target here, and they are going for the 7/7 instead of buffing it, which kind of makes sense, I think. Go Poro, though you do give the Garen a smack. Can pass until deck out, and it's a tie. Killing Poro is like killing a child. It is a little bit. It's like, it's about as bad as killing Chip, though, to be fair. Chip was the OG, this is definitely my son kind of deal. So I feel like Chip is definitely a no-kill situation. And most Poros are also a relatively no-kill scenario. Garen gets a smacko. All the Poros die. That is a bit of a painful trade, though. Once you have the Poro sled, you kind of have to go. It's a good big Poro. Very big, good Poro wings. All right. It's a pouty Poro. Oh my god, the pouty Poro is so fucking adorable. It's the cutest. That is for Demacia that cannot be cast right now, but let's just admire the pouty Poro. Look at it. It has regen and it has tough. What more could you ask for? It will now die, I presume. It looks like it's about to fucking die. So perhaps that's die it shall. Sorry, pouty Poro. You do a pout, but maybe not. Maybe you cannot successfully Poro for so much longer. Yeah, the Demacia is kind of doing what Demacia we would expect, which is to say, biggest diggest for life. How did you turn from watching Runeterra tournament to questioning your very death? Here at the Poro Cup, we really like to break the boundaries of what the human brain contemplates on a regular basis. So congrats. You've played into my ploy here. No, the thought of Garen being smacked by a fluffy Poro. Can you imagine? It's like that Darius. It's like the Darius Challenger Poro, where you can see it holding on to Darius's leg and looking so fucking happy-go-lucky. Oh, I should have covered it when it came out from the Poro sled. But can you just imagine that with the Garen version of him? Imagine Garen's pauldrons just have small Poros living inside them. They're big enough, right? That there's just like a little Poro family in his left pauldron. It's just like there's a little kitchen in there, and there's like tiny little Poro bed for the babies. Yes, I'm not crazy. Garen's domestic, right? Yes, totally domestic, I promise. So there's more sleds, and meanwhile the elites over there are just kind of doing elite things. The Magequisition continues, and there's a 9-9 Garen. Oh boy, that's the largest Garen. Got clapped against Demacia, then clapped back with your Demacia next game. Oh man, when we do the interviews after the tournament, we'll have to see how many people are like, yeah, I brought Demacia, and then I won, and then my opponent brought Demacia and they won. Like, it's just gonna be like permanent. It's just gonna be fucking like permanent Poro or permanent Demacia pressure. That's a lot of impact. That's okay. Let's do the math here. There's one thing with Overwhelm, and there's 3 impact. So it's probably not enough, though there's actually something sneaking through. So if I can do math, it is 5 damage. Which is just... No, it's actually, yeah, it's 5 damage, unfortunately. So just 1 short on lethal. Unfortunately. 1 short on lethal. With this current Poro attack. Pink Snapdragon out of mana. Teokado not out of mana. And available to cast. Ooh, a Concerted Strike. A little bit catastrophic there. A little bit catastrophic. There are actually no blockers on Snapdragon's side here. Couldn't even take out the 4-3 because the Poros were small. Unfortunate day for the Poros. The Fear of Judgment? It's Fear of Judgment. Not Darius's leg, it's just a random soldier. Is Darius narrating this? Need this existential crisis to go away. No. Thank you for focusing on the important things, such as which Poro is really clinging to Darius's leg there. Which Poro is it? We demand answers. Alrighty. That was a Poro-filled game. I got to appreciate that. I think it was also a 2-0 sweep for Teokado, if I'm remembering. So I think we're gonna move on to another spectate situation. I'm also going to take a break and have a drink because it's now been 2.5 hours of me talking with some interviews from Kitten, of course, as well, not to forget. And I would like some fluid. I have achieved a fluid. I am not killing myself, which I'm sure my mod appreciates because he's right there and will sometimes yell at me if I don't feed myself, which as a occasionally stressed person, I forget a lot. I will just fucking forget that all the fucking time. Okay, I have been informed that What Am I is in a game. Spectate disallowed, so can't do that at the moment. We've got some other folks, though, for sure that we can take a look at potentially. Someone requested Shadox, but looks like they're out of a game. Affection is the name. Oh yes, Affectionate Poro, that one. Actually, let's take a side tangent here. Affectionate Poro, whose leg are you clinging to? I guess to be fair, it could be anyone's leg. But it does say, get this thing off of me, from the Darius. So, I don't know, it does look pretty similar to other things. It also does look very similar to this Poro exactly. So, hello, maybe you're Affectionate Poro, and that's Mr. Flufferston's. What do you think of that? Fun fake Poro fact number 3. No, number 4, I believe. There is a hybrid of Poro that's a hybrid of a Poro and a small echidna, and it lives in the water, and it eats your dreams for dinner. Hydrate or hydrate? Indeed. Do you Kank? Oh, is Kank up right now? Kank is up right now. Let's spectate that. Yes, keep the suggestions coming if you have them. Kank versus Chris here, and Ellie floating off into the distance, having a good life. This is a mono Shadow Isles deck versus Bandle Freljord with Nora. That looks like a Poro deck. It has Poro Herder. It's a fucking Poro deck, and up against some fearsome Shadow Isles. Eclectic Collection coming down at 9 HP is pretty terrifying. Looks like combat has resolved. Looks like we're in potentially the second game here. Don't know what the standings are on that. There's a pop of that. Kank is dead. You have killed them. Not Darius, Risk Random Soldier. They're all wearing the same thing while the others aren't. No, that's true. That is true. Actually, what are these deck lists now that we have something new to look at here? So Kank's deck here is, if I can find it, I can indeed fucking find it. I believe this is just Gwen. I think it's just Gwen. There's Hallowed in here. Yeah, it's Mono Gwen with one Opulent Foyer. Eternal Dancers, Harrowing, the usual, the Smack, the Revival, the Extra Smack. There is a lovely Cloven Way, which is actually kind of funny. It's a good card to pull. 5/4, blocks a lot. Blocks a lot of things. That's also a Detain over there in Chris's hand, which is a bit interesting. Going for the strongest makes a bit of sense. Speaking of Chris's deck here with the Bandle Freljord, what are we doing with the Poros there, other than just having a good Poro fucking time? In addition to Poro time, we're looking at Mono Nora with one ARAM and 2 Eclectics. There's also a lot of Spirits Unleashed in this deck. All 3 copies, which is kind of exciting.
Suspicious.
Woo! Damage! The 13-4. Wow. And there's the Detain. There's the Detain of the 13-4. That Echidna Poro is kind of dead. Sure killed. Your dreams killed him. Your dreams were so powerful that they just kind of died. You know? Understandable. Apologies to the Poro, of course. That's how much Hallowed, by the way? 12. I am astonished by the quantity of Hallowed happening. I usually see it around 4 and I'm like, oh, we got problems. That's fucking 12. That's pretty strong. 12 is pretty strong. Nora's doing stuff. Oh, there is a life steal there. Just no opportunity to cast. And a Poro stacks on top. On top. Chris with a dominant Poro performance there. Ellie's cheering on in the background. Fantastic, fantastic. Ooh, are we on to a game 3 or was that a 2-0? My guess is it was a 2-0 based on the timer. 15 minutes in. We'll see, we'll see. Looks like it might have been a 2-0 though. Give it a few more seconds, drink a little more of my drink. It is unfortunately non-alcoholic, but that's also because I don't handle alcohol super well. If you offered me a tournament hosting position and you just let me smoke a blunt, like if I just turned into the Snoop Dogg of tournament hosting, it would be a different fucking conversation, you know? Looks like that might have been game, end of game, whatever that bracket turned out to be. So let's see who else we can stalk real casually. All right. Oh, Shodox is now in a game. Someone requested that before. So I'm just going to jump into this. How about Shodox? What's going on here? What decks are we about to load into? I'm having legitimately so... Oh, it's Sarah's and Shodox. Oh, fancy. All right, all right. And we are early on into the game, which is quite fantastic. Looks like we've just kind of walked in now. Good start, good timing. Go me, really. I'm obviously MVP of this whole thing. Oh, going for the Mirai Warden instead of the Jagged Taskmaster proc. Ooh, Sarah's with the PNZ Freljord Poro deck. There's Affectionate Poro, speaking of, actually. Ah! Even the Mirai Warden understands to summon Poros for the Poro Cup. Fantastic. Down to 14 on Sarah's side. But let me pull up the deck codes real quick before this game is just fucking over, potentially. Looks like Mono Bilgewater. I'm not actually sure what, I don't remember off the top of my head which champion this was, but there were some interesting floating around. This is just TF, Mono Bilgewater, Mono TF, which is probably quite powerful enough. It does include things like Powder Pandemonium, the usual TF situation. Let's look for as well. Sarah's here. See what deck codes are being brewed up on that side. Sarah's. We're getting also the the surprisingly lovely, what is it, World Breaker music? I've never actually heard this before in a game, and it's very nice. It's quite nice. Oh, this is a Mono Jace Poro deck. That's what the PNZ is for. Not just the Daring Poros, but we've got Shock Blast and Jace up in here, which is kind of exciting. Did you know in 10 billion years, Saturn is going to be in the habitable zone? The moon could be habitable? You know what we should do? We should start a Poro farm on the moon, and then when the moon becomes habitable, we just live with the Poros on the moon. That's the strategy. Also, I do like it that there is a little blue Poro on Shadox's side up against the Poro deck over there, and missed the spell shield, as you do. As you do make it rain, completely failing to actually ping anything down. But that's okay. That is all right. There's a Poro Cannon. Did that discard? What did that discard, actually? Got rid of an assembly line. Doesn't feel the need for units, just feels the need for Poros, which I personally agree with. Go Poro, go Poro, go Poro. Go Poro, go Poro. Again, I made no promises I would be unbiased. I'm extremely biased towards Daring Poro over there, who is cute as fuck. And you cannot just tell me that she is not just cute as fuck. That is two jagged Taskmasters, though, and I am quite interested to see those go off. They hurt a fucking shitload when you have monkeys in your deck. It's so much. It's just so much damage. You know what would be fucking hilarious as a follow-up turning idea? What would be fucking hilarious? Just imagine a TF, or you don't have to run TF with it, I suppose. It just kind of helps you out. But imagine a loaded dice out of the way deck building requirement where everyone has to run loaded dice and out of the way. So your game plan becomes to just take your opponent's stuff and play none of your own cards. I'm holding on to that because it actually sounds fucking hilarious now that I've said it out loud. No, I have to do that at some point. Almost signed up with Life Set Sleep. I know it is later on the East Coast, though I did discover that apparently it's in the middle of the day in Australia. And Kank, who was, I believe, just playing, is from Australia, and it's kind of interesting to just see that I'm at the perfect time zone for people on the opposite side of the world, somehow. Somehow we're over here, and perfect Australian Eastern time. Wonderful, amazing. Who would have thought? Look at all those Poros that are living. Look at all of the living Poros. That's good. We'd like a living Poro. If you get 1,000 followers, we become Heisenberg's Lord. Yo, we're actually getting close. We're actually getting close. Which I'm excited for. I'm pretty hyped for that. Also, I'm having a marvelous day indeed. I hope you are as well. I'm getting to cast and host the Poro Cup. We got some fucking talented players up in this bitch, casting Daring Poros like their life depends on it, which it actually does. And I'm having a blast. Loaded dice is just chaos. It's so fun. I love it so much. It's so fun. Ooh. So we are once again guaranteed allegiance, which is just a wonderful thing that I discovered when I was looking at people's lists of you can just lean on those really hard. There's no cost putting them in because you're always going to get the things. They pulled a Poro. All right, nabbing a Poro out of here. Scrap through 2 wins so far? Nice. Go through enough pain trying to defeat Nabdex. Loaded dice, it's just PTSD. Oh, not a fan. Understandable. Also, this is incredibly close. Everyone's at 2 HP. Loaded dice in Shadox's hand, but 3 daring Poros coming on the next attack. 2v2 HP. Fucking exciting. Ooh, let's see what those top decks are. We don't have Saratz's hand at the moment, but we do have Shadox's, and it is looking close. Not a guaranteed win for Shadox right now, but I could certainly expect that Bilgewater turns that around in a hot second. It is 1:55 p.m. Australian time without daylight savings. Oh, but that's a healing Poro! Except there's still 9 elusive happening. And Powder Pandemonium. Oh no, not the Powder Pandemonium. Oh, there it goes. Ah, there it goes. Unless there's a Mystic Shot in hand, to be fair. 3 a.m. Poros galore. So many Poros. And this powder looks like it might be lethal. Ooh. Again, unless there's that Mystic Shot in hand. And there is a Shock Blast. That was exciting. That's some good Poro action right there. Both opponents pulling out the Poros. Elf cheering for loaded dice, just sitting here boarding your house to prevent loaded dice from doing damage. I'm sorry, I'm dying. Apologies, I was choking on that. I will bring the loaded dice into your home by launching a tournament with where you can only run that card. That would be funny though. Like, you have to run loaded dice. Again, I know I'm just torturing Malvado here, but imagine everyone just has it. Also, Shadox also running a Freljord P and Z Poro deck here. Let's take a look at that and see what's going on. Sarah's also with the, I'm assuming commons only. It has to be commons only. Demacia Targon. There is 1 Relentless Pursuit in here, and 3 Winding Lights, which makes sense, I think. Oh, hail the Winding Light! I'm dying, it's fine. Don't worry about me. My throat shall clear itself out eventually. Shadox, though, has a probably pretty similar Freljord Poro, I would imagine, but you never know what spice could end up in here. There's a Duran Architect coming down. Buff that HP, lady! Buff it! Ah, this is a Battle Fury in it. This one has a Battle Fury. Oh, and Acorn, presumably to discount the Battle Fury, though it is not in hand currently. A Poro tournament sounds fun. Watching cute Poros grow into terrifying units with over 10 power and HP. We're actually starting to see some chunky ones come out, and I'm very pleased. In billions of years, Pluto will have nitrogen oceans because at negative 234 Celsius is when nitrogen melts, but water on the planet will still be frozen. Those are indeed fun facts. Well, fun facts, but also thank you for hitting us with the science. The random existential science. I promise everything will be fine, Slorn. We're very far from the heat death of the universe. We'll be okay. We will at least be okay until the Poro Cup ends, is what I am comfortable enough to say. No one die between now and the end of the Poro Cup, okay? I don't want to be called a hypocrite. I don't care if you die, I just don't want to be a hypocrite. I'm kidding. Also, don't die because you're all lovely people and thank you for being here. Is there a Sharp Sweet? You never know. Eldritch Poros? I feel like an Eldritch Poro. I'm now imagining... Yeah, I agree. I think it would still be cute. I'm imagining something like a Poro from like Zinch or something, and it's just like pulls you into all the horrible excesses you could ever want just by like being cute and making little chirpy noises at you of just like, join me! Join the Chaos Gods! It'll be fun, I promise. I would listen to that Poro. Nitrogen is fucking wild. Nitrogen is fucking wild. Liquid nitrogen is terrifying, can I just say. I've had to be around it because of the science job, and it's kind of terrifying. It is fucking terrifying, not gonna lie. Not the exact numbers, but basically it's close to that. It is gonna be very, very cold, and nitrogen's gonna do some shit. There's a Lunari cultist. Look at that equip coming down. Saga Seeker. You know, I'm not entirely surprised that it's doing its thing of being annoying. Being very annoying. A Scorpion, no. Dies violently. Okay, well, I guess if you can make if you want to make a thing out of it, if you want to make an event out of it, who am I to stop you, really? There's the gem coming down. Oh, on the Esmus! And not on the Faded unit, but it can unfortunately be buffed with 7/8. Just by existing. There is a free Poro Snacko, but just using the block with that Acorn instead. From lack of will. Not the lack of will. Ooh, 8/8. 8/8 Saga Seeker. Small Esmus. Hextech. Not Hextech. Fallen Feline. I don't know why I tried to call that a Hextech. It's not a Hextech, distinctly. Ooh, but the Poros are about to get fucking swole with this snacks. Don't we have a Cthulhu Poro from Bilgewater? Cthulhu Poro from Poro from Bilgewater. I know that there is the Plunder Poro, but that one just has a beard. Not really any tentacles. I feel like if it is a Cthulhu Poro, it has to have the tentacles, you know? Like, the tentacles are fucking key. There's the affectionate Poro again. It's showing up multiple times. It's living up to its reputation. Truly, it is affectionate. Let's see. I'm wondering when this Poro Snacks is gonna come out. Looks like it's coming out now. There it goes. There it goes. Hanging on to that Fury Boy, of course. But now it's killable. Now there's a chance they could be removed. I don't harbor any angst towards Saga Seeker at all. No, I didn't play White Flame. No, I'd never play something as degenerate as White Flame. What do you take me for? A fucking elusive spam piece of crap. I am an elusive spam piece of crap, so it's fine. Targon Demacia, anybody? I didn't run that too much. I haven't run that too much in my life. Shrieks indeed. Good positive Poro Cup tournament shrieking. And there's the Spirits Unleashed. That card is seeing so much play in this tournament so far, and I love it. I also just love the card, personally. I certainly came around to this when people kept giving me decks with it, especially Scargrounds with this card. Fucking fantastic. I don't actually think we've seen a Scargrounds so far. People seem to be focusing on the buffing of the Poros and not the, not so much giving the Poros tough, which makes sense. They get their own keywords. They can summon their own keywords. I got the Poro to do a blep, and that's satisfying enough. Yeah, that's a lot. That's just a lot. Sarah's playing up ahead. Shoutouts. Ooh, go with some big Poros over here. Some real big fucking Poros. Okay, all right. One more Draconic Band to cast. One more thing that we can't quite see in hand. Ready to go. Ba-doo-boo-boo-boo. There's that. Ooh, there's 5/6 elusive now, but we're, you know, Shadow's sitting here at a pretty 15 HP. How was Christmas? Christmas was very good. We saw some folks. We hung out with some people. I hope everyone is having a good holiday season, by the way. I have kind of forgotten about Christmas and have been focusing on planning and setting up tournament stuff for the past 2 days. So I actually have no idea. I haven't been thinking about New Year's at all. Like, it's just, it has not processed that New Year's is coming in a few days. But it was good. I hope everyone is enjoying this week as well. I know a lot of people have it off. If you don't, I hope you do at least get some more time this weekend, maybe an extra day or two in there to actually enjoy the start of the new year. Did you know there's a dwarf planet called Sedna, which was found in 2003, that is so far away that it takes 11,406 years to make a full rotation around the sun? That's a lot of distance around the sun, not gonna lie. Or a lot of time to go around. too long, really. What cards could you run to keep Echo alive besides Hourglass, Chrono Shift, and Servitude of Desolation? Deny, the Sun. You're right, you can toss Echo into the Sun. I think that's the answer, right? Yeet just Echo into the fucking Sun. That's what you gotta do. Ooh, it looks like it might be a perfect lethal out from Shadox here. How's that impact working out? I think the impact is just enough, to be honest. That impact, I think, is now a sweep for Shadox after the after that previous pandemonium turn. Like what Goku did in Dragon Ball Z. Here's the thing. Why don't we just do the things that happen in Dragon Ball Z? That will obviously, no questions asked, solve our problems. Oh, but no. There was the Pandemonium turn, but then there was Shock Blast. So we are currently 1-1. This is the deciding match. Apologies. I forgot. We are running back the Bilgewater list and the Targon Demacia here, of course. So let's see how this turns out. No warding shot Jagged Butcher for Shadox this time, it would seem, though. But there's some monkeys. The monkeys begin. Elusive. Yeah, elusive. Also elusive. Whenever I see an elusive player, I say, well, when I say elusive player, I mean just anyone who has an elusive that's bigger than a 1-1. You know that feeling where you're like, I'm gonna call you an elusive player because you suck. And you have an elusive unit in general. Whenever I see an elusive player, I'm always just like, I can't judge you, but when I'm not playing you myself, I feel like I really want to judge you real bad. How dare you do things like that? Called going under my blockers? What is that bullshit? What is that nonsense? Could run Vi with Echo. When Echo's about to die, you can have Vi uppercut Echo into the Sun. You know, this is deck building thinking out of the box. Would be truly a unique build of, instead of the client doing the things, we just tell the champions what to do, you know? When the next time I cast my Aatrox and I feel like I can't win the game, I should just have him walk over to my opponent's house and punch them. I don't know why I haven't suggested this to Aatrox before, but I really should, to be honest. Fun facts about me, I am currently in Diamond 1 with Kane Aatrox. That's a fun fact, I think. If you are like, who the fuck is this bitch? What are you doing? I'm currently fighting my way through Diamond 1. And now the Winding Light. Oh boy, that's painful. I'm not actually sure quite yet how painful that's going to be. We're looking at a pretty powerful monkey plunder situation, I think. But that's also that's a pretty solid 6-4. Solid 6-4. Homework anxiety. Wait, new PC? Wait, what? I don't have a new PC. I am streaming on my older rinky-dink laptop still. I did get Masters with Elusive. I did, and I fully acknowledge this. I openly accept that last season I hit Masters with Elusives, and that I deserve shame. That's not gonna stop me from talking about it with pride, though, because I still hit Masters. And I'm trying to do it again, only this time with it's still mid-range, kind of, mostly. I do love my mid-range. Mid-range is so good. It's so fun. Aatrox would demolish that person's house. He really would, wouldn't he? Also, this 1 minute delay is like actually kind of amazing for my good old spider brain, goldfish brain, ADHD brain, because I can actually remember what happened a minute ago, and I can keep going back to the conversation before, because I have, for some reason, the memory's working today. Vi Echo Glaive actually sounds kind of strong. Oh yeah, Glaive for keywords, that'd be kind of fun. Playing the rank 1 list. I am not, the rank 1 list is the Demacia Kane Twin Bane version, yes. if I'm remembering correctly. I'm not playing that one. It has been strongly suggested that I do, because its win rate is, like, I think several percentage points higher overall. But to be honest, I kind of like the Kane version. I've been playing the most with the Kane version. So that's currently where I'm, like, comfortable. I don't know how long that's going to last for, though. Thought I was getting a newer PC from Santa. No. I might be getting myself a new PC. Santa-ing myself. But no, nothing else yet. Making a new PC. Once it's done, you get a new streaming buddy. Oh shit. New PC is always nice. Imagine sitting Masters. You could ever make it to Masters. Yo, I didn't think I could make it to Masters, and I did. Also, side note, returning to the game real quick for a hot minute. Sarah's coming down with the powerful board right there. Lots of Demacia buffs. Esmus ready to, like, fucking throw hands as of 0-3 into 1-3. It's a decent amount of damage. Almost everything getting yeet. Would have actually been a decent amount of pressure with the 3-3 and the 4-1 going as well, just to potentially clear out more of the board here. But this kind of makes sense, to be honest. Well, no, actually, it would have been 3 more to face, but Shadow's here is still at 20, so perhaps saving units does make a little bit of sense. Just, like, punch it out later on once Winding Light maybe emerges. Big Brain People, Pirates, Nabdice, or the Deep Blue Nautilus Sea. Oh, I actually thought the top one was the Aatrox Demacia, not the Aatrox Kane. Interesting. Well, I will go use that against everyone who is telling me to use the Demacia version yesterday. Funny thing, Nautilus decks mill faster than you can with Nautilus and Maokai. Oh, mill decks. Imagine persistent petitioners in Runeterra. I think that would break people's souls. I don't think it would break the game, I think it would break souls. You know what I mean? There's a Pandemonium coming down once more. Less of a strong position, though, but still pretty good. Still pretty fucking good. It will ping for 4 and bring it, Saret's here down to 6, along with everything else that does indeed have that vulnerable on it. And +2 from the Sprayfin was unblocked. Oh boy, board has currently been reset. Oh, but powder occurs now at 5, and only 4 need to be summoned. So once again, the monkeys potentially just carrying the game here. Potentially just carrying the game. Yeah, that's a monkey carry. Monkey C, monkey take Nexus. Or only one. Oh, but there's still this one. I'm actually surprised it wasn't just this. I guess maybe they're waiting, which is fair. Attacks next turn are not super concerning. And here's the actual Pandemonium. There's the actual Pandemonium, and 4 monkey goes. The only thing that can get serious out of this is what, a guiding touch? I guess there's could potentially be something else, but it's also just a lot. That's a lot of Bilgewater. This is my worst nightmare in Bilgewater, of just, hi, you think you can heal and block? Nah, never. Never in a million years. But that was some Shadox gaming and some Saret's gaming at the moment. Do people run Pike anymore? I know that Lurk is somewhat of a thing. I've seen it a couple times in ranked, but not so much anymore, I believe. Not as much, but a little bit. All right, so we are moving on with the tournament. I'm actually going to check out the brackets myself, because I have no idea how far we're getting in here, with everything going on. Looks like we're actually heading into some of our final rounds here. People are already almost in, let's see. People are already, heading into quarterfinals at the moment. Yeah, Shadox and Sarah's just finished up. Yeah, we're finishing up, and the losers bracket also progressing at a pretty good clip. Out with your comments, only deck suck too hard. Yeah, I feel like the ban phase, and I'll be interested in people's perspective on this after the tournament as well. I feel like the ban phase feels very different in this tournament than in others, simply because you have to think about how well can my, for instance, commons deck deal with someone else's champ deck or something else. Lurks beats Aatrox Demacia. I didn't know that. Interesting. Interesting. Let's find someone else to spectate, though, as we contemplate the Lurk matchup. Look at all these people who are online. Who's in a game right now? Let's see. What am I is in the game again, but spectate still off. Need to find somebody who's actually in the tournament as well, and not just some random person who's just like, oh wait, what are you doing? Queen, you're still waiting? Queen, are you currently... Oh, you're currently just waiting for a person? Or are you in a match right now? What's happening here? Kenk is in a match. Queen, okay. Next time you're in a game, let me know, or let one of the mods know so they can ping me for that. Who? I could... No, I won't do that. I have an IRL friend in here, but we won't torture them too much by hopping in. Let's see. I'm just gonna pick a random person. How about this person? Can I spectate you? Yeah, I can spectate this person. Small Penguin. What you got? What's going on? Versus 2F Grotto. I hope I'm not horribly mispronouncing everybody's names right now. And we see a sharp-sighted Garen and a lot of Poro action happening. Harpoon just ending the Garen here. Small Penguin running a mono Bandle list, which is one of the mono Noras that's been running around. So on the topic of a mono Nora from Penguin here, we are looking at this code right here. The game is moving very fast as it tries to catch us up to where we're at in the action. Nothing super unexpected here, I think. Just a lot of critted cars, dropping a deal with the captain's more expensive units. Spells are Telestones, Group Shot, Toki, and Golden Portal. It doesn't matter. I don't know what game that was, but we are Small Penguin just flying out of the gate there with the Nora Bandle. 2 mana, 10 twos. 2 out of 10 twos. I'll lose if you have an auto-zins. Watch me in the finals. Watch you in the finals. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I can hold off on spying on you until you are confident that you can vanquish your opponents. All right. I'll wait a few seconds to see if it boots us back into another match. If not, we'll find a new victim. We'll find a different victim for my attentions and for the chat's attentions. I'm also gonna eat a snack. I'm gonna continue eating my snack. And it seems like that match has been over. Not sure what the results are, but again, there are brackets available on the tournament site. I know that Remni is also streaming, so I feel like Remni's not gonna mind if I pop in. How you doing? Oh, Remni and Suna! Oh my god! We're finding some stream community people up in here. That's a fucking bard. That is a fucking bard. Okay, so TF is attacking. Yeah, TF's attacking. That's a 10-13 fucking Poro. Just casual. A 9-12. Oh, Spirits Unleashed has been cast once, and Revna has also been cast once as a 3-3. So Suna coming out with the big Revna products once more. Bard, however, buffing these Poros to so much damage. So we've seen Suna's list before. Remni's Bard Freljord. That's a little interesting. Remni here. Bard Freljord. Interesting. Let me check this out, because I think this might be one of the few Bard decks that was sent in. There's also one little Teemo deck somewhere, and I'm curious if we're actually gonna run into that Teemo deck at any point. Feel like somebody's watching me and you ain't got no privacy? Well, now it's true. Now it's actually the case. So yeah, Esna's here right now is lethal for Remni on attack, and there's a Poro snack. Only one Poro, of course, out, but there is a nice 5-3 now. Still susceptible to Frostbite, of course, and the Pouty Poro is really pouting fucking hard. It's still registering as there in the client. Even though it's not real. Oh, and then it disappeared. The Pouty Poro has gone away. Poro Snacks, just cast. Just going out. Just throwing it out there. Bye, Bard! Not the Bard! And the Galio from Aram! Holy fuck! Holy fuck, the Galio from Aram. Wasn't expecting that one, necessarily. Alright. Well, there's the power of having one six-cost landmark in your deck, apparently. Always an entertaining time for somebody. Not necessarily your opponent, though. Maybe less enthused on the opponent's side, depending on how it goes. Right, maybe that has wrapped up. I might be catching the tail ends of everything if people have synced up that way. I may think I got lucky dropping in on Shadows versus Sirets right as the thing started. All decks before a tournament, or is it blind? So in the best of 3 client, I can take a second from the casting to explain this. In the best of 3, in the client itself, if you challenge somebody, you will be able to choose 3 decks, assuming you're doing best of 3 format. You'll be able to choose 3 decks of yours, and they'll be choosing 3 of theirs. And then in the ban phase, you can look at all of the cards that are going to be in their deck list. So not only can you sometimes see the codes if they are published before a tournament begins. Some people will do that, like finalize your decks beforehand, and here's a spreadsheet with everything. You can also just see it in the client for sure. Deck codes released just before it started. For our tournament, yes, deck codes were also posted just right before it began. So the people who are in it could scope out their opponents a little bit before it continued. Let's go! Let's do this! Closest habitable star system to us is the Trappist system, since they have a red dwarf star. Due to low temperatures in the core, fusion proceeds slowly. Red dwarfs has an enormous lifespan. 3 of the planets in the Trappist system are in the habitable zone. Nice! RNG ruined both of your games? Oh no! Oh, you and Queen are up against each other? Can I request spectate? Can I request that I spectate you guys? We could also spectate somebody else, though. In the meantime, everyone cheer for Suna? No, we can cheer for both. It really depends on who has the Poro deck at the moment, you know. That's my calculation. If you see me cheering for people who are also always on my screen as though I am in their position playing, that's definitely just bias towards me being used to playing Runeterra, and all of that jazz. Queen and Suna are about to head into a match. If that could potentially be swung, I'm gonna just stalk you guys. I'm gonna stalk you guys and wait around. Your existential crisis is over. Become a giga astronomy nerd when you have an existential crisis. Here's the thing. Becoming a giga nerd upon existential dilemmas seems like a great answer to problems, no? It was just like, hey, I'm having emotional time, but also I've learned stuff about the universe. That seems pretty dope, actually. I'd be down for that way of thinking. I used to have all of the planets of Jupiter and Saturn memorized when I was like 7, and I don't know why. But for some reason I did. Queen, if you don't wish to be spectated, you are welcome. You are welcome to not be spectated. I put that in your hands and in the players' hands because I understand how much it can be anxiety-inducing to have people watch you, waiting for the thing to update. Not the thingy. Not the fucking thingy. Yeah, we are now about 3 hours in, minus the hour-ish start in which we figured things out. Thank you all again for sticking with us while we did that. So we're approaching, we're past the midway point already, which is just kind of exciting. The Trappist system is 39.46 light years away. That is pretty far for something that travels at literally the speed of light. It's a pretty long time, isn't it? Alrighty. Take more of my drink here. Everybody's waiting for the thing to update. Alright. yeah, I think we'll just chill for a second. Yeah. I still have yet to see a Zolani cast, though. We saw a deck list that had a Zolani in it, but I don't think we've actually seen her properly cast. We've definitely seen the Garen that I expected. We've definitely seen the P&Z, or we've seen all the Targon common options, which I think it does looking at the card pool makes sense that I think people would funnel in there. Mono Demacia just makes sense. Poros have been going pretty strong. Poro Sled seems to be a bit of a chonker, bit of a chunk powerhouse, which is exciting. And also, I was wondering if people, I think I said this before, like an hour or two ago. I was really wondering, I was expecting like a couple Poro Sleds. I wasn't expecting the like super turbo Poro Sled situation that is now happening. That is now going on. It's kind of great. Looks like we are waiting on some results. But honestly, when you're a kid, you saw way too many astronomy videos. Too much, honestly. But you know about the other dwarf planets that are near Pluto? That is kind of cool, though. Actually, yeah, let's do this. Let's spectate Queen this time and put Suna on the other side, if we can. All right. I have not been told, definitely don't spectate this. So we're gonna go in. We're gonna go spectate a match. Who cares about any planet besides Pluto? Okay, I'm gonna be controversial and say that I think Pluto deserved its demotion. I don't think it should be a planet. I personally think that Pluto deserved to get kicked out, and that it's not big enough nor impactful enough to be counted as such. I'm sorry. I hope I haven't broken anyone's faith in me. This is the fifth thing that has gone wrong with the tournament. I have shat on Pluto. I have destroyed all faith that the chat had in me by saying these words. So there we go. Waiting through that ban phase. Waiting for me to get banned real quick. It's fine. It's fine. I remember when I think I lived through its demotion too, and at the time I was like, oh yeah, no, it's it makes sense. I was ready to go fucking arms people who were like, keep it as a planet. No, it has no sentimental value as a planet. It's just a rock in the sky that we saw a long time ago, and there are bigger things out there. Maybe not necessarily better things, but bigger things for sure. For sure. Okay. I wonder how many people are leading with the Poro decks for the psychological matchup of bringing the Poros in the Poro Cup. Like, I wonder how many people are actually doing that. I'd be very curious to know. Like, how is it? Do you start with the commons only, depending on what gets banned, because it might be the weaker one, and then go into Poros, or do you go with the Poros first because they are indeed Poros? Is classified as a dwarf planet along with Ceres. Okay. I mean, I guess as a dwarf, it's allowed to be a fucking dwarf. But I don't know about it being a real planet. And not impactful enough, it's an astrology. Okay, if there was an astrology, not astrology, astrology, I'd pay more attention. Don't give me my fucking Capricorn. Give me, I thought of a word and then I was like, can I say that while I'm casting? Maybe I shouldn't say that while I'm casting. Give me that the Capricussy predictions, you know? That's what I really desire. It's actually pretty important learning about the formation of the solar system. Sky, I know you're a teacher. I feel like I'm being scolded right now. Just like, have you thought about the educational ramifications about Pluto yet? And apparently I just have not. Everyone is banning your Poros? Oh, everyone's going for the Poro ban. Interesting. I've actually seen several go through, so that's kind of curious. We are looking at Suna's Bandle Freljord list, which I think we've encountered before. We've got Queen here with Bandle Freljord as well. Actually, we haven't, I think, snooped on Queen's list yet, which is for Poros. For the Poros, we've got Nora Heimerdinger, which we did see an opening hand, 3 darkened staffs, 2 Minimorphs, 3 spirits unleashed, and a whole load of Poros. So Minimorph is now included in this version at least. Someone left as soon as you said that. Went from 64 to 60, 65 to 64. It made the Pluto lovers mad, so they left, but they're back now. I apologize to anyone who loves Pluto that I spoke out of ignorance, or well, some ignorance at least. But also fuck you, Pluto deserves it. Now they've left again. Not the sad Poros! Not the sad Poro emotes! Okay, at least the Poro's fucking jubilant though. At least it's still a jubilant Poro in the meantime. You're expecting your mono to get banned every time? I like that it was phrased as mono. Like, yes, I expect my my mono to get banned. I expect my flu to get banned every time. Heimerdinger heal, Poro Snacko go. There's a pouty Poro. Oh, so many Poros are pouting. You're the art teacher with useless facts. No, but those are like good, interesting facts. That makes a body. That's actually kind of nice. That's a nice tutu you got there. Have to keep your students' interest somehow. No, that's very understandable. Oh my god, that's a Heimerbonk. Is it about to get mini? No, I don't actually know. Does Suna's deck have mini morph? That's a Poro story, so not a mini morph exactly. Not one of those. Oh, one sec. Got a person here that we need to, I think, just to converse with real quick. Okay. That should also, yes, okay. Catching up on all of the things that might be a problem here. Okay, looks like we're back on track. We're back on track. Also, more Poros happened. Oh, it's the Poro Showdown! I'm so happy it's a Poro Showdown. Dinosaur rocket sci-fi whipping planets, animals, gotta learn them all. Oh no! That is both adorable and as an adult, I imagine kind of annoying. Pluto is really the Poro king. Oh, it's so big that you can see it from outer space, but it's just a Poro. Interesting. I actually like that logic quite a bit. I do enjoy that logic. There's a Poro Snacko. Love the snacks, love the Poros. There's so many Poros to love, just like all around though. There's just Poros everywhere to admire. No spells for the Heimerdinger, but certainly Poros. That's your typical conversation. Oh, that does sound like you'd need to do a lot of just like random memorization. Yeah, there's a Minimorph. Not lethal damage yet. And one Pokey Stick in hand from Queen here. This board music is also quite peaceful and entertaining. I think I lean towards the fucking the stronger, more aggressive hype music when I'm playing Runeterra, because this is chill. And meanwhile, I'm just like fucking headbanging to the Earth board, because who doesn't want to headbang at Earth? It's a great time to headbang. Top tier experience, would recommend. Okay, we are unfortunately, very tragically, witnessing Poro upon Poro violence tonight. And also that's a 3-3. And a Borealis mana banked fucking efficiently. Holy god, that's a lot. That is a lot. Yep, there's the Minimorph. Here comes an elusive boy. And an alive Heimerdinger. The only good moon for Triton is thousands of years. Triton will be destroyed by Triton? Neptune was a rogue planet that got snatched up by Neptune. Titan was a thing that got snatched up by Neptune's gravity. Don't you just love it when you can pull a giant body into you because of gravity? Sometimes I wish I could do that with more hot people, but it's fine. I am unfortunately not the hot people gravity. It's okay. That'll be fine. Look at that nice Poro. Look at that nice impact Poro. Look at that nice non-damage to face. Except no! know because there's a patched Poro bot that dare get a keyword. It really did dare get a keyword. Oh, damn. Nora's here. How is the Nora level? Pretty low, right? Yeah, it's 3 of 6. Heimerdinger not able to get so much momentum in this matchup, unfortunately. Ooh, Darkened Staff. Get that smack on a Nora. Get that whole damage in. Yeah, Darkened Staff is an interesting one. Not actually don't see many people casting it. I've also never really seen a Balkux, you know? As much as we all love the concept of Balkux, I have not seen a regular Balkux in my whole experience with Runeterra. I should try it sometime, actually. Next meme deck building idea, Balkux all the way. Always in perpetuity. Always in perpetuity, enjoying the Balkux. That's the fucking goal. Adding to that, there's a theory Pluto was a moon of Neptune that got flung out of orbit. More gravity action! So much more gravity! Okay, look, there's a turret happening. There's one lone turret versus them all. To stand alone, surrounded by mini Orns. So many fucking mini Orns. Like, it's literally nothing except mini Orn after mini Orn. What a fucking time to be alive. What a time. What an absolute time. Nora's almost level now, but still kind of behind. Did you know that Uranus has rings? It's just really thin, that's why. I did actually feel like I knew that it had rings at some point. Glass is the image of peak masculinity, beauty, brawn, and beard. Okay, I mean, that's actually fair. That's actually fair. Glass does have a lot of brawn and he does have a lot of beard, and it is all very good. So fair point on that one. Actually, you know what? Touche. Fair point. Also, definitely compliment the mods. It will help. They like compliments. Always be nice to the mods. They are there to help. And help they did today, for sure. Thank you for your help, guys, in managing the madness. Good Poro. Bye, Poro. I mean, now there is actually... Are we gonna see the regular Balkux? Am I about to eat my words? Balkux would be fantastic. You have ever seen a regular Balkux in art class? You know what? Fucking fair. Absolutely fair. Can that get... How much impact would that need? 13 impact. 13 spell mana. Right up in this bitch, maybe. Or just 2 balls. Could it be 2 balls? Is it a 2 balls scenario? I like how it's just an eyeball looking at us. Just like, literally eyeballing us. Questioning our life decisions. Where is that impact? That is amazing. That is kind of amazing. Not gonna lie. Oh, and there's a 4-speed fast spell. Could put that shit back in hand. Potentially get more impact. And indeed, that is what is being committed here. Ooh, fucking 4 impact. Fantastic, beautiful. Is there 2 of those? Yo, look at that fucking puzzling signpost action. Really feeling the debates there. Poro Snacks. That thing is now 8. It's 8 mana away from being able to one-shot everything, which is kind of terrifying, actually. It's kind of a lot of damage. Well, plus there is actually the additional Balkux in hand, just kind of chilling, having a nice time of things, having a nice time at life, and such like. How you doing, Balkux? Ooh, there, maybe, no, okay, no, there's no other, impact, no, we're getting blue balled here by the Balkux. Oh no, 5 impact. Ooh, it's not a Poro. I'm not cheering for the Poros anymore. I'm cheering for this thing, which, I mean, it has more of a Poro shape than other things. It's round. It has arms, which is the problem, but if you just cut off the arms, surely it's just a large Cthulhu-esque Poro, which is what we wanted from before. So obviously that's what that is. The best Cthulhu Poro everyone ever did see. Cthulhu Poro win! Cthulhu Poro go! Be free! Also, it's the date 9 because of the Hallowed. I keep forgetting there's Hallowed every time. Every time I'm like, what Hallowed? There's no Hallowed here. What you talking about? There's Hallowed. There's a lot of it. Ooh, it's the Poro Snacko. Look at that Poro Snacko. Boop. Boop, smack it. Smack it good. Absolutely smack it. Thank you. Yeah, that Attune and Spell Mana is kind of nuts, actually. Not all, there's so many more Poros now. They're all 5/5s. They're all 5/5s. Oh no. Is the Lonely Poro gonna remain lonely? No, it's gonna be replaced by the Darius Poro. And it's going to increase its impact there. I mean, yeah. Ooh, it destroyed the equipment, but gave it... actually, left it at net 0 impact, actually. Because it took off the bulk text from before, but did use a spell mana to increase it. It's not fluffy or cute, though? That's fair enough. But we could put fluff on it. We could go to Michael's and buy the biggest ball of cotton or whatever fluffy material they have and just glue it onto Balcucks, which I don't think he would object to at all. I think he'd be too busy raising cities and fighting empowered descended units to really mind us just sticking fuzzy things upon it. If I bought 50 Uddies, really followed up on that sponsorship deal. If I bought 50 Uddies and I taped them all to Balcucks, I think he'd qualify as a fluffy, cute Poro, no? I mean, also, I think I'm on Sky's side here, where it is just kind of cute in general. I think weird things are cute. I look at Cthulhu and I go, it's the cutest eyeball you ever did see. That's my reaction to things. That's the whole reaction. We're going to see Queen's Poro situation again versus the Revna from Suna, which we have seen before, and it is quite powerful. So we'll see how this goes. We shall see how big the units become. I am expecting a large scenario. Just one whole large. And Omen Hawk to start off. Pretty fun. Nothing, it never feels really that bad to cast at Omen Hawk. It's always like, yeah, what you want, bitch? I have Omen Hawk. I'm about to give everything +1/+1 at the top of my deck, ho! And it does! And it's quite useful. I'm wondering if there's a Spirits Unleashed coming out here. Get rid of some stuff happening on our opponent's side of the board. Oh no, it's just a big fat Poro. It's a round Poro. It is a circular Poro. How do you deal with tilt? Oh, it's just as a general question. So by force and by playing a lot, have started to get tilted a lot less, honestly. I find it's a lot to do with how well I feel like I understand the matchup now versus just am I winning versus losing. Because you can have a really good game and lose, honestly. But in general, the way I try to deal with tilt is I try to mitigate it first. So when I play ranked, if I get more than 2 losses in a row, unless I'm streaming, I will usually just stop. Like 2 losses, stop, reset, do something else, even just like pee and take a drink of water and then move on. I try to avoid it more than just like let it run. I definitely get into a little bit more of the rage mode than the zen mode. If I'm upset by a game outcome, I am just going the whole time. I don't know if that's it would be interesting to watch me play fucking fighting games. I think, because it would be a weird time. It would be a very weird time indeed. All of Sunspire are so endeared here. Yeah, weird things are adorable. They're the best ones. 2 Spirits Unleashed, by the way, just happened in Red Rapid Fire. I'm afraid if that Suna's gonna plop a Revna here, because it would be large by now. especially if it got hit by Hawk as well. So we shall see. Also, my Poro is getting out of frame, and we can't have that. We need the Poro in frame, in fact. So I'm gonna move my mic in the name of Poro is still visible. This is the mascot of the whole tournament. You're doing good there, Poro. You're doing good there, Flufferton. I don't know if Flufferton was the name that was chosen, but I actually really like Flufferton, so it might remain Flufferton until the end of time. Soon I shall be sending one of your brethren to a player in the tournament. Soon your brethren shall potentially travel quite a big distance, not gonna lie to you. Potentially a quite large distance. Because I still have to ship one, you know? Oh no! Oh, is the Poro getting pulled back? The Poro is not blocking the nerve. And it is a nerve. And it is a pokey stick. I do a yawn. I've been very sleepy these past few days. I think it's the holiday blues. It's definitely the holiday blues. Not gonna lie. Yep. The 5-1 unfortunately does get eaten. It unfortunately does get swallowed by, for some reason, the Gnar is equipped with a stick. Who gave the Gnar a stick? I don't think that needs a stick. I look at that and I don't go to myself, it needs a tool. That thing, that should make tools. No, that's not part of the calculation, to be honest. There's another Spirits Unleashed being hovered and going. Another rocket blaster in the bank. James Webb's telescope took a picture of Titan and literally looks like Earth that the oceans are made of methane on one side of the planet is made of sand dunes. It's Earth with personality. It's Earth that went to college abroad and came back and was like, I'm different now. That's what Titan is in comparison. Alright. Alrighty. Oh boy. Yeah, Suna is, I think, on a pretty big roll with that Mono Freljord. With that Gnar deck. Oh, and another Spirits Unleashed! Oh, I think that makes that 2 for Suna over there. It will be. And there's still no Revna down. So sleepy, you're mixing up words. Do not worry. I too am sleepy. It is okay. We can be sleepy together. It shall be fine. Ooh, yup. Get countered. Get countered. It's a really interesting counter though, that it puts it back in hand. I know there's a lot of other, I mean, Magic has so many, like, return to owner's hand effects. It's interesting to see one in Runeterra though, not gonna lie. Interesting to see one here. I used to be a Magic player. I was a Magic player first, and then I found Runeterra. And then I tried Yu-Gi-Oh! Once, and I was like, why are the furries killing me so badly? And I didn't play it again. I should probably play it. I'm planning to play it more at some point eventually. It's just, it's befuddling to not have mana. It's befuddling not to have mana. Like, what the fuck is that? I like mana. I like having my mana, okay? Mana's great and useful. Rocket blasters. Rockets doing their job. Is this a troll chant moment? No. No, yeah, you know, it's snow. It's a snow. It's yes, it's a snow. It's a snow. It's a snow. Okay. There are too many morphs in Queen's Hand though, and that Gnar looks pretty tasty as a mini morph target. Pouty Poro's getting buffed everywhere, left and right, getting that tough, getting that regeneration. Well, at least there's one in hand that will eventually. Is it time for a 3-3? No? Thinking about it. Oh, Unforgiving Cold. To be fair, that's actually 2 units. I actually like the logic there. Just go wide. Go super fucking wide. Get those 2 HP units. Anyone else from the EU crew watching at 4 a.m.? If it is 4 a.m. where you are, I'm glad that you are alive and well, and also I feel bad for your sleep schedule. But to be fair, I have been trying to stay up. My body is just like naturally been waking me up at like 9 or 10 in the morning, and then I've been awake until like 2 in the morning. So I don't have the best sleep schedule either lately. This break has kind of moved it by several hours in the wrong direction, but that's okay. That's just being a person who has too much free time. Because, well, not too much free time, to be honest. I quite like my free time. Let me hold on to that. I'm enjoying not having to do things this week at work. Yeah, so I know now that it is getting to be almost time to wake up in Europe, and it is midday in Australia, and it is evening, of course, in the US, generally speaking. It's about to be 11 o'clock on the East Coast, which is still the evening. Thank you for holding on, everybody, if you are in the awkward space of being in the West, on the East Coast, because I feel like when you're on the East Coast, it's just running... it's not absurdly late the way it is in the EU, it's just fucking late. It's just, oh my god, it's gonna be 1 in the morning, 1 or 2 in the morning by the time this finishes. I don't think it's gonna continue on necessarily for that much longer though, so hang in there if you're on the East Coast. We love you, and thank you for being here. That's a good lot of punching. That's a good lot of smacking. Go smack! There's a Gnar. There's a 6A. That is approaching lethal damage. Where am I? Where am I from? I'm from the West Coast, USA, so California. I live in California. I don't feel bad telling you guys that. I am a Cali person. I don't drive a Prius though, so I don't follow all the stereotypes of people from California. That's great. I haven't been playing Runeterra, but Pouty Poro is your type O card. Pouty Poro's expressions is just me when I don't want to do anything in particular. Like I'm not usually super pouty when I'm sick, but in general life stuff is just like, are you trying to get me to do something? No, thank you. It's evening. Well, I would count it as the evening. When I think of it being 11 o'clock at night, I'm like, no, this is the evening. It is later in my day, for sure. And there's a heal, and wow, this Heimerdinger really found its tempo this game. The Heimerdinger really coming into its own. Do I have a bracket update posted anywhere? 10 is not as far as you're concerned? Oh, yeah, for me it starts around like 9 o'clock usually. Because the latest the sun goes down over here is like 8:30-ish usually. Also, Z-Bear, if you'd like an updated bracket, they should be on the tournament site. So somewhere on this page, you should be able to see what people are doing. Looks like we're still heading into finals in a hot minute, but here is the brackets if anyone is interested in looking at those. 2 turrets down, 3rd Spirits Unleashed? That's 3 spirits out of Suna. Really pushing their own Nexus down a little bit. What the fuck is a Prius? I don't know. It looks like it's made out of cardboard and has very bad visibility out the back windows. An excuse for a car? A terrible, terrible bad excuse for a car, yes, agreed. I know that they're environmentally friendly, but their design is whack. What is that design? I have so many questions and I don't like the answers to any of them. Many more of still just kind of hovering and available in Queen's hand here. Lethal if not blocked, but there's an opportunity to just make some fancy threes up in this bitch, which is nice. There's that many more. Here's that elusive body, and nothing has overwhelm anymore. This future tournament and future ones are only an A. Right now, only an A. Kitten is EU though, and we know we have some other viewers and people who are from EU. So yeah, it's not impossible that we might try and throw something in there for you guys as well. Branch out the regions, but right now this is definitely a test to see that it can work. And since I am an NA player, I very selfishly was like, yeah, it will just be me. It'll be fine. It will just be me and my server that I can play on. 11 being evening might factor into Poro's sleep schedule. I mean, what else is the 11 except... I mean, I guess it could be night, but people go out at night to do things. I've heard people go outside and do things in the evening, like go out to places and events. to drive a Prius, drive a Civic. Not gonna lie, I worked in a lab where I think at one time 3 out of 5 of the employees who worked with me were driving Civics, and I actually got a car in that time, and I was like, should I buy a Civic? Should I consider the Civic just to fit in? Because it is a pretty sensible fucking car. Who would drive, ride a bike? Unfortunately, I live in the great state of California, which is quite bikeable in sections, but also there's a lot of highways. Why bike when you can walk? I do love walking. I either drive or I walk, which is like kind of opposites that don't necessarily match up. I should probably bike more. I could bike to work. I just I actually need to get a new bike, which I haven't. Ooh, so we're up against the Mono Freljord again from Suna, but we've got some Bilgewater Noxus from Queen. Let me double check this list. We do see Revelers in here, so that's gonna be kind of fancy and exciting. This is Commons Only versus Revna. Which is gonna be interesting. This is, again, similar to, I think, a deck we saw before. Only that was Noxus PNZ. This is Noxus Bilgewater. Gives us access to I Have Nothing for Boros. Shell Shocker is in here, Jagged Butcher, so some Plunder Ping as well as just fucking units. Why walk when you can crawl? Bike faster, make brrr, and can park anywhere. Here in Cali, bikers are what people like to call bonus points. No, never that. No. Why buy a car when you can buy a pair of $25,000 Air Jordans? I personally am not about the $25,000 Air Jordan life. I would rather just have a car that can take me to the mountains where I can see pretty things. Gliders? Ooh, gliders are a fun idea. I agree. We should all just hang glide to the store. I can hang my groceries off the end of it. Like a truck nut, only nutritious, you know? That's an interesting hand over here from Queen. So, 2 Revelers. No great targets for it yet. Some good top decks, though. Some pretty decent top decks. And 5 damage to face, potentially. Only except not, because Harsh Wounds is real. Given that the... Is he you? Hang Glider sounds so nice. It does. Hang Gliders would be beautiful. That would be quite fun. I agree. There's a Merc Wolf. It is a Merc Wolf Shaman. Amazing. Here we go. Here we go. Do. Okay, how's Spider going? And that's just an aggro board if I've ever fucking seen one. That is an aggro board. Oh god, yeah, just going for the face hole. Face is the fucking place. You go for the 50k Gucci socks. Ah, I see. You've got class. You've got sophistication. We're spending 50k, not 25, not 25,000. Who does that? The day you dive by Jordans is the day you have 0 melanin in your skin. Oh, and Revelers with the wipeout. Revelers doing work. Throw shout out to, I believe it was Voss who sent me the Revelers Vladimir Tarek situation for that double cast on Revelers on Tarek, which is kind of amazing. Revelers is a fun card. You should play with it sometime if you haven't already. Moving along through the brackets still, it would seem. Let's take a look at those actually, see where we are, see what's going on. We are now approaching semifinals. We're actually, yeah, we're almost there. And can I just say, we have Tatsigi up in our winners bracket here, going up against Fish Ace. Tatsigi, Tatsigi is a regular viewer of the stream, so kudos there. Looks like we're also heading into some, got a few more rounds of the losers bracket here, but is still proceeding at the moment. If you were to drive a car to Proxima Centauri, it would take you 3 times as long as the entire age of the universe to get there. So car not worth? So much for that, you're out? No! Thank you for participating though, Remni and Suna as well. And Queen, yes, Queen and Suna, we were watching your matches. They were pretty great. Drew out to 3rd game, but RNG stuff decided it wanted to ruin you. Unfortunate. Yeah, there's definitely a bit of a higher RNG factor in this tournament than others. While I drive a car to Alpha Centauri when you can ride a space boat. Space boat for the win! Alrighty. Let's check out another game here. Shadox is in a game right now. We could always just return to Shadox a little bit. I believe this is in losers bracket, I believe, or promote to on. Shadox and Tatsigi are in a match. Fish and Tatsigi are in a match right now. Okay, Tatsigi requested that we not spectate their games though. Every billionaire's dream. Indeed. Teokato. I don't have Teokato myself. I'm trying to figure out our next spectating with the modern moment. Symphi is here actually. Symphi, spectate us allowed. So can't do that. Let's see. Who else is currently in a game? Suna, which bracket were you in? Because if you were in winner's bracket, I believe you have another shot. If you were in loser bracket, I believe you are out. That's the joys of the double elimination. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting though. We are slowly but surely closing in on those who shall receive cash and a Poro. Only one person's getting the Poro, of course. That is not to say though that I will never offer a Poro again as a prize, because not gonna lie, people seem to really want the Poro, and it is very cute, so I think that is a worthwhile pursuit. If you're in it for the Poro, I applaud you and I do approve. Where can you get news about upcoming tournaments like this one? So other than individuals like my stream and such, there's a big Runeterra Discord where other people are posting, I think, tournaments like a lot. There are also a couple Discords that you might be able to find through the main one, where people will just have tournament lists of events going on for Runeterra. So there's a lot of places. I think Discord is probably your best bet. I know that there's also tournaments from like Mastering Runeterra and other orgs that have either information about the game or whole teams behind them. They sometimes host tournaments. So there's I would go for the orgs and I go for the Discord servers. Phobos is gonna crash into Mars when the sun goes out. Tragic for Phobos that later in its life, when the sun is gone and every sign of life is done, that also a planet will crash. Have another game. You are versus Pat. Oh, okay. So there, Suna, it sounds like you are continuing in the rounds here. Also checking up in our Discord here. Yep, still continuing on, still doing good, it would seem. Everyone now gets to see how messy my Discord is and how much it needs to be updated. Someone set up a while ago and I just didn't update it super updated immediately. All right, I am just gonna, who can I spectate? You're in ranked. Some people are in ranked. That's a different scenario. I mean, Queen is up again. Tatsigi, we cannot spectate. Symphi, we cannot spectate. So we're just chilling. Maybe we just go for Queen. Queen, maybe you're in the hot seat again, just so we can look at some gameplay at the moment. Yeah, that is my Discord. I will be posting updates in there, of course. This is Queen versus Void. Oh, and it looks like we found the top of a match, which is a nice place to sit for a hot second. Okay, this is the Poro Hammerdinger. We are up against Void with Yumi Braum Kale. Is that... Oh, is that their Poro version? Yumi Braum Kale? Let me double check, because that's actually kind of spicy. 3 champs. Kind of fucking spicy. Let's see. Void, where are you at? I actually don't have their username here. Where are your decks? Nope, can't find it. All right, well, we will unfortunately be flying blind into what they're doing. Looks like it's past muster, though. It seems pretty... Targon, yeah, Targon should be fine. That's not a problem. Or not a conflict. They're just gonna have to cast, make sure they have 12 Poros in there! The furry section of the Runeterra Discord. Is there a furry section of the Runeterra Discord? Because I wouldn't be surprised if there was, but also, obviously, I'd link you guys to that first and not just the regular one. Who do you take me for? I'm deliberately degenerate like the rest of you. Is it time for a competing Spirits Unleashed? You bet it is. You fucking bet it is. And there's a Bram. Oh, the Bram. Oh, it is about to make a unfortunately fat Poro, at least for Queen here. But I expected many Brahms. I anticipated that there would be a Braum at some point, and there were a lot. Which is kind of the natural pairing. Gets buffed by the gets the Poro buffed by the Poro snacks. Any buffs that it receives from the deck, it will also give it to him when he gets smacked. It's not Daddy Braum though, but that's okay. You don't have to run Daddy Braum. It's not necessary. There's a small fearsome Poro. It's so cute. For some reason, I know all of them are cute, but the fearsome sinister Poro is just like the fucking cutest because it's the most unintimidating, but also the funniest one out of them all. I know it's probably evil. I know it's evil, but it looks so cute. I would let it stab me. It would hurt a lot, but I would let it stab me. You know what I'm saying? It's also a very intimidating Poro board right there. Very scary. Would be afraid of that board. Pouty Poro getting sacked in front of the Mighty Poro. Mighty Poro really showing off his chops there. Asserting dominance. And the Buffheimer. The quiet scientist also showing up. There's not a thing I've been equipped yet, so Unforgiving Cold is just a freeze. But it is a nice freeze. The furry section obviously mean the one with the apple bottom jeans boots with the fur. That should have been the soundtrack for the tournament. No, that should have been it. Oh wow, yep, big Kale coming down. Very, very big Kale. That thing is going to do a lot of stuff in a hot second. Nora and Heimer, it's still 7-7 with quick attack. There's a Laurent Protégé, which has the buff. Kale, yeah, just needs to get 11. It's like perfectly empowered too, which is kind of scary. What's the Braum at? The Braum is currently at 4-10. That's a 12-7. No one need be afraid of the 12-7. It's fine. Don't think about the 12-7. Just don't imagine it. There's also a lot of overwhelm damage coming in here. Freeze on KL does make sense. Unfortunately, no way to remove it, but ways to block. Ways to live another day under the great reign of the Poro. The Poro reign. It's rain and Poros. That doesn't really work, does it? No, scratch what I said about the soundtrack being another song. It should have just been me singing that it's raining Poros on loop for 2 hours. That's what the soundtrack of this tourney should have been. And I'm sorry, I retroactively apologize that that is not what's happening here today. I know I failed. I can feel the failure in my bones now. So, you know, we all make mistakes. My mistake was not singing it about poros for long enough.
Interesting solution.
Catch me at the end of the stream where I remedy that problem immediately. Ooh, debating the blocks here, going with Brahms take harp on the little dude, and that is more overwhelm damage. Coming in. Yeah, now it overkills by 2. Oh, and a Pale Cascade on the Kale. Give her a little bit of a boost. A little bit of an extra bump of power. Queen sitting at 4 HP. Void sitting kind of pretty at 12 with a leveling Kale in a second. Heimerdinger, of course, trying to do his job, trying to make those turrets. We have seen the power of the turrets. So it's time to see what happens there. Leveling occurs. Her level up animation is so pretty. It's so fucking pretty. It's very good. There's a darkened staff. That's okay. Ooh, Balkux is very large. It's very large and in charge. It is an 8-10. Well, we're going for the staff though. Going for that 6-2 with quick attack. Which runs into a lonely Poro. Should have kept track of how many lonely Poros we were making jubilant Poros. I should have been tracking that, and I wasn't. Woe is me. I didn't record the number of times we made a Poro just happier in general. It needs to be happier. It must be happier. Do you think, I feel like Kale, in this piece of art right here, as our players debate their next move, I feel like Kale in this art, she has the hair to suggest that she was once a Poro, you know? Look at that white hair. What else is white hair? Poros, obviously. So therefore I have confirmed with lore that Kale is a former Poro. 100% not debatable. I have cracked the code. You cannot tell me otherwise. You will not tell me otherwise. That's what's happening. Ooh. Turret action. Pretty exciting turret action. And there's the level Heimerdinger. We did indeed see him get off the ground. For the second time, actually. Nora doing Nora things. Many a Nora thing, in fact. Darkened lodestone. It's a lodestone. The first of many not Harazis. I still want to see that fun Harazi play with the buffed empowered Zolani with the Poros. I still really want to see that. I still must see that at some point. Braum actually levels here. Gets the mighty Poros every time now, which have 1, and they have 1 Spirits Unleashed on them. Not 3. This isn't Suna. This is Void here. Not as many Revnas being cast, presumably. Sitting at 6 and not casting a Revna? What are you doing? What are you doing? There's a leveled Nora and a Mirai Warden product that got destroyed, unfortunately. Yep. Kale is terrifying. Only slightly. What is your other 16? Yeah, 16. At least it doesn't have that. We had Queen here also still sitting on 2 unforgiving colds that will preferentially target the Kale. Otherwise, if we were to make a Dyson sphere, we would dismantle Mercury, the planet to Mercury. We need to make the Dyson panels to take energy from the sun. And think of it as a red blood cell. Dyson spheres are weird. Dyson spheres are kind of interesting. Iceborne have white hair. Vlad was a Poro though, so you have that. Yeah, all the Iceborns can definitely be Poros. I agree. I agree with this assessment. Ooh, look at all the frostbites coming down. Actually activating that equip with the Balkux. And so many fucking rocket blasters, it's not even funny. That equip rocket blaster action is quite powerful. We're seeing it now. So many 7-3s. Make the Dyson panels thin. Oh! Okay. I read it as thick. I think, or think of. Or just think in general. Wow. a frozen board. And Aurora Borealis, punching out some extra Poro damage right here. Not too much though. Still got 2 HP on both of the units and tough on the turret. So there's a bit of trading, but so far Queen's still in the game at 4. That's a 6/6 Poro. Not intimidating at all. But the rocket blasters are also kind of scary. Woo! Board presence! Board presence! Always exciting. Ooh, debating that last 7/3 it would look like. Could override the 6/2. Since it's not as powerful. Doesn't have the equipment attached. Look at that 17-2 Gale. Incredible. There's the Nora as well. Probably just a turret overload. And it is indeed a turret overload.
I hypothesize their demise.
And a Heimerdinger for good measure. And just one nice surprise donger. I do love the mighty Poro noises, by the way. They sound so crabby. They sound like crabby old men, and that's just great. It's just top tier. Top tier, that one. Ooh, into freeze. Ooh. This was the turn for Queen, and the Kale's gonna be quite powerful next turn. Just blocking here. Don't know if it needs to, actually. Could just let the 6/2 go through the face. There is, of course, I don't believe this is the deck, but there is that one deck running around, of course, that has the Battle Fury in it. So probably not necessarily incorrect to be worried about such things. Who knows, maybe Void has gone up against it and is just afraid that something like that is going to happen again, which would be a valid fucking concern, not gonna lie. Battle Fury on a Poro, especially if it has managed to pull some kind of spell shield, is kind of a problem. Nora, less of a problem. Just a guild. Not actually. I don't think she thinks she's a guild. But it is entertaining to think of her as such. Okay. There's a spell shield of Harazi over in Void's hand, which is also gonna be interesting if it just grows anything. If it grows anything to be that size whatsoever, it will be a time and a half. Let's see. Spirits Unleashed here does make a Poro, doesn't kill the Braum, but does injure everything and buff Queen's board here. A little vulnerable to the Overwhelm, down to 3. But I kind of agree. Get the buffs in while you can. Nora can now better actually kill the 4/3 elusive Poro. The Destined Poro is actually going to transform at some point if it's ever cast. The rare Poro nibble. Also, finally, we do have the Zolani play that I have been slightly looking forward to seeing someone try and do this whole tournament. And there it is! There she is! Zolani, the Blood Weaver. Doing great stuff. I don't actually want to be holding this right now. I don't let go. I'm not controlling the cursor. Ball cooks, no! I'm not your problem here. Wow, that's just 16. Oh my god. Oh, it's empowered 16 though, isn't it, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it fucking is. Wow, that's a lot of fucking Zolanis. That seems like a bad idea. What seems like a bad idea? There have been lots of bad ideas suggested, and that's still -60, which is absolutely fantastic. For Void, wow, the onslaught of Zolanis. Nora is a Gilf, but not a furry. Oh, where are we putting the Gilf versus furry spectrum here in this situation? Ow. That just looks painful. Not gonna lie, that just looks painful. So many chains in the sky. Oh no. Big oh no. Big oh no. Unforgiving cold. Not lasting forever. Elzon commentating? I know. I'm actually doing my own casting, hosting, commentating, yelling, screaming, having fight talk. I'm not actually having a fight with anybody. We are looking at the Bilgewater Noxus from Queen again, and the same deck from Void, it would seem. And here's the burn. Burn, baby, burn! With Ina and the Star Guardian board, which is a wonderful dichotomy that we all should embrace together. It's so adorable. It's so cute. Shell Shocker, go! Refill! Be yourself, bitch. I know it's a child. Don't worry about it. I know it's a child. Don't think about it. Casual -60. Casual, easy -60. Nothing to see here. Moving on. We're fine. The mini morph draw after the fact. Yeah. Because if only there had been time to respond, the Zolani would not have been an issue. But nope. Still a problem. Still a massive feckin' problem. Let's see if Queen can get some comeuppance here with a pretty strong attack. And just more pain in hand, to be honest. Just a lot more pain in hand. Getting rid of Esmus. Getting 7 damage into face. Turn 2 with a blocker. That's aggro for you. That's what it'll do. It will look you in the eyes and will go, do you have kids? I don't give a fuck. And kill you. There. There's the messenger. It doesn't have that sweet elusive yet. The elusive, not really the most important card in Void's hand at the moment, considering that that's a lot. And that's, yeah, Brothers Bond is a grant, which is kind of easy to forget that it's a grant, but it is a grant. It's not give it +2/+0. It is granted +2/+0, which, to be honest, I'm commentating on because I fucking forgot. I thought it was like, oh, it'll go away. Nope, it's still fucking there, and that is a lot of fucking damage. All right. I mean, Targon has access to some healing, and it doesn't look like it's immediate doom and destruction, unless it is. Unless it also just is. It's a child. I'm assuming that Shelly is a child, or Shell Shocker is a child, considering that it sounds like one, unless they're all like secretly 100 years old, and all they want to do is just play War of the Beach. Which, like, I'm not gonna shit on if that's the case. I'm not gonna tell these either children or eldritch beings to not do whatever the fuck they want. This one may be over quick. Oop. Back for one more here. This is the Bandle Freljord versus the Targon Demusia. Do you think... I think it was over as of a minute ago. The 1 minute delay really making an impact when you're watching an aggro deck, because it just flies past. I'm already looking at the starting screen, and people are asking if it's over. A lot of spells in Queen's hand here. Oop. Oop. Oop, a mighty Poro. First Poro draw here. First Poro. There's a Lenari cultist. Ooh, look, it's cultist! Ooh, yay, cultists! Where's the equipo? Where's the equip time? Lenari going. Yup. Ah. Here come more goblins. Yep. Okay. And then there's still Poro time. This is still a fun Poro time. Excellent. Fucking excellent. Ooh, does the Nora come down here? Ooh, the Poro comes down here. Good old hearts on his belly, as usual. All right. This is going to be a lot of the same action run back. How are people feeling about potential rotations and expansions coming in? It's almost January, which I am still struggling to process just as general, fact that I keep forgetting. Oh yeah, January is almost fucking here. Why am I on delay though when Spectate is already delayed? Just as an extra buffer. It's not a huge delay, at least. It's only like a minute or so. Just felt like I should have it in there. I know some other streams go up to 5 minutes or so, but I thought 1 plus the Spectate would be enough to dissuade people from being able to know things they shouldn't, which looks like it's the case right now. I mean, just play aggro. You're never gonna get sniped ever, because you'll lose faster than people will be able to follow you. That's a 3-3. Have a nimble Poro. Jubilant Poro has been made happy, and all is okay with the world. Fuck your kids. Mid-range, you come for you. Say real to your kids. You have 4 days. Control your entire bloodline shall suffer until it is eradicated. Spectate doesn't have a delay. I don't know for sure. I had been assuming it doesn't. Actually. Or that it will sometimes be delayed just because it's trying to catch up with whatever's happening in the client, because sometimes it'll just go really fast trying to catch you up. Yeah, I thought there wasn't one, but I could also just be fucking wrong. You were sure Spectate has a minor delay at least? I mean, it might be minorly delayed in that it's just not the full words. It's just not fully rapidly synced up. So, I'm not sure. We are delayed on the stream at least. Oh no. Every Poro is gonna get eaten. Which I guess is thematically correct. Oh, they didn't scout the dragon? Oh yeah, that was just an open attack with the dragon despite the upcycled rake. I forgot, because they attacked with the 3-1-2 and I was surprised. Now it would make sense. That was, well, I mean, it is the only way the client's going to let the game resolve, is that's it, that's all. Watch out, you're from the future, someone will fart on me. I don't know what I shall do with this news. I'm distressed, obviously. I am distressed. I feel betrayed and alone. Just so many problems, you know? Whatever shall I do with the concept of a fart happening in my vicinity? Oh, now they're scouting. All right, now they've got that scout Screechy. Scout the Screechy! Eat the Poro! Don't eat the Poro, actually, please. I would, yes. Not because I want Queen to win, but because it's Poro and it's the Poro Cup. And if all the fucking dragons come out and eat all the Poros, how am I supposed to send somebody a fucking Poro? That's not how it fucking works, bro. That's not how it works. That's whenever you breathe, you're breathing in someone's fart. You're shocked, much shocked, very shocked. Yeah, that's for sure the thing. We're all on the internet and we're just constantly shocked by everyone else existing. What if that's the plan? Make the dragon blow up from the inside? Are you saying that I should have sleeper Poros that just end up inside the dragon at all times? It's just like, oh, you thought you were attacking me? No, I infiltrating you. Ah, Scorpy, or thank you for the shoot the stream request. That bounced places. It bounced off my sternum, and then it bounced off the wall, and then it bounced over there into Glass's area where his computer. So it's, yeah, that's a lot. Also, I'm enjoying, by the way, that I can take a break from the regular I make misplays and talk about them, and instead I can just watch you guys play the game. I'm not even saying people are making misplays, I'm just saying that it's fucking entertaining to watch other people do it and be in control, you know? It's fantastic. You guys can't judge me for misunderstanding how to cast World Ender ever again. Not ever again, but at least for today, alright? At least for today! Out to Poro goes. Nora goes. More portals! A winged messenger that is not leveled quite yet. No, when they eat Poros, it makes Poros. Didn't you read the... Didn't you read the 4? You know, I guess I really should have read more of the lore. Slorn, but I can always just, you know, wait for Slorn to tell me what the lore is. Oh, and one under the return! The spell to return the card. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. At least perfect spell mana, if nothing else. Another pout. Another pout! And Ayula. Ayula is unfortunate on a dragon with Scout, I would say. I don't think anything has been equipped either, right? Unfortunately for Queen. So Unforgiving Cold is just a one freeze experience. Which is Not what you want right now. I guess there's a pokey stick potentially for pokey and then a freeze. Looks like Queen is thinking along similar lines of let's get this bitch out of here. Fabled Poro is a 5/8. Because why wouldn't you have a 5/8? Casual? Screeching Dragon being shown who's boss by Nora, of all things. Keeping that lovely signpost up and available with elusive 5/5. I keep like occasionally picking up my mouse and trying to hit pass on things for the person I'm spectating. I am trying to slowly but surely train myself out of that mode, you know? Slowly but surely. There's another Nora. There's 5 damage to face off of the empowered boy. Wing Messenger, truly the answer to all of our nightmares. Ooh, I mean, there's a 5/8 blocker potentially here. Yeah, there it goes. And the Ayulas to hold the fort, but there's also 4/4 toughs now. Also a 4/4 tough. Let's go. Let's go. And another Nora. Ooh. Can we get some more created followers up in here? There's a Porto Snap. Oh, we can get hold 2 of them. And an extra elusive for good measure. One Cunning Kitten has been made, and because it has the +2/+1 effect on it, because it was made by Nora, it actually gets the buff, doesn't it? Or does it? Yeah, it's created. Yeah, it's actually been created. It will get the buff. And it also, of course, just has Spirits Unleashed in there as well. In general, not sure it matters. Not sure it matters. This attack looks pretty strong. And there's a remaining Paro Snacks to buff those 5/4s and 2 6/5s, which is pretty fucking powerful. Demacia Targon, of course, has Strike still. There's a chance Void can pull another one out. But right now the snacks look like lethal. That looks like a single combat or a concerted, I would venture, and indeed it is. But at least in this instance, there are ways to deal with it. Let's either sacrifice a 3/4 or sacrifice a 6/2 here. Both methods mean big old dragon dies. Sorry, Screech Sheep. I was singing your praises about Expedition earlier, but it's okay. Do not worry. You will always find a place somewhere at some point in your life. People will find a deck in which you are good. Because you do have some staying power there, sir. I'm actually just really tickled by this Cunning Kitten that's getting buffed. Not entirely out of nowhere, but a little out of nowhere. Ooh, this might be a return, depending on whether or not that 2/3 is key on the next attack. That doesn't have any weapons. Oh, it does have the Fish-a-Whack. It does have one Fish-a-Whack. Unfortunately, ooh, the Messenger, or the Shepherd's Authority on Messenger is a bit of trouble, considering that it will buff it to 6, a 6 something, a 6/3. Oh, and there's a Star Shaping coming out. One card left in Void's hand that we are not sure the identity of.
Is a trail painted with blood.
But of course, the Invoke is a little scary. Oh, but there's an elusive Poro, Daring Poro, coming to potentially save the day a little bit versus the 2/2. Yeah, there she goes. There she goes. Shot out of a cannon, having a beautiful day. Truly the vibes that we need for the PORO Cup. Go team, go. Go team, go. Go Poros, go. There's a Scourge. Oh shit. Oh shit. Scourge is also a bit unfortunate though. Poro stories happening. What happens if you destroy the equipment here? Oh, which equipment? The equipment on the unit? I mean, they can just re-equip, which is the problem. Does it counter the spell or make it strike? Fizzles. I think, yeah. That sounds right. The Fish-a-Whack interaction. Wonder if Mushy didn't know. Oh, I'm not sure actually. But to be fair, Scourge is... Oh, because of the delay. I'm talking about a completely different thing. Not knowing that Scourge was there, I think, yes, the counter would have been okay. But now, seeing that Scourge is in existence, not sure if there was really much to be done there. It is literally just a 10-10 body. Suna, welcome back. GG's? Oh shit, did you finish up? Let's take a look at these brackets actually, see how they've been progressing. We've definitely finished a few more matches in the meantime, which is kind of exciting. Oh shit, yeah, we've got somebody, Ace, already gearing up for grand finals. Fish Ace taking the match from Tatsigi there. Looks like we've got Doug, Frozen Thrall, up against, I believe, Void from that last round. So we're almost at finals. Losers bracket, Symphy has moved on, beating out Teokado, and looks like we might be waiting for the results from Small Penguin and Shadox. And then we've also got Tatsigi waiting in the losers bracket, and some players catching up down there. So it looks like we've got a few more matches, and here we go. Here, losers brackets, to losers brackets you go. I mean, that's what they're there for, to catch you if you fall once.
Shadox and Small Penguin are in game.
Shadox and Small Penguin are in game, I have been told.
I can get the other.
Okay, so let me load in here. Let's do Shadox again. And then we should be able to potentially get Small Penguin's hand for this match, which would be exciting. Let me just double check that real quick though. Looks like we can. So let me move over here and turn that on real quick. Yep, we've got a good image of it. Looks like Grenadier, Pokestick, Tenor of Terror, Squeaker, Yordle Captain, Yordle Squire, and Metal Tailstones in Small Penguin's hand. Over here with Shadox, so you've got that Mono Bilgewater TF situation up against Mono Vandal. Currently doing a lot of monkey business as usual. So much monkey business. Also, Tatsiki, you've had a pretty fucking great run, it would seem. Also, Yue, for Demacia. I hope you enjoyed that. Oh, sorry, Dave. We have I don't have a bracket command, but I can just post it in here real quick. Did I set up the chat commands before, or should I have done that? Yes, did I? No. This is, again, we're learning more for the next one. Yeah, good question. How are you guys enjoying the dual elimination? Do you feel like that's a more fair approach? Do you feel like it's dragging on for a really long time and you'd prefer to have left earlier? Like, what's your feeling on the double elim? We thought, Kit and I, and Glass as well, kind of thought that it would be a nice balance between you're playing memes, so you're likely to die fast, but also Swiss would have taken fucking forever. Double elim seemed like a middle ground. If the response is positive, probably would just continue with something like double elim in the future. And I keep talking about the future, and so far I think you guys are having fun. So if you enjoyed this, look out for more stuff on the horizon that may in fact be more tournaments with more fun conditions and maybe more poros to win. 5 HP left, blocking with the TF, probably confident in top decks like Powder Pandemonium, which again, that 4 monkey point seems to be very powerful in this deck, because then there's monkey and there's pokey potentially. Looks like it's a spray fin out first, maybe just to get some blocker value going, but there's actually a potential for Pokey Pandemonium that turn, so slightly surprised. This does give, but this also does give vulnerable at the time, or at now. It gives vulnerable now, which means that there are some units who just go face. I'm gonna send in Discord, but Oh, Tatsiki. Yeah. I'm glad that you had fun despite your concerns about everything. I wanted this to be a fun, relatively low stress, just come and play your meme kind of situation. So I'm glad that it at least worked out for you, Tatsiki. That's honestly really nice to hear. Again, I hope you guys are having a lot of fun with all of this. I hope you're not too frustrated by any losses, and that you're just generally having a good time. Maybe we have more fun stuff. Maybe we do. Maybe there's more fun things. I would definitely never secretly have a fun thing planned. Okay, there's a Vandal Commando. There's still just that pokey stick sitting around though. So I think we're just waiting for the inevitability here. Still just waiting for inevitability. Monkey Business also closes it out. That's an interesting watchful idol for sure. It definitely decided to have an attitude there and get one extra power. And there's the Pokey Stick. Shadow's taking a game with the Mono Bilgewater. Who needs TF? Who needs TF? Just cast monkeys. Just monkey it out all day. Did they fix the plunder bug on Pandemonium? I wasn't actually aware of one, but okay, Sky thinks so? Alright. Maybe they did. I'm not actually 100% sure. I missed the bug at the time. Okay, this is the Mono Bandles from Small Penguin and Freljord Freljord P&Z. This is the Teemo deck that's I was excited to actually see come out today. Our Lord and Savior Teemo. I should bring out the Shroom Ghost costume for this just to be thematic with it, you know? Of like, oh my god, there's gonna be a Shroom cast, so therefore I must revel in the Shroom. Yay! Shroom! Where are the eye holes? I need to be able to see the game also. Yeah! That's 2 Poro sleds. I can see, guys. I can see. Shadow's slow rolling. Slow fucking rolling. Okay, Yordles are happening. Yordles versus Poros and our Lord Teemo. I hope we get to see the Teemo, not gonna lie. I would like to see the Teemo. Who needs Pokey when they have Make It Rain? I mean, it is just more damage. It's more damage. It's the fun of the RNG. Because you know how fun RNG is, right? Everyone who's lost to a barkeep, right? Everyone who's ever seen a back alley bar and been like, fuck my life. Also, over in Small Penguin's hand, we do see newbie Nora, Grenadier, Commando, and Conchologist. So pretty hefty on the Yordles. Bug is not supposed to count itself as one more plunder proc. Oh, okay. So it's just one extra monkey. Yeah, good to know.
Wondrous discoveries await below.
Is there a discard on Poros? Because there's some more daring Poros that could potentially come out here. Oh yeah, we're dumping the big one. We're dumping the big one for the small dudes. The small ladies, I should say. Everybody goes out of the cannon. You stained your Damascus, haven't checked on it for a few months, realized the copper buildup on your leather case? Oh no! Oh. Yeah, that's very frustrating. Something happens to leather especially. It's just like, god damn it. I had a jacket once that got spots on it and I was like, oh no, fuck. That's expensive to deal with. Grenadier made a Battle Commando, which is fancy of the Grenadier to do for sure. One turn until our Poro sled on Shadox's side here might be coming down. We do see a Manifest and an Electro Harpoon over for Small Penguin. Just killing the Battle Commando outright, going for that. 2 mana up for Shadox. And just a pass. Let's let these daring Poros do their thing. One more Fallen Feline coming out. And Small Penguin top decking the Yordle Captain. Ooh. Tonight the Yordles are getting some pretty good momentum. But so is that going to do. So is that also going to gain momentum as it marches forward. Go, Poro, go! Go, Poro, go!
Mama's home.
Go, Poro, go! Does trade with the Grenadier, of course. Sadly. Very sadly, it does do that. but it has made a pouty Poro. And... Huh. Okay. Definitely in the need of a Poro snack. These Poros, they're fucking malnourished. We must make them beefier. We need stronger ones. There's a Nora, elusives. Alright, coming in for our daring Poros here. Not the little daring Poros. Time trick. Ooh, there's a chance that there could be a Hexite crystal found off of that, which would wipe the fucking board. Wondering if that time trick will come down or fall in full line into time trick. If that probability of top decking it is going to be gone for instead. Or be finding it and predict, not exactly top decking it. Going to drink more? I'm going to eat more of my snack before my stomach goes crazy, because it has now been 4.5 hours. This is basically a marathon stream. Only I'm not actually yelling at myself as much. Really not yelling at myself, it's great. Ooh, no Hexite crystal found, unfortunately. What was the choice there? Poro snacks to trade, probably. Look at all those lovely 2/2s out of the gate. Blocking everything except the Bomber Twins and the Yordle Captain. Yordle Captain truly leading his troops to a lot of damage. Maybe not a victory quite yet, but it is time to top deck. Tiny Daring Poro showing up to save the day. Squeaker discarding. Getting rid of Acolyte's Reliquary, manifesting a salty... Oh, the one that generates followers, I forget its name. Professor Von Mech. That one. Finding Stellacord, Mirai, and Treasure Seeker, along with a group shot to just casually murder the 2/2 Poro over there. So that's just, yeah, or it's just lethal. Or just lethal on attack right there. I think we are 1-1 currently. On to our final match versus these two. One game remains. One game remains. Yeah. I'm not gonna sing through the rest of this, I promise. I don't know if my throat could hold up me singing through the rest of this, to be honest with you. And go away, Mamalytics. I don't need you now. I don't need you right now. I just need Poros right now. Shaddox with the same Freljord PNZ list. Small Penguin with Freljord Noxus, which I do not remember off the top of my head at all. So I'm gonna go look up to see what that deck entails. Small Penguin commons only, I imagine. Yes, this has Strength in Numbers, Combat Cooks, and Legion Marauders, along with a lot of strikes and Troll Chance, etc. So going for Marauders. I mean, those get pretty fucking powerful if you can bump up there. If you can just have a lot of them at once.
You're looking at Ionian Ship.
But here's the list with that one Battle Fury in it. Which did actually successfully get discounted by the small Acorn this time. Acorn actually hit the target. So we might be seeing something elusive and something very terrifying get bumped by Tryndamere. Yes, do take bathroom breaks, drink breaks, snack breaks, and all the breaks while you can. While you, as you need to. Not while you can. That makes it sound like I'm going to like break into your home and stop you from doing that. That's not my intention. Just take the breaks as you need them. 6 mana Battle Fury. I'm waiting for this like fucking the fat the 5/5 Poro to actually get the buff, to be honest. That would be kind of entertaining. It's not enough mana for it though for a couple of turns. So limited by that for sure. Ooh, time trick off the top. Poro snacks and pouty Poro found. Ooh. Potential for the Poro snacks here, since the sled is generating more. And there's good spell mana at the moment to cast it as well. Yep, there's one of the snacks. Get that, pouty Poro, some buffs, man. Of course, this turn may not exactly resolve the way I expect it to. So we'll have to see what comes down. If it's not the Poro sled, I imagine it's some kind of iterative improvement, but there's just the Poro. There's just big Poro. There's the second Legion Marauder, so they're about to get +2/+2 every single time they dare do a thing. The pouty Poros are really making an appearance today. They are really just showing up and expressing how much they distaste medicine. As much as they don't want to take what's good for them. That doesn't resemble me, I promise. Go team, go Marauders. I don't know there's no team. There's just me, there's just Flufferton, there's and our lovely contestants here. I almost couldn't say the word contestants. Don't ask me questions, I don't understand what my own brain is doing. It's fine, don't think about it. There is that 6-mana Battle Fury. It is real. It is +8/+4 though, and a single what should we call it? A single chin, a whirling death, or in fact a I think the strike spell, whatever that's called. I believe that's also in the deck. The Bloody Business, yes. There's Bloody Business, there's chins in there, but there's nothing in hand actually, sorry. I've got so used to not using the hand that I forgot that I could just look at that. There's Frostbite, and there's a Brittle Steel, there's Elixir of Iron, and there's a Frostbite unit. Shunpo actually does rally though. There is a Shunpo up, and a very big set of, well, there's one very big Marauder that's potentially a menace, which means Poro would trade him to Marauder, and the 3/3 would hit face. So not the best attack for Small Penguin, but also it would still push a decent amount. Could also just go face with Shunpo damage. But that's just, oh yes, Frostbite. Frostbite Shunpo? Yeah, take out the Hex Technician and go for face. And the Poro doesn't even trade, unfortunately, because it is Frostbit. Currently alive at 1 for Shadox here. 1 HP. Noxus currently or Small Penguin's hand, despite having the Noxus, doesn't have any immediate removal. Still does not have any immediately removal for face, but there are of course many units to be concerned about. There are potentially 3 blockers coming up though, so not an immediate death during Poro, and Acorn coming down, living life. Yep, still no burn potential, or still no burn potential at least immediately. So going for the 5 elusive damage right now. Just pushing a little bit of space that Shadox has got here. Down to 5. 1 mana Mystic Shot. There's a top deck, and it is, oh no, Strength in Numbers is an unfortunate top deck. Shunpo can't go face. Did I say it could? Because that is, yeah, that is correct. It does deal 2 to an enemy. That's also -36 and a bunch of 10/9s. It is actually survivable with the Mystic Shot, though. It is survivable. And there's really... Oh, but there's a Troll Chant here, which can immediately negate the Mystic Shot on the 3/1, but almost pulled it back out. Meanwhile, Blood in the Water is tapping in the corner. True. We can give Lurk something, okay? They're allowed 1 or 2 things there. Okay, I think that was our last match, though, for Shadox versus Small Penguin. So up checking the brackets again, seeing how we're doing. We are closing in once again on the finalists here. Let's see, Doug and Void look like they're still at it, which leads us into almost the grand finals. And in losers brackets, we are, yep, we're just almost there. We're almost there. Few more matches to go. All right. Who can expect it in the meantime? We might be at a moment where there's a bit of a lull for a second. Though it looks like Lunari and Queen might be duking it out currently. Okay. Let's try Lunari, how about? I don't think we've spectated them yet this game. Not sure who they're up against immediately, but we're just gonna move on to the next. AT Mega Pro 7 here. We are looking at many Poros on Lunari's end of things, and a Revna and a Champion Strength, very casually. We're also looking at Noxus doing Noxus things, as they like to do. Poro was blocking, but here comes Champion Strength, I imagine. Yeah, here we go. That +4 and Scout is doing a lot of work. Let me move that out of the way. We currently have Lunari's hand, but not Mega Poros's, so we are just gonna chill with the many Poros, with the many Scout Poros. Spell Shield, Quick Attack, Regen, all the things. All the lovely, lovely things. I don't know what game that was, because again, I forgot to check the timer. So we will chill for a hot minute and see how it goes. We shall relax. And I shall eat more blueberries. I myself, actually, I'm going to go take a bio break. So I'll be right back. Give me like 30 seconds. Hello! I have returned. My bio break is finished. My chair is also giving me problems now. My chair is fucking giving me sass. Looks like that might have been the last game for Lunari over there. So let's see who else. Who else is in? Oh, in-game still. Oh, is that? Can I spectate it now? Is this a different game? I don't know. But if the client isn't lying to me, which I would like to believe that the client isn't lying to me, maybe we can go back to observing and judging people for their perfectly reasonable plays. And such like. What is it now? Okay, it's only been 4.5 hours till about. Believe so, yes. Double checking the brackets here. Whew, they're closing in. It's a kind of an exciting feeling, not gonna lie. Okay, no longer in a match. Person offline. Queen looks like they might still be kicking, so let's check out them again. The number of people I can spectate dwindles as our competitor pool also dwindles. I promise nothing bad has happened to the rest of them. I promise. Nothing terrible has occurred. Eddie versus Queen, and we are looking at, wow, a game state. We are looking at a fucking game state. Poro just died. Thank you for the sudden Poro death. Yeah, spectate Queen. Let's just do that. Who's attack? Okay, Queen is on attack here. There's a lot of elusives. Queen is also at 2 HP here, and Baltucks coming down for the impact damage. This is very close. It seems quite close, actually. How's that Baltucks doing? How's that? How are we doing on overwhelm and impact, actually? Pretty decent. We have, so Queen here has 2 impact plus the 5-2 overwhelm, which can pull one of the 2 HP or 3 ones. Which should be what? 3 to face plus 2, which is 5. So we're missing a little bit of damage, but looks pretty defensible, and Gift of the Hearthblood, if that can be cast next turn, should do a lot, at least in terms of keeping Queen alive for a little bit. Eddie Mosho. Let's see what that deck list looks like. We have, of course, seen Queen's Nora Heimerdinger, excuse me, I cannot say words anymore, is something we've experienced before. Let's see, is that on my list? Is it on my list? There it is. This person, and we're doing Poros, not commons. I saw the dual region, it was like, commons? This is the most, as I feel like whenever it's a dual region, it's always usually a commons deck, but we are looking at Nora, to only 2 Noras and 1 ARAM for an Emosho, and then a lot of Poros and a lot of things like Eclectic Collection. This is indeed a game state. This is real. It does exist. Debating the commit here. It is of note, there is a puzzling signpost. If somehow Eddie Mosho has actual removal in hand at the moment, or not removal, as Nexus removal damage. I don't think so, unless it's like 2 Pokesticks back to back.
I'll take everything.
Which are there are actually 3 Pokesticks in here. There's no other sources of damage other than Spirits Unleashed. So as long as none of those collide, it does look like it is 5 damage as I predicted. To the face place. Holding a Poro. I mean, Balkux can just kind of do a shitload here. Trading the Bram now, possibly. Nora, uncastable at the moment. Damage, resolving. Okay. Oh, and, let's see. Has Devoted Counsel activated? No. It would seem the answer is no. So Devoted Counsel is just kind of sitting there. It was made by Proto-Poro. Okay. All right, Proto-Poro. Thank you for spitting out a council. There's a portal. Ooh, Challenger. Challenger fucking 02 is a fun surprise. But again, Queen here has the Gift of the Hearthblood, which should be a reasonable way out upon at least an open swing. There's also another top deck Heimerdinger with the Spirits Unleashed buff from this deck. I don't think I've spectated yet an entire match without one person having a Spirits Unleashed, I think. I could be very wrong about that, but I don't think that has occurred yet. Yep, pull the Balkux over there. There is actually enough Overwhelm to potentially get a kill here. But again, healing and a mini-morph, if absolutely necessary, may be enough. May be enough. It's technically 1 more HP save the other way, which I think on top of a Hearthblood would be sufficient. Unless it's a move here to just negate that overwhelm damage entirely with a mini-morph. And a mini-morph and heal is affordable. There's some more... Oh, Puff Cap! Oh, shit. What in that deck is making Puff Caps, actually? Oh, Eclectic. So there might have been an Eclectic cast. What's on Queen's deck right now? 15 Puff Caps and 4 Flash Bombs. So the Puff Cap threat is quite imminent. Quite imminent and a little bit scary. Still, the Noras are available. And there she goes. Balkux alone on strike. Wins the game at the moment. Which is exciting. Our pseudo substitute Poro coming down. Why is that a 7/7? 5 chimes. Oh, wow. that destined Poro is truly fucking destined, it would seem. And Aram as a last hurrah. And the Mini T looking at us in astonishment, sitting on the board, having a good time. I think it's having a good time. I'm gonna assume it's having a good time. Forgiving cold at the top deck is also quite nice. Building some blockers, but again, impact damage off of ball cooks is pretty impressive. I did say that I hadn't seen ball cooks, and now I have many times this evening. How amazing. Ask and I shall receive. Literally. I asked for Poros, I got Poros. Brilliant.
Bless my socks, I've done it.
Bless my socks. Please bless my socks. My socks are doing great. I just want them to do greater though. What if my socks want to start a business, yo? What if they just want to do that? That would be weird, but who am I to stop the capitalist engine of my toe gloves, you know? I don't actually have socks that separate the toes, by the way. I think those are weird. Maybe they're comfortable. I've never actually tried one on. But they don't seem easy to put on or clean or just wear in general. We are waiting for a spectate session currently. I'm not sure if this was the end of that match or not, because once again I forgot to check the timer and remember what the timer was doing, because I am stupid and I forgot. Let's go, Queen. Let's go, Queen. Was that the end of it? Oh, it might have been the end of it. I'll wait a little bit longer just in case, or I can actually just close out of this and look at my list of people. Oh yeah, Queen is just online. Looks like Small Penguin might be moving on though, or currently in a game. So let's check that out maybe? This in a game right now? Good to know. Okay, we've got Symphy and we've got Small Penguin. Timer's at 43 minutes, so we might be in the first game here. Poro's being cast versus Mono Demacia. So Small Penguin's list is Lux Braum, and Symphy's list is Mono Garen. So I would say a pretty familiar thing by this point. Mono Demacia rearing its head again. Let's just take a look at Symphy's deck list here just to see if there's anything super spicy about it, and to see if there's a main deck judgment or something like that. Is there a main deck judgment? No, but there are 3 champion strengths in the deck, so that's a little scary, not gonna lie. And that's potential for chaos, and also there's some good doggos. Look at the trusty ram hound. Yeah, we could totally do a dog or a bird tournament in the future. Cast your doggos, catch your burbos. Oh, also there's a for Demacia on swing, which is only slightly terrifying. Yeah, I'm kind of seeing that that ebb and flow of you have Demacia versus Poros, I have Demacia versus your Poros. So we'll see, I suppose, if in a second if that flips around. My guess is that whoever ends up with Demacia, I wonder if that is significantly skewing things in a certain direction. Not sure, but be interested to know if anyone felt that way. Burbo going for the other Burbo. First we see Poro on Poro violence, and now we see Poro on Poro violence. Terrible. What am I promoting here? Definitely Poro well-being. I promise. I'm just kind of waiting for that champion strength the second it can come down, because Symphy's board is just kind of staying where it's at. No pressure to really lose anything. It's just there. It's just doing stuff. There's a little lonely Poro. 1 Poro's next cast. So at least it is buffing the board in general. Destined Poro. Oh, it wants to, that's for some reason I find it just so fucking cute that it just wants to eat the thing. Like, all it wants to do is just have a munch. And for some reason other people won't let it have a munch, which is just rude.
Whoa! Hey!
Whoa! Demacia! Ooh, is there a troll chant or a sharp sight here? Get that lifesteal Poro just a little bit longer to hang around for a potential swingbacks. Though, to be fair, at this point, what can you really do versus champion strength? I feel like that's generally your answer regardless, right? Unless you have, like, 2 unforgiving colds in hand and you've equipped something. Usually it's just a bad time. Unfortunately, usually just a slightly bad time. Vanguard, Bannerman, Mono region, guaranteeing that. Sweet, sweet allegiance. Open attack, looking pretty scary. Let's see, that's 7 and 9, so it will be champion strength, or 7 and 2, which is 9, which is champion strength danger zone, and there it goes. Ah, that's a bunch of 8/8s. Oh, with Scout. Did I mention that they have Scout, by the way? Because they do. Someone allowed this to occur, and it is truly a painful time. Oh boy. Oh no, the Poros. At least they're happy. At least the Poro became jubilant before death and destruction. Ooh. Okay. Braum makes a blocker. That is true. Braum does do blocking things. I'll stop hovering Jubilant Poro here. And the snacks. And the Snacko. Yay, Snacko. Three blockers versus the world. Versus the whole world. That dog, when is Demacia getting denied? The only answer to champion strength is to cry. Is to cry and lick your wounds after. Just like, I've had every bone in my body broken, but somehow I've expected to continue on until tomorrow. Okay. I think that was the first game, so we're probably up for 2 more. That was a W, I believe, for Symphy there, with the Mono Demacia. So now we have Small Penguin with the Freljord Demacia. Still going with the Poros here, obviously. That Freljord P&Z deck, actually, from Symphy over there, is it the Commons one? It's either Commons or Poros, I would assume. Hard to tell with those regions. Harder to tell with those regions. That is not the right one. It is the Poro deck. Oh, it's Poro v Poro this time, actually. Yeah, so there's... oh, this has Victor, Udyr, and Vi in it. So it's kind of fancy. Also includes Back Alley Barkeep and Give It All. Which is... gonna be kind of spicy. Where Small Penguin's deck, just as a refresher, Small Penguin is here, Poros are here. Yeah, Small Penguin has
shows them where their spells can help.
Braum Lux with 1 champion strength and the back-to-back that we saw in hand earlier. Top end units are 1 Poro sled, and then a lot of things that can buff and strike other things with the Poros. I'm curious if the P&Z bar situation will just be able to kind of win out because it's bar, and when wouldn't it do that? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Also, I'm thinking now again about Demacia getting a deny spell, and I had a visceral reaction of no, thank you very much. They're not magic users. They don't get deny. They take it to the chin like the rest of us, and they get punched out of existence, okay? None of this magic bullshit for them. If they want to win a fight, they have to get dirty, man. They have to get in there. Ooh, it's a stance swap versus a Poro sled. Yeah, that's the, I believe, 1 copy of Udyr. It is, yeah, 3 Victors, 1 Udyr, and 2 Vi's. So they did, Symphy here did manage to find the 1 copy in the deck. Trading a couple things here. Unfortunately, making the stance free. But you gotta do what you gotta do. And sometimes you've gotta deal with the spirit man. And just hope he doesn't get to 3. Are you gonna get to 3? Victor's leveling. This might actually be the one Victor deck from well, Simpy's deck over here might be the one Victor deck that I've seen today. Kind of looking out for Teemo and Victor for obvious reasons, and then a little bit of Bard too because I love Bard. So we've seen Bard, we've seen Teemo, we've seen Victor. There is literally zero of a lot of meta staples right now, which I quite enjoy, to be honest with you. We don't need Aatrox in our Poro decks. Also, that would be kind of weird though. Can you just imagine? Can you imagine fucking like Aatrox or something, or Rost, just like going up to the Poros, like somehow finding Poros in a day when Braum isn't around and going up to like little Poros and like holding fucking the darkened weapons or all of the equipment and just like putting it in front of a Poro's face and being like, hold this for me. You must fight in battle. And the Poro just being like, I want to hold on to your horns. I want to have fun. And like Aatrox just has like 50,000 mental breakdowns every day because he's like, these Poros are fucking useless. And everyone is like, yeah, you picked Poros, bro. Anyway, welcome to my mind palace. I think about Rost giving Poros weapons. Damn, Nye is anti-magic, Demacia is anti-magic. That's true, but I associate Nye with places like Ionia and Karma too, which is, I think, my sticking point of like, yes, but also, Karma, if I'm assuming, uses magic to do things that are Deny adjacent. But to be fair, they also have Lux, so like, I'm sure they could bend the rules to deny a card. You're allowed too many barrier spells or deny, pick one. Aatrox Poro gaming. I really like the concept. I really like the concept. Would you like to turn into Zalani, Flufferton? I think Flufferton doesn't really care, to be fair. You want to imagine Teemo holding Aatrox's sword? Oh yeah, or I'm imagining Teemo doing the same voice line that Aatrox does of something of like, what is it he says when what is it that he yells really super loudly when he's doing stuff? I am the world ender. I think it's literally just that, but I'm imagining in like tiny Teemo voice of, I am the world ender. Poro Snacks buff the world ended darken. It's gotta be OP. It has, you know what? That's a fair point. It has to be OP. Now there's no ifs about it. It has to be super strong. You know what you can imagine? Darkened Poros. There's the Cthulhu Poros that people were trying to come up with earlier. We don't need to invent a whole new Poro. We just gotta fucking slap darkened weapons on them and we can make them terrifying Poros. What's the buff on that? That's a big buff. That is a sizable give it all on ton of dudes. They aren't really giving it all though. They're really taking charge. Hello. 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 Hiya. Goodbye. I mean, it's only 8 damage, but there is a spicy back-to-back in hand, which prevents a couple of Poros from dying. That is a pretty devastating board wipe, though, almost. Pretty rough on that one. Poro time! Poro time! Demacia should have had more spell shields like Targon, if not for the 10 region purposes. Demacia and Targon could be Mers. They are predicted like 90% of the time anyway. Oh, that is a risky champion strength, but it is potentially a champion strength, which with Overwhelm could close it out. Unfortunately, looking at Freljord P&Z, which has a lot of answers in response to a I'm using all my mana, tapping down, don't have any resources left kind of champion strength move. Caitlyn with Evelyn's voice so that every time Caitlyn talks about justice, it will always sound sensual. Justice. Oh, I need some justice. Oh, we're going for the big dick play. We're going for that big dick champion strength into P&Z. Let's do it. Or into a frostbite, but who cares? One mystic shot on the thing that can be removed. 8-7 and an 8-8 with Scout coming in hot. Trading one, unfortunately, into that. And Arj wins! No! Alright. Alright. As expected. Not actually PNZ doing the issue, but Freljord indeed having a fun time. Ooh. Yeah, sometimes the Victic plays are not the correct plays. That Barkeep is also generating 2 cards by this point, and the Poro Snacks comes down. Oh boy, that's a lot of overwhelm. All hail the, yeah. All hail the, whatchamacallums? The, give it all. Just giving it a permanent boosty. It's a sharp sight in hand. Unfortunately, it looks like that's perfect lethal. Mostly just because of the overwhelm. Buffing that 4-2 will not save Small Penguin here. And that was game 2. Hot damn. Okay. Give it all. Doing a lot of work. All right. Once again, I am going to check back in on the brackets real quick and see what's going on. Look at all these completed games. Oh my god. Looks like we are actually in winner's bracket. Have found a couple of people moving into grand finals for sure. And then in loser's bracket, what are we doing here? Lunari's in a game right now. Oh, we got somebody to spectate, it seems like. I believe that last set of matches was some fees to take, so let's check out Lunari here. Once more, go back in. I'm actually anxious to know if Bilgewater will be in Season 2 of Arcane. Season 2 of Arcane is gonna be fucking fun. Oh, it's Queen versus Lunari. Some people we've been following around for a little while now up against each other. That is Queen's Bilgewater Noxus, which you've already seen a little bit of. This is Lunari's Demacia Freljord, once again seeing that big champion strength and the Poros in hand. So we'll see if this champion strength can resolve in a game-winning fashion, or it shall eat the fate of the other one. Not gonna lie, when I first saw Poro Snacks, I thought it was kind of gross as a card, because for some reason I interpreted the grass clippings in Poro Snacks as hair and not grass. So I was like, why would I want a hairy fucking cookie? And then I looked at it some more and I realized it was grass, and I was like, you know what? That's understandable. I see what you're going for artistically, and it is cute anyway. It is very cute. It's a warm cookie in the snow for a small Poro, and that's just amazing. We have to learn about Mel's Solari heritage from Shurima. Shurima would be a fucking incredible season of Arcane, though. Matt is just thinking about what they've done with Azir visually. That whole kind of gilded effect in the desert. I would love to see that animated. That would be so cool. There's that brother's bond. That is a grant. We saw that on the last time that we were following this Noxus Bilgewater situation, and it hurt a lot. Currently, Lunari at 12, so not the most dangerous spot, but certainly facing quite a bit of pressure here. Face is not the place when you're going down to 3 HP. Oh shit, we're also getting raided. I have notifications turned off because it is sort of a casting hosting moment, but thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone who is coming in right now. We are currently in the last few rounds of the Poro Cup tournament. We are watching Queen and Lunari face off with a aggro versus one of our famous Poro decks, of course. Yes, you came at a good time. We're still fucking hyped for this shit, and we're going to soon crown our champions of the tournament. I'm so excited to find out who I get to send money in the Poro to, not gonna lie. I'm actually really excited. I'm looking forward. Don't forget, we also have some interviews with players who we talked to before the tournament started, who we will be checking in with again to get their thoughts and their feedback on the experience now that it is over as well. Oh, Lunari running a Braum Sejuani deck. I actually missed the Sejuani, so let's take another look at that deck code, I would say. Sejuani, where are you? I'm not looking for Sejuani, I'm looking for Lunari. I literally just put in that I wanted to find Sejuani in these deck codes. And that's not how that works, because Google Sheets is not that intelligent, unfortunately. Yeah, Braum Sejuani with actually 3 champion strengths in the deck, 1 Revna, and 1 Poro sled at the top end, 3 Spirits Unleashed. 3 seems to be a quite popular number in that regard, honestly. Whoo! I love the Dancing Blob. I am basically been a Dancing Blob now for, 5 hours. Yes. Okay, is the snacks happening? Is it a snack moment? Seems like a pretty decent time to snack. Could also bank, though at this point the champion strength is just castable whenever. So banking doesn't really matter as much. It's the killer Poros from outer space. From outer space! I don't know why the Guardians just loaded in again. Did you guys see that? The Poro came down from the sky and so did Ina. I guess the Spectate client's having some thoughts about all of this. Having some good fucking thoughts. Any Dwayne players? Monochrome, sadly no Dwaynes. We have yet to see a Jin, which I think is just a product of a lot of people are afraid of the... I don't think anyone went mono Runeterra champ for their deck building. I don't think anyone did. Correct me if I am wrong and you submitted one. But I think it was mostly not Jin. It would be funny to have seen a Jin deck come down though. I was also slightly wondering if anyone would dare bring in a Origin Condition Rise deck. So no Shadow Isle spells, no Bilgewater, no PNZ, just like, or maybe in those regions, but just untargeted, focused, and burst spells. I was like half waiting to see if anyone would be like, yeah, no, I'm gonna try that in a tournament. I'm just gonna bring all of my spells that I can cast with no interaction and try and win with Rise. I would pay money to see people do that, which, to be fair, I could make you guys do that for the next one. Hey, can you imagine how crazy it'd be if you created multiple copies of Poro Snacks using Piltover cards? Oh, like Evil Imperfectionist or Practical Perfectionist or something to discount? That would be kind of cool. Also, Uncle Mom. Shurima, your emperor has returned! I hope you enjoyed that. The deck requirements was a Poro deck, mono champ, and only commons. There are ways that you could have manufactured a commons only deck using Jin or a Runeterra champ, but it would also be very difficult for you to do that. It's just a tricky thing to do.
Where did that one run off to?
Where did it run off to, sir? Where did it go? You seem to have a plethora of them. It was on your shoulder, casually hanging out. Also, every time I look at this card, I'm just kind of blown away by the little family or trio of Poros in the back behind him. One sitting on top of another Poro. They're Poros sitting together. What? There's nothing better than that. I'm sorry, we've all peaked. Have you been a Poro and sat on another Poro? I don't think so. Therefore, Poros are superior. Thank you for coming to my 5-hour-long TED Talk, where I just kind of talk about eating, Poros, talk about space Poros, I talk about making them violent, darkened Poros, and I talk about how they are superior to mankind, and humanity. Yes. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed the Shurima yelling. It is quite fun on my end as well. Okay, on to another game. Dwayne is Jin and Swain. Don't think that is possible. Oh, yeah, Dwayne specifically, no. But you could run Mono Swain or Mono Jin. But not the Dwayne, unfortunately. We are not a Dwayne enabler this time around. Yeah, with the current rules. But based on how well this has been so far going, I think. Please correct me if I think wrongly, that it's been going pretty decently with the help of the mods fixing all of the problems in the back. There's definitely opportunity for more. Didn't know about the deck building requirements. There are specific ones, yes. This was built to become somewhat of a meme tournament for people to have fun and to think differently about what their deck building is. Sorry. Don't eat poros though. I have been given many a spiel from people about poros. You explode and die. Not the first time that's been brought up, actually. Maybe I should just take people up on the advice of throwing poros into the screeching dragons whenever we see them, because twice now that's been a dilemma of how do we deal with the screeching dragon when you're the poro player, and it's usually just to let the dragon get frostbit. Usually it's just a frostbite scenario. All right, we've got a couple. Looks like people are waiting on their next match at the moment. The brackets continue. If anyone is wondering what I'm looking at, this is what I'm looking at. They are public on the website if you'd like to go take a look. Yeah, there's somebody in grand finals. Ace here, 2-0ing Doug. Frozen Thrall, and then let's see, Void and Symphy were up. Doug is already up. Tatsuki's got another round here to go, in fact. So we'll have to see. Can't believe you banned Garden and still died to champion strength. Wait, Garen? Oh, Garen. I'm assuming you mean Garen there. Games to play? Sounds amazing. Good luck to everyone still in the tournament. I wish you well in your challenges. Who else can we spy upon here? Can't spectate them. Other people are away. So I'm gonna relax for a second. How are people doing right now? If you have been here for the entirety of the 5 hours and 14 minutes, kudos to you. I am very impressed, and I hope my commentary has been entertaining in the meantime. We've got some excellent games behind us, I dare say, and some fun interactions. I'm definitely slightly regretting who we were spectating as at the time. I feel regret for ever saying in the presence of that person, oh, I hope we see Zolani at some point, because that hurt a lot. That hurt a lot. With the top deck into the mini morph also hurt a lot, just spiritually, you know. I felt pain somewhere deep in my chest. Single elimination or double? We are currently using double elimination. So there's a winner's bracket, which Ace has been moving very fast towards and through. And then there is a loser's bracket. We are still kind of waiting for those results to come in. So here we go. Yes. Ooh. Okay, wait, who do we have next? Symphy and Void. I can't spectate Symphy, and I don't know if we have Void's info. At least I don't have Void added at the moment. So next one is Tatsuki and Lunari as well. Okay, we might pop in on the Tatsuki Lunari game in that case. Though that does, Tatsuki, you did request that we not spectate your games. So maybe we'll have someone pop in. Even as a spectator, it's been fun watching. Okay, that's good. As long as fun is being had somewhere. I need to move this Poro back into frame. It keeps leaving the frame because my microphone's in the way of it. But mascot must be protected and visible at all times. We've reached the point where now I just pet the Poro a whole lot. And hope that you're still having a great evening or morning wherever you are. So yes, waiting on a couple of final brackets. Soon we shall have a winner. Here's a fun Poro fact. Here's a fake fun Poro fact number 5, I think. We're on number 5 now. in the depths of the ocean, there's a Poro that, much like Fizz, has adapted to live in the water and generally terrorize the local sharks. It has grown massive teeth and is also occasionally it runs into pike underwater. That's your fun Poro fact number 5. That is fake. Fun fake Poro fact number 6. In upstate New York, where I grew up, in upstate New York, where I grew up, there is a Poro farm in the Finger Lakes region, and on that Poro farm, the Poros are taught to care for bees, and the bees therefore bring the Poros honey, which the Poros then enlist their human masters to make them honey cookies with, and it's wonderful and it's amazing. Waiting for it to start. Go for it. All right, looks like we are in, actually, and I have been given the go-ahead, so I'm gonna pop into Lunari's sign again, and we're gonna spectate one of our final matches. Probably haven't fed the Poro for 5 whole hours. He is starving. I'm sorry, Poro, I have blueberries. See, it's a real blueberry. Would you like a blueberry? I'm gonna put it here, and in the name of not ruining my plushie, I'm gonna actually eat it myself. I tried though. The Poro's on a diet? That's like one of those diets where you get a really round, fat cat, and they're like, we need to put this chonker on a diet. And part of I feel like my response to that is always, okay, yes, I understand it's fat, and I understand it will get diabetes, but also, it's cute. It's cute when it's a circle. They say Nautilus is kind of scared of Sea Poro. Yes, they do. Nautilus, in his great state of having an anchor and an armor suit and all of the big, powerful sides of the house business, he's also just scared of a little small Poro that floats around in the ocean. It's got little tentacles instead of feet, you know? Instead of the round nubbins, it's got fucking long, floaty things that sting you. I am a floaty that will sting you. Not actually. I don't have anything with which to sting people other than my bad jokes, which usually just devolve to me talking about pussy again. We only saw one or two Yumis though, so I mean, for good or for bad, I have been limited in my pussy experience this evening, as have all of you been. But that's okay. There was a pussy in the Poro and it did a lot of work earlier, so that's great. I feel like I'm talking about things that happened like 3 streams ago, but it's literally been the same stream. It's just been games and more games. And we are looking at Lunari's Demacia Freljord and Tatsugi's Shadow Isles Targon. As a reminder, what are we looking at for Tatsugi? Because this is the first time we have stopped in to observe. That is, I think, the common deck, if I'm not misremembering here. Oh, there's 2 Poros. There's 2 Poro Guardians happening, though, at the same time. Whatever shall we do? I can't root for both Poros at the same time. This is the all commons deck from Tatsugi, by the way. The top end is Moondreamer, Invoke. There's some healing, there's some vengeances, there's some star shapings. Lunari's hand, we do of course see the double champion strength, with very few units to cast at the moment, unfortunately. Also, Small Penguin, thank you for joining the tournament. I know it is very late in other people's time zones, so thank you for sticking it out. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you had fun. Okay, there's a 2-1. Acid commentary. I am just, as a person, acidic. Maybe slightly. Maybe I am slightly acidic occasionally. Ooh, banking that spell mana for the Poro. For the Poro's Latur. Ooh, challenging the 3-3. Oh, draining the 2-1 for just a good attacker on the following turn. Blighted Ravine, definitely an option, but oh, 5-4. Apologies, not a 5-5. Blighted Ravine is good to hold out here. The only thing that Champion's Strength, though, can buff at the moment is Poro, and Sejuani. And the Sejuani is not getting as much value at the moment. All commons all fucking commons. No rares, no epics, no nothing else. Just everything with a little green symbol at the bottom, allowed. Anything without a little green symbol at the bottom, eh. I got some good feedback on it, that it was an interesting thing to try and build around. So I hope it was actually fun for people. Pauper, there's no real Pauper format in Runeterra, I believe. I know that the Gauntlet has started to tilt towards, has been Foundations and earlier sets. But no Pauper yet, so I thought that would be an interesting space for me to just kind of like sneak that in there and be like, oh, also you want to think about cards that you would never really want to synergize? All commons it is, bitch.
Who knows?
Yeah, unfortunately that's not getting blocked by a 0/6. All hail fearsomes. All hail fearsome units. So many units. Units. Only one unit, actually. Oh, to avoid the Poro generation. Smarticles. I would have been attacking with everything, going, haha! Let's go! That's there. Oh, it's a format that you'll find in a couple of other video games as well. It's just it's the rarity condition on the card. So like, for instance, Splendid Ravine is a rare card because of the blue symbol. And then this is a common card because it has the green symbol. What is happening? Sejuani Braum. It is Sejuani Braum. This is one of the Poro decks that I forced everyone to make, which was minimum 12 Poro units and 3 Poro snacks, and then whatever else you wanted to put in. Wasn't it Mono Champ all common? No, so it was 3 different deck building conditions actually. And if anyone else is new, started coming into the stream, this is good information as well. There were 3 unique deck building conditions. So the first one was Poros, so minimum of 12 Poro units and 3 Poro snacks. The second one was a all commons deck, which still gives you access to some pretty fancy things, for instance, like Vengeance. And the last one was mono region, mono champ, can include rares, epics, etc., but only can be in one region, and you can only have 3 of one champion total. Yeah, 3 of the same max. I did realize after I had posted all of the tournament announcement stuff that I needed to clarify my wording, so I had to do that a couple of times. We'll make sure in the future that if there's any confusion, I will provide examples of decks that actually fit those conditions, so there's no need for people to be confused about them. Look at new Lunari's hand. This is the Poro deck. So you are welcome. So it's basically everyone goes into the best of 3 ban phase with those 3 decks. So one gets knocked out. I'm not sure, of course, which one got knocked out here, but you can run champion strength in the Poro situation. So it's a Poro deck versus the commons deck at the moment, and I believe this is the first game, so we actually don't have any idea what got banned. It's much easier to tell what got banned in this format too, which helps my brain out a bit.
You are a child.
I'm quite interested to see how people who ended up at the end of the tournament feel about the whole ban phase. Monochrome, I'm glad that I and the chat could clarify. No, it is a little confusing at first glance. And that is a very powerful champion strength at 9 HP, and Tatsugi is considering this offer. I will unfortunately have to say that Ruination is an expensive card, so not much happening off of the next turn, I think. Demacia Champion Strength is really kind of ripping up a lot of things, though we did see one fail to really result in much, just thanks to it being an inopportune moment. But that's just champion strength for ya, to be honest. And a lot of damage coming in. A unreasonable amount of damage. Though I don't think we're gonna beat -60. Unless we do beat -60, in which case I will just be impressed. I'll be fucking impressed. Yeah. 1 sec. All right, we are back. Sorry about that. Coordinating with the mods. What's the best Poro card and why is it Jubilant Poro? Because Jubilant Poro deserves the world, obviously. Ooh, okay, yep. Here's the damage from the first round of Champion Strength coming out. And on the second round, let's see, there is one Overwhelm Poro, but there's also 5 things coming into face, one of which is the Braum with Challenger. The Braum is not going to level it actually is going to level. There's a shot that the Braum levels here. It is the Jubilant Poro because the Poro is having a fucking good time with life. And you can't really shit on that. Or at least... I can't really shit on that. Look at it. It's so fucking adorable. It's so fucking adorable. It's adorable. Truly. Okie dokie. And it looks like this might be a foregone conclusion. Unsure necessarily what's in Takisegi's hand. I guess there is a star shaping, potentially. Block with 3/5, go with that. But it might be too... No, I don't think it's not quite too late for that. But the 3/5 would have to die, so there unfortunately would be no more attacks. And the 8/11 is healing beyond what any of the... unfortunately healing beyond what any of the big Great Beyonds or Immortal Fires could do. Destin Poro is best Poro? Destin Poro is best Poro. Okay, that's also fair. But Jubilant's just happy. The other Poro wants to eat a whole bunch of stuff, you know? Destin Poro has a shout as well. It's so cute. It's fine, we're fine. Ooh, Tatsigi pulling out a Withering Whale to survive that turn. Keeping it together for one more. Unfortunately losing Elusive and all blockers though. And there is, very unfortunately, extra unfortunately, a second Champion Strength in Lunari's hand. That was only the first one, folks. There's more. There's more. And the star shaping. There's the star shaping finally. Except here's the rally. Not even the rally needed. Just a surrender and out. Had a combo break already? But that would be mean. Okay, that was game 1. We move on to the next. So, Demacia, Poros have won. The Commons deck is still available for Tatsigi for sure, but there's also another deck in there that might be coming out. So we shall see. Thinking about the bans a little bit, it's not an immediate hop back in. So one or both of our players are making decisions. Thinking about their next match. Tatsigi with the same deck up against Lunari's also Commons only deck, I believe. Let's double check what Lunari's looks like here. Oh, Zon Bouncer, the thing that always shows up when you're updating the client. Yes, this is just a lot of removals and pings, some units to stabilize early. Looks relatively similar on the Shadow Isles front, I think. Still Sentinels, but the P and Z, just a little different, a little more burn, a little less healing kind of thing. Drum solo, and no units. Mass Mother, no Mass Mother makes sense. You don't want to yeet that as a 2-power unit. And also it is not necessarily required, but... Oh no, it is required because it's a play effect. The Burgeoning Sentinel. Truly, it does burgeon its damage. Ooh. Ooh, here we go. Jumping into... Oh, checking something on this. Yep. That's all good. Ooh. Debating more choices there. Winged Messenger. In all of its glory. and all of its yet to be empowered glory. We'll get there. We'll get there. Generating that 5/4. Ooh, Sentinel. Getting swole.
Oh, dark.
Dark! So dark! I'm not dark. You're dark. Nobody is dark. And put everyone away in the Mystic Shot hole where you die. Yep. There it goes. What are we waiting for? So, Lunari has a lot of fucking removal. There's a lot of removal. Tatsugi, we can't see the hand, unfortunately, but we do have Star Shaping coming in here. Healing back up to full. Invoking, let's see, Golden Sisters cannot be cast yet. Banking mana, there is a potential for some kind of Obliterate to come down. The Obliterate actually isn't going to hit a champion. This is kind of a funny matchup because it is just who can get better card faster without having to rely on the value generated by your champions, which is kind of fun. Kind of good, kind of fun, kind of interesting. Lunari really thinking about this. This seems like the options would be to drum solo potentially. Caustic Rift does not do the most here. It is just a draw. And then Unspeakable Horrible, not castable. Also, Categorical, I'm glad you had fun today. Yeah, there are some people with some fucking bomb-ass loadouts coming into this tournament, not gonna lie. Tatsugi, really all decked out here. World Breaker boards. Many other boards that I have forgotten. Oh, the video game one that isn't the big Emissary arcade version, but is something else instead. Those are also very cool. Those are also very good. No one with Earth yet, I believe. If I go into a tournament myself soon, I shall pick Earth as my board of choice to scare people with the popping noises. Zon Bouncer. I keep forgetting that this is technically a flow card. You look at the Zon Bouncer and you definitely don't think to yourself, "Ha, that's a flow card." No. It definitely does not fit in the Ionia. Ah, yes, we're going to feel this out. He's just there like, "Hi, get the fuck out of my club." Ooh. Going for damage. Sentinel v Sentinel. Lunari back on attack.
Move or cease.
Giving some
Sink your
sass
fear.
back to the Zon Bouncer indeed. One thing I'm curious about, and let me check here actually to see who has like super random generation. It looks like Lunari's Pharaoh's Financier list. Definitely, I mean, Pharaoh's Financier in the list, sorry. Could definitely have some good RNG power, as good Unspeakable Horror. The rest is mostly removal and pings, however. That's going to be a little interesting. Tatsugi's has a lot more just invoke and slower, but still consistent value. So I'm wondering who's actually going to be able to come out on top, because I'm wondering if Tatsugi's just going to like snowball out of control. Assert dominance with earth cannons. Exactly, you get it. Let's see if this is a powerful move. It is a Crescent Guardian, which isn't bad actually. Looks like 9 cards in hand for Lunari, so not quite filling that up yet. Not quite there yet. Still pretty safe, still safe to draw and not even play it, though it did come down. Good 5/3 right there. Yeah, no Winding Light in Tatsugi's either. I don't think I've seen a Winding Light cast so far. So he didn't get that fancy top end to happen. Not quite. Ooh, just going for that Destroyer. 7/7 Overwhelm. Let's see. Well, there is a couple of options. There's definitely a way to ping the spell shield off and remove it on a future turn, though no actual mana to do that immediately, which is interesting. Wondering if it's just going to be a couple of smaller blockers here and then tank the 7/7 overwhelm damage? Probably. I mean, 19 versus Shadow Wilds is certainly much easier than, or lower HP versus Shadow Owls is usually better than lower HP versus P and Z. Typically, mostly the time. Sometimes. Unless they're running Atrocity, which is, I'm pretty sure, not possible. Vengeance you can run. Atrocity, not so much. Atrocity, not so much. But that would be kind of nuts. Just invoke Atrocity kind of deck. Would be kind of crazy. Oh, taking offering the open pass, actually. Not even attacking with the 7/7. Holding that over there. Safe behind the knowledge that there is a 7/7 with Overwhelm and Spell Shield sitting on the bench. Looking quite aesthetic with the Star Guardian board, of course. Ooh, Vile Feast. Good Spell Shield ping if I've ever seen. What's coming down here? Ooh. Darkwater Scourge and Mass Mother are also up and usable at this moment. And that's just, actually, on the 5 and the 2, it's enough to compete with the Destroyer for sure. Currently only one Celestial proc. But there's always more to go, potentially. Spood! Definitely have seen spoots. If nothing else, I have seen many a fucking spooter today. There have been so many spoots. Just kind of a bit of a standoff right now. Who's gonna move first? Have they asked me to broadcast Worlds? No. I don't have the technical backing to do anything like casting Worlds right now. I tried a little bit of casting for the Mystic Shot tournament. There's some great people over there who've done coverage. But I'm definitely more of the casual make dick jokes so people cast their cards kind of person, which I don't know is exactly what they want for Worlds. Wouldn't turn it down though, for sure, of course. But meanwhile, I'm just like, haha, wouldn't it be funny to eat a Poro? That's the vibe level here. Speaking of Flufferton, what do you think of this match? Let's actually, maybe I'm positioning the Poro wrong. Maybe the Poro needs to watch the gameplay, which is over here in case you can't tell. So me and Flufferton are just gonna be here observing very closely one of our final games. There is a Solari Sun Hawk, and that Mass Mother actually ate something else and not the Darkwater Scourge, so that's still not out of the question. Still distinctly not out of the question. Sunhawk doing a smack. So many smacks today. So many smacks. I'm about to fucking smack myself to sleep once this is done, not gonna lie. I will definitely need a rest after, but I'm still fucking hype, yo. We're still fucking hype as shit over all of this. Ooh, Glimpse Beyond. Rip that off the Destroyer. Waste your 6 mana vengeance, Tatsugi says. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. I like to imagine that the Poros are just kind of like looking at each other from across the board. Why did they name a card Balkux right before Worlds then? Okay, I don't have an answer for that. I don't know what they were thinking. It is a kind of a perfect card for the casters though, no? Of just like, and he's got Balkux! I imagine is how I would do that if someone dared cast a Balkux, which they did, and I did kind of do that here. So at least we're getting that good value out of it. To whoever named Balkux, to whichever group of Riot developers decided that Balkux was the way to go, you're the MVP of this evening. Keep naming them silly things, because they're so silly, but they're so good. That is a Black Spear. Oh, punch the 5/4. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Go! Haha! Death! There's another caustic riff. I keep wanting to call this drum solo, but it is caustic riff, not the other way around. It's now the time to Mask Mother. Slowly running out of removal, but I mean, Mask Mother fucking Scourge can hang around for ages. A couple of vengeances have been thrown out, I believe, on... Did Tatsigi cast a vengeance, actually? I know that the vengeance came out on the destroyer, but this actually oh, there was one that came down from Tatsigi earlier when the Zon bounced their turn. You know what they were thinking? Everyone knows. The open secret, that is the Balkux generation. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Drum solo. Okay, there's an actual drum solo, not a caustic rift. Rift, not rift. I can't say this card. Whatever this card is, I don't know what it is, but I know what it does. I know that it's a 2-mana. It's basically a better make it rain if you trigger flow. I know that. That's all I know. And there's an iffy, fearsome proposition there with the Mask Mothers. Interesting. Mask Mother also another one of those good common cards. Just who would have thought that it was a common out of everything?
I'll learn soon.
Balkux and Otterpuss, come on now. Otterpuss. I mean, I have yelled attune the puss so many times. Attune your puss, everybody. Just gotta be careful. Just gotta do it. Just gotta go. There's a killing of a spood and a killing of a man to make a spood, which is how spiders are born, right? You murder a human being and it makes a spider. That's what I'm learning from this game, which I think is correct. I have yet to see otherwise. Like, if I kill somebody and leave their corpse for like 2 seconds and then I come back to it, I'm sure there'd be a spider, which means the person's making the spiders. 100% that's what it means. Ooh, drum solo, time trick, and 2 time tricks. That's quite the top deck, 2 time tricks. The time tricks are really determined there to show up. What's this Withering Whale? What's it doing? How's it feeling? What's doing, Withering? Okay, traded there. Kept some spiders. There's some fearsome bodies over there. And another star shaping. Star shaping number 2. Let's see what this one makes. Lunari still with a very dominant HP in this whole entire game. And a 7/6 to back it up. A little bit of removal, some time tricks to find stuff. Looks like that's exactly what's happening. Vengeance into whatever is coming down might be useful, or more vials to remove, but honestly, probably Vengeance, no? Yeah, there it is. There's the good old man dies card. Surely we're going through a journey. We're going through a journey of Poro to dead person to how to make spiders. Only if they're a noble, that's fair. That's actually fair. If it's not an aristocrat, what are we doing? And the silence coming out from Blinded Mystic. Never mind, no lifesteal on Lunari's side here. Aftershock on the elusive, which did get buffed from the Blinded Mystic, so no more elusive either. These are the kind of interesting trades where it's just kind of it's a unit grind, and you really have to figure out. It's interesting to see which units champion free, which ones end up topping it out. BNZ deck here still doing perfectly fine, choosing to tank the damage and not lose the Mask Mother. Sentinel, Scourge, and Aftershock preferred here. Lots of removal in hand. Oh, going for the Undergrowth. What's the deck? How many cards are left in the decks currently? We're looking at 23 and 17. Very unlikely to see a deck out here, of course, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Definitely going on for a long time. Lunari waiting here for something really valuable to pop out. for the vengeance, for the vial into a vengeance if needed. With not Lunari. Moondreamer coming down to the board. Did invoke. Does have some Targon up the sleeve there from Tatsuki. We are also this is a pretty long game so far. 20 minutes left, 21 minutes left, round 12. Setting up for potentially a Withering Whale, getting more stuff off the board. Once again, Tatsuki offering the pass. Burning 10 mana on Lunari's side. Scourge, no spell shield, unfortunately. Going in, Vengeance, prevailing. The 11-10 lost to the sands of the universe, I suppose. See, there's a heat death of the universe moment. Truly, the universe dies. And the scourge goes with it. That was a pretty clean Scourge attempt, though. 10 mana available, gotta go for it. Here's a lot of damage coming in. Withering Whale is now handed an extra target in the Blinded Mystic. And the only thing hitting, 3-2. And the Moondreamer, of course, but it is also a very chunky 3-6. It is a very healthy 3-5 now. Glimpse Beyond, drawing cards. Lunari down to 13 after this. Tatsuki still sitting pretty high at 21. I will laugh if it is a deck out. I will laugh. I will have a good time. Mostly because that's not what I expected. Didn't expect that. Oh man. There's another Undergrowth. Yeah, the toss cards are actually enacting a penalty. Slight penalty.
Let's get to work.
Maybe Reggie here will summon something incredible. Reggie's always a good option. Hextech Transmogulator into unfortunate series of targets would be pretty bad. Offering Glorious Evolution, Sputtering, and Hexbliterator. Reggie doing work again as usual.
I help when I can.
Was it the Song Spinner? It was the Song Spinner. I was wondering if it would be a go for the Glorious Evolution, but that's not castable that turn, and Sputtering is, or at least is generally more castable overall. There's another Reggie. Reggie's back to potentially make more chaos, and another pass. Another pass. All right. Maybe it's a Sputtering here or a Reggie. Not burn the 13 mana that's happening. Utter Devastation. Assembly line and another Glorious Evolution. Now it is Utter Devastation. So it will kill everything. That is a board wipe for everyone, which would reset everything back to, pretty much everything back to 0. I don't think there's any equip that has occurred at any point. So that's an odd one. It's an odd one, but certainly a usable one, I think. There's also an option of HP just being higher. 10 cards left in Lunari's. 18 cards, 16 after this Glimpse Beyond resolves. In Tatsugi's, there is a chance to counter the draw, though, with the Undergrowth. Does Lunari go down to 7? No! Holding on to their cards remaining in the deck. Hapless Aristocrat, our nobleman, producing another Spider. Moondreamer going. Okay, there's another Invoke, just regular Invoke. Fantastic. That is Proximity and Starbone. Drop the bomb, caught in the cold. We're looking at Sputtering here, of course. High Note, Weapon Hilt. What has been chosen here? It's difficult to see until it's all produced everything. Weapon Hilt, Drop the Bomb, and Proximity Puff Cap. So definitely interactions with the board more than anything else. Darkwater Scourge is back. We think we've seen all 3 by now. There's Immortal Fire. Very good versus a deck that would like to remove your things. Kindly, thank you very much. Considering it is just revives itself. It's like, hey bitch, I have come back and I'm still very pretty. which is how I'd like to experience my doom, by the way. I think if I am to perish young, I would like to come back from as an undead, being like, hey, motherfucker, you thought you got rid of me? Nah. Okay, here's drain. Yeah, there's drain 2, or is it 8-3? That just goes to face. Okay. Ooh. 1 drain. Oh, committing to having toss 3. 6 cards left in the deck. I think, yes. I think it goes to whoever has more HP at the time. So, I mean, there's lots of things happening. Okay, that goes... Ooh. Down... Piercing Pharaohs and Mystic Shot lost as well. Life doesn't matter. Forget the life part then. Just I read that as more of a just like forget the life part. Who needs living? No, we're not doing that. Who needs that? We're just gonna die. We're just gonna take a Nexus, rip it out of the ground, and throw it out the window. Defenestrate your Nexus. Dead Scooter, here we go. When mid-clock goes to 0, there's a 5-minute overtime. Yeah, we're currently not at that stage, though. This last game is definitely going to be an interesting one. Very short timer on that. 5 cards left. Killing a Mortifier, I think, still means that a Undergrowth or something else could still revive. There might be a Withering Whale here, in which case all of these would kind of go away. Weapon Hilt is okay. That looks like a Withering Whale if I've ever seen one. Yep, there it goes, there it goes. Like coming back as an undead, have I got a game for me? A player with more overtime insta wins. There was 1 clock win in one of the first Mystic Shot tournaments that I ever casted. I still remember that, of like, oh no, watching the clock's very fucking important. You gotta do that. You have to do that, or it could be very bad for you. 14 cards left in Totsugi's, 5 cards left in Lunari's, and a 9-2 still coming out. 1 blocker and 1 ephemeral Darkwater Scourge, still looking at Utter Devastation as a card that exists and can board wipe. If you watch World of Warcraft, you can play as someone coming back as an undead. I have slightly promised my soul to Glass and to Final Fantasy, though, is the problem. I did tell Glass that I would play Final Fantasy first. Also kidding. My mods have me a bit against the wall here. 2 cards remain! 2 turns for Lunari! I was joking about the deck out, but we're here. We're actually fucking here. Aftershock. Alright. Everything goes to face. Understandable. Okay, blocking. Hanging on here. I don't think there's any win cons left, though, for Lunari. And Totsugi, I don't even know if they've cast... I think there's still potentially one more Star Shaping. There it fucking is! There's one more Star Shaping for Totsugi. The Targon, as I potentially thought, just generating more and more value as the game went on there. I think the Sentinel approach was definitely focused on removal, but what do you do when the removal has, or the thing you're trying to remove has Spell Shield and also just fatter than everything you have on the board? All right, I think we're into our last, game here. If I'm remembering the outcome of the previous 2 correctly, and we are. All right, we've got a very slim clock here. We are doing the PNZ Shadow Owls from Lunari again, and Freljord Targon from Totsugi. Mono Braum, pretty sure this is the Poro deck. But Glass already plays WoW. Yes, but Glass also plays Final Fantasy, and that's the current thing I have been told to play a lot of.
Remember, we're the ones who make progress happen.
All right, Forge Chief down. Lonely Poro begins. Monster, give up your life to the MMO gods.
Keep it up.
Alright, good curve from Linari. 2/3 drops. Burgeoning Sentinel as well. Poro Fly! It makes the cutest buzzing sound I've ever heard, by the way. I love the sound of Poro Fly. And that's not the noise it makes. It makes more of an insectoid sound. Also, why does it have wings? And why don't all Poros have wings? I guess it's because Zoe did something, huh? So, can we have Zoe just give all the Poros wings? Because I would vote that option. That seems like a great option. I like the sound of that option. Fearsome's going to town. The retaliation from the Sentinels after that last game. Feeling the power now that there's no longer a scourge coming down in the face. This is such a peaceful, it's such a peaceful scene. Everyone has the grass, everyone has the Poros, everyone's just kind of chilling. Except maybe this guy. This guy maybe looks like he needs to chill, but he's not. Method did claim third. The race is over. Spirit Unleash going. Punch all the things. It's a 2-1 Poro. Shock Blast, Brute Awakening, and Progress Day. Good choices. Good choices. I mean, Progress Day and Shock Blast more so, I would say, at the moment. Yeah, Shock Blast taken. I was about to be fully prepared to be wrong there and just like, oh, it was Brute Awakening. And I can't actually think of a reason why it would be that. Unlikely it was Brute Awakening for sure. All right. 9 minutes left. This is a surprisingly entertaining set of games and the clock. I will also be right back. I am running into sinus congestion, so I need to take a quick bio break. I'll be back in 30 seconds. I can actually leave, or I can just blow my nose right here, because mods have things! Love it when the mods have things. 1 sec. And we're back. See? It was a quick interaction. That's also a 6-6 Poro sled, huh? Okay. Vengeance the Poro sled. That makes sense. That makes sense. Sorry, Poro sled! You were lovely! But wow, that's a lot of fearsome damage also. That's a lot of fucking fearsome damage. And it's only a 2-1 Poro! And there's no snacks available! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no. Though again, we do have Poros on both sides. So fundamentally, we are rooting for both. Both of the Poros grin and cringe at the damage committed. And the Poro time continues. Poro herder, a buff, swole Poro herder, coming down, drawing a Poro. Once again, we admire the Poro frolicking, the many Poros frolicking in the grass, nibbling on stuff, eating things, so on and so forth. We are looking at some pretty nasty removal options, though. It's about to be less of a frolic and more of a, oh, I have damage. Oh, hello, damage. Flufferton, what do you think now? Flufferton's having a good time, I think. Flufferton is not getting starved. Flufferton is just enjoying life. Everything is fine. And the drain on the herder. Pretty dominant sentinels on the board. Pretty fucking dominant. What does this lady in the back think? She seems also quite driven. I like her hair. I'll see this lady. I was looking at the lady with the blue hair, the purplish one. And as a lady with blue hair myself, I approve. Top tier.
Where'd they go off to?
Where did they go off to? These are fair questions. Going with the trade into the spider. Goodbye, Spood. No one will miss you, unfortunately. It's just not about that. Boo Sentinel again. More 5/4 action. There is a Braum in Tatsuki's deck, which we have yet to see. There's this thing that's hilarious that there's a Poro sitting on a Poro. I absolutely love that there's a Poro sitting on a Poro. That's like my favorite thing about the card. Like legit, like my favorite fucking thing. That is a powerful Withering Wail. And it is a Poro snack to save everything except the old man from dying. Goodbye, old man. Goodbye, Poro sitting atop a Poro. Except not really. Except wait, not really. Yo, the old man is still kicking. Old man still hanging on. Those are Des and Ada. Oh, probably. Probably. The Sisters from the Darkness card. If ARAM is to be believed, Poros reproduce asexually by eating Poro snacks until they explode into a bunch of other Poros. And yes, those are Des and Ada. Alright, well, I didn't realize that, and that's actually kind of fun information.
Find you some friends?
Yes, I've heard about the exploding Poro thing a lot now today. And it's slightly horrifying, but at the same time, how else is something so cute supposed to reproduce? Like, that's always going to reproduce in some mad, crazy fashion. Is it not? They're not mammals. They're not... At least they don't do the frog thing of, like, popping out of the mum's back or something like that. That's just... That shit's gross. I'm sorry, nature, but that shit is gross. Stop doing that. I don't like watching frogs. Tiny tadpoles pop out of some frog's back. It's not what I'm here for. Objectively, that description is also not what you're here for. So, refocusing on the fabled Poro, that's an excellent attacker here, into a bunch of sentinels. That feels a bit different. The plot thickens. Vengeance on the 4/6, so maybe not as great of a blocker, unfortunately. Shock Blast can take Tatsuki down to 6, of course, so Nexus is a little bit fragile. Definitely a little bit fragile there, depending on what P and Z is top decked. They are a thing. They are Des and Ada. And Eporealis coming out. 2 Poro snacks generated, but none castable immediately. Not trading with the 5/4 anymore. But there is a little elusive Poro hanging on to dear life. During Poro doing its thing, we've hit overtime. We are getting very, very close. We're getting so close. It's simple, don't get them wet. Don't feed them after midnight. Not getting them wet though is kind of hard, right? Because like they live in the outdoors. It's like the same problem of that mermaid movie where those girls transform into mermaids whenever they come into contact with water. Like, where's the practical? How is this practical at all? Because you're just gonna go to the sink and try and drink something, and then boom, you're gonna have issues. Also, Atrocity is potentially just a kill. Vengeance is just good removal. Which one was it? It was Atrocity! Going for the big Atrocity play off of Shock Blast, and potentially whatever else the drum solo can top deck here, I would think. No way of getting through Fearsome now, though. All of the Poros have 3 power. They have been leveled up. There's 2 more in hand. There's the Shock Blast going, but still currently no way of guaranteeing that extra point of damage, assuming that one of the 5/3s is Atrocitied into Nexus. That is the ballsy play. 3 minutes left. 2 minutes now, because of the good old stream delay. And let's see what the cast is here. Okay, another Poro. More Poros happening. Nothing for Lunari to do mono-wise at the moment, so Tatsuki's a little bit open to developing. Not sure if there's any more attackers that can be made in hand. That does definitely count as an attacker that could be made in hand. or could be put onto the board. Let's see, 2 snacks with no atrocity to remove the Poro or Nexus, that big Poro sled and Nexus. This might be... Can Tatsuki do it? That's a lot of damage. Oh, and it made another Daring Poro. Fun stuff indeed. Let's see, there is only 11 mana, so there is no Drum Solo and Atrocity. Not that that would win anyway, because there would be no reason to cast or no mana to cast a Mystic Shot or anything. After Midnight is the worst restriction ever. Imagine they make the Mermaid story into Taken. Since Midnight is 0/0, literally every time is after midnight. Every time is after midnight. Oh, 1 minute left! 1 minute! Less than a minute left! Oh my god! Time Trick coming out, trying to find something here. Still 2 Poro stacks in hand. Oh, we're down to literally the last minute! The last minute! Oh my god! All right, we've seen almost a deck out, and we've also used the timer for this best of 3 to almost the max here. Lunari running out of time, and running out of Nexus HP. Time Trick pulling Withering Wail, which is healing by 3. Yeah, healing by 3, but still looking at Poro Snacks and whatever else Tatsuki may have in hand. Heal here brings it up to 16, so it would be down to 5 if I'm remembering correctly. So there's... Oh, timer's done! Timer is done! Timer is out. And here we go. Yep, here's the first Poro Snacks. And 14 damage. There's the Withering Wail. But here we are in overtime, and Tatsuki has a decent couple of minutes banked at the moment. There's the second Poro Snack, fighting it out to the end, and Tatsuki coming out on top. Coming out on top, actually, with that final Daring Poro coming down off of the Poro sled. Oh my god, that was a very exciting final set of matches, I would say. We still have a couple more to go in here as well. Let's see how those brackets are looking now. We do have to wait for some results to be reported, probably, including that last game. But we're all the way over here in grand finals with Ace patiently waiting, and then losers bracket over here. That was Tatsuki and Lunari, so Tatsuki moving on to fight Symphy here, and potentially one last person versus Doug as well. I am going to take a quick bathroom break while we wait for our next round. It might just be a look at Tatsuki versus Symphy here, but I shall be right back. Let me see, let me bring up this friends list. Can I lightly spectate Tatsuki? I think we might be able to. Be right back. I have returned. So we are, we're in the last stretch. Burn everything while I'm not looking. Only if I can keep my important things like my computer. Otherwise, torch it all to the fucking ground. I don't care. Leave me my electronics and everything I need for work, and I'll be fine dealing with the rest. It's okay. All right. Exciting. Looks like we've got a couple of our next match loaded up and ready, actually. believe it's just Tatsugi versus our other individual down in losers bracket, Symphy. Yes. Hopefully we will be able to watch this one. Thank you for the shoot the shroom request. Here we go. I am Shroom. I shall be shot with the Nerf gun. If any of you haven't seen the Nerf gun, by the way, it's one of these motherfuckers. It's actually like quite sturdy. Looks like a rifle or something. It's quite fun. It's very fun. Would highly recommend. We're gonna hop in and spectate Tatsugi here. Once this band phase is over, I think 3 rounds or so left, actually. Again, we are almost there. 6 hours? Yeah, 6 hours. It's almost 6.25 hours. So 7 hours later, we may be able to finally crown a champion. I can't believe it's been 6 hours. Thank you all again for hanging with us here. We're torching glass first. Feel free to torch glass first. Yeah, that's okay. That's like super okay because he doesn't have my computer or anything. So glass first, then my stuff. Then, if necessary, you can take my laptop that needs to be replaced anyway. Well, let's work up to it now. Let's work up to that point, maybe. All right, we've got the commons only from Tatsugi, of course, and we have looks like might be this is the Victor Vi Udir list with the Freljord San Poros. So let's watch some Poros versus some just common removal, honestly. We are now settling into the lovely, happy, peaceful music of the Star Guardian board here with a little Daybreak proc off of our Sunhawk here. Feeling it, feeling life. Here we go. You are sadly allergic to sadly allergic to fire. I think we should test that. I think I should go like Glass on Fire and see if he's truly allergic or if this is just a ploy to deceive the chat. He's looking at me in a way that deeply, I think, suggests that he is lying to you all, chat, and he doesn't have your best interests at heart, and that he is trying to stop arson in an unreasonable way. That's a thankfully expired can of air that he was trying to blast me with, but it's mostly empty. So it didn't really work. It did not really, in particular, work as expected. Glass did a stupid. Don't throw things at me, Glass. Or I do, I don't know. It's like, Jesus. Okay, that was a solid hit. That was a solid hit with an empty energy drink bottle. Sports drinks bottle, not an energy drink bottle. I'm the one who drinks energy drinks. He's the one who drinks sports drinks. I have been drinking a lot of energy drinks over the holidays, though I actually didn't have one today. So there's some progress, I suppose. I should probably decrease the amount of Monster that I consume, but that's a later problem for when I'm 30, right? All of your problems get solved when you're 30. Like, you turn 30 and like, wow, I no longer have the impulse to do terrible things to my body. That's what happens, right? It's not just that you get old enough to realize that if you stop doing things, your body's gonna break on you when you turn 45. That's not what happens. No, like your bad impulses just go away at age 30. That's what I'm telling myself. Yeah. Okay, there's a Sunhawk. Also, gameplay's happening. One Poro stack stripped off the top into a back alley bar. Yeah, that bar is kind of scary. That bar is always scary, but we're getting a close-up view of it now, which is interesting for sure. Offering the pass. Offering the pass. Daring Poro getting destroyed because of hand size. The fangs. The fangs from bar? Back alley barkeep. Yep, made the fangs. What a time. What a time. Such value. Such elusive value. Victor's having a fucking field day. But Victor should be allowed at least one field day a year, so that's okay. Feel like when you go all, man is inferior to metal, you deserve a field day to just help out your mentality in general. Go take a hike in the woods and stop worrying about whether human flesh is bad. It's fine, Victor. I like my flesh bag personally. It lets me do things. Like have depression. Sorry, was that not part of the argument? It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. 5 damage is coming through here, but we're up a spoon. But guys, we're up a spoon. You can't go wrong when you are up a spoon. That just sounds rude. Like, could you imagine if I just walked up to some random stranger that who didn't know me and was like, "Hey, would you like a random spoon?" They'd probably assume that I was talking badly about drugs or something. I promise I'm not. I just trying to talk about a children's card game. It's fine, which I can guess, to be fair. Magic habits are more expensive than cocaine habits, fundamentally. So, I mean, you lose every way you go. You lose every which way you go. Benefits of playing in Terra, it won't bankrupt you to make all of the fancy champion cards. Unlike Magic, where you can pay an arm and a leg for a card that was printed 20 years ago, and that you're only going to use once if you top deck it. We were at a game store before Christmas to go get presents for people, and they just had they had a pithing needle on sale, and I say on sale, it was like $300 still. There were some kids next to us by the display case, and they were like, "Why are the Magic cards so expensive?" And I was just holding in every bone. I was gripping my fist to just be like, "Don't break the kid's dreams. Do not tell this kid about how expensive Magic gets. You will break his brain. You will break his small 5-year-old brain. That's not what we're here for." There is, however, an immortal fire attacking. That's fancy. I think that. I vote fancy. I vote that it is very fancy, in fact. A bear stance on a 7/3. That's also a large unit. It's a pretty sizable unit. Again, here I am wanting to click resolve for the person that we are spectating. Don't do it. It's not gonna do anything. It's not gonna do anything. Yeah, that early Poro Snacks is actually coming back. Excuse me for the burp to hurt. It's coming back to smack. Smack, I think at this point, during this whole tournament stream, is apparently my favorite word ever. Because I think I've said it the most out of anything else, except maybe Poro and other things. And there's the give it all that we did see just take an entire fucking game the last time. And here we are watching elusive Poros come out of the woodwork. Give it all made off of the back. Oh, discounted by back alley borrows, but made off of the barkeep. No, we saw the thing that was made out of barkeep. That was the invoke into the trickster. But this is very fancy. That's pretty strong. Guess you're selling a few. I think it was foil. I think it might have been foil. It was something super shiny. I think super fancy. I don't know if it was a regular pithing needle. But I mean, if a shiny pithing needle is also still going for $300 fucking dollars, you will probably be able to get something off of the regular version, I imagine. At Piltovan Tellstones. Oh, going for the transform! No, that's nasty. That's fucking nasty. Because then you also end up with, actually an extra... That's clever. The Glimpse Beyond is clever because it will trigger this, but it will mean that the Tex-Tech Transmodulator doesn't have a target anymore. So the Vengeance on the 7/3 will just resolve, and that might keep Tatsuki in the game for something that looked pretty catastrophic a second ago. But good Glimpse Beyond. I would not necessarily have thought of that myself, actually. Then that goes. Oh no, it actually did transform, but it just died. I guess because it didn't have the the buff. They didn't have the exact wording on it. I mean, the 6/5 can block. It has died once now, though. Look at all those elusives. Permanently elusives, unfortunately. Symphy has a pretty good fucking attack coming in. Invoke will also not be able to generate... won't be able to generate a unit that's castable this turn, unfortunately. Unless it's something inexpensive, but anything bigger, Drink Beyond, another Immortal Fire, will take a lot of money. Well, mana. I'm thinking about magic, so I'm just like, oh, it will also take a lot of money. But it was a masterwork, so it has a lot of the Kaladesh masterworks. They have a lot of, honestly, really unique stuff in there. It's a good store. We live near a good, several actually good LGSs, which is kind of fun. At some point, maybe I'll go and actually do a paper event at one of them. But I'm still working up to that. Still working up to that one. Has anyone done paper tournaments of any kind lately? Glass and I used to go to draft semi-frequently, like every other week or so. Not every week, but we stopped that during COVID and it kind of hasn't come back. Silenced and elusive. Oh, yes, Poro on something else that the transform goes through. Oh, yes. Yeah, oh, yeah. Chashing up on the turn before as well. I'm trying to remind myself what happened a minute ago. Forgive me, it's been 6.5 hours. My brain cells may be a little bit perished by now. They're trying to very dutifully continue on a little treadmill of life, and the treadmill of life is just going faster and faster. Oh, Victor, what are you going to get? What's your keyword soup gonna be, sir? What's your plan there as a 3/5? Oh, there's a drain. Oh, I mean, also a drain. Oh my god, value! Another spoon! I will never cease being both excited and sad about spoods. They went for Progress Day rather than an Aftershock. But I mean, the 7/3 is very resilient, so that kind of makes sense anyway. Why is like a Tryndamere effect? Super duper quiet. Yu-Gi-Oh! Regionals like 3 months ago? Oh shit. Nice, actually. Used to draft, play poker with a former world class MTG draft player. Oh, nice. That sounds fun. Challenger Victor. Interesting. There is that nice Behold, but there is also unfortunately Spell Shield upon him. Sunhawk might not be bad for popping Spell Shield, but the Immortal Fire may be traded here into 6 elusive. That might not be catastrophic though. Again, 14 and 17, recoverable in the right situation. So I'll get draft. Drafting is hard, man. Drafting's really fucking hard. Have I seen the Fizz Yumi that make a super unit deck? I don't think so. Were you the person who was also talking about, oh, we saw a deck earlier that was mono Yumi, I think, and someone was like, oh, that's the Fizz Yumi shell, basically. I don't know what it does. What makes it a super unit over something than just like, because I'm used to seeing papercraft and stuff, like that just always happens, kind of. MTG draft is hard. It's an art form on all of its own. And also just like having to remember what other people are doing is just kind of weird. Or at least does not work well for me. Like when I play Go Fish, I suck at it because I have trouble remembering what other people have at the same time. Like 1v1 card games are great for me because I'm like, oh, okay, I can remember that they have Vengeance, you know? But the second it's like multiple people at the same time, my brain just goes kaput. I don't know why it goes kaput, but it very much does go kaput. It's kind of annoying. Bye, Immortal Fire! You were lovely! You were great. So there's a lot of room for interactions here. There's Black Spear up. There is Star Shaping available, of course. And there's the Great Beyond. Ooh, it's a 9/8. There's also the Supernova and the Living Legends. Living Legends is actually castable next turn. Everyone's Enlightened. Going for the Great Beyond, which is just a solid fucking body. So I understand that one for sure. People really thinking about and using the timers as well here today. Lonely Poro, Vi getting pretty stacked. Put Yumi on Fizz and just stop people from removing him. Oh, because of the whole targeting effect. How good is it? Because it sounds kind of fun, but also very annoying. But it seems like it could be potentially very unstable if you don't have the right spells all the time to actually deal with that situation. Fishy fish on our dishy dish. I've said the words and now I can never take them back. Going for the Supernova, obliterating two pretty pricey targets, high priority targets. Nothing new for the Victor to look at because there is no Victor anymore. They just buffed the crap out of 1 of 3 units Fizz, the 1 mana 0/3, or the 2 mana 2/2 Fated Nexus Strike, draw a spell. Pick your poison and go from there. So Vi's at 8. Vi seems very possibly going to end up at 10. Here we go. Here come the Poros and a back alley bar, which at this point is generating 3 whole cards, which is a lot of value. Doom Beast at 2 mana, draining a little bit. The Obliterate was very fun, but also at 9 mana with your opponent discounting the Barkeep. The Barkeep is about to start punching. As always, it's about to start going to town. Until you have a 12-tail overwhelm that beats the crap out of people. You've got a funny card game story you just remembered? Go for it. It's free Spoils of War. About a 50-50 win rate. That sounds about right, honestly. Like, it sounds like it is fun, but maybe not good. Or it's like difficult to make it good unless you really like the deck, which is also like entirely valid. Hitting the stuff, only taking 7. Is there a block on the 2/2 to enable that removal off of Withering Whale in the future? Potentially. Oh, it looks like going for removal on the 3/3 and the 3/2 off of Withering. Oh, or just a Glimpse Beyond. Used to go to a card shop where some of the best players in California plays. A decade ago, and a new game just came out called Versus System, and you all are into it. Okay. Don't know where this is going yet, but sounds great. Is there a whale? Does something whale to the heavens? There is Whale and also Moondreamer, but Great Beyond is also just makes sense. It's a 10-8 and some Mini T! No! Mini T off of the back alley Barkeep. What a pull! What a pull. What a bitch pull. What an 8/8 Mega T that is. Oh my god. You think you're out of the woods and then boom, sorry, no, I have a thing that makes all of your things unable to block. What the fuck? Versus System was in a game Upper Deck released for the Factor that day with Konami. Okay. One day you show up from Friday Night Magic and the guy who owns the place as if you have time for a game. Okay. Into the Surrender. Yeah, Second Give It All is pretty brutal. That Mini T, so brutal. So fucking brutal. Used to play the owner for a bit. Alright, makes sense. Makes sense. Oh yes, so that was a win. The last game was a win for Symphy here. So yeah, we are moving on to another. This is Tatsugi's Commons again, and we're looking at Freljord, the Freljord Noxus situation from Symphy, which if I'm remembering, what was that again? I want to say Marauders, but that might have been a different one. Forgive the Potato Brain. Potato Brain is trying real hard. I promise. That's that, and we're looking here at, in fact, Marauders. It is Marauders. Oh, Marauders Wild Claw. I forget if this might be a new list. Yeah, this is a different list actually because there's 2 Shunpos and 3 Alpha Wild Claws in Symphy's deck there. A little bit different. This qualify Symphy for Brahmi mode. At the time we finished the game, you wanted to quit. Turns out he was using you as for guinea pig for nationals. The internet didn't get that deck banned by the end of the tournament. He ended up doing it not once but twice. Wow. It is a interesting owner to have run into there, honestly. Ooh, is there a Black Spear or a stun? Stun resolving on the Marauder, and not the other 3 too. I believe it's a cost. I believe it is a cost difference. Yeah, it's a cost difference. Strongest unit, let's go. And the 3/2 up for consideration. Sunhawk stunning and blocking. Or indeed not blocking. There's an argument that you could put the hapless aristocrat in front of it instead, injure it, and then move on with your day.
Where are you?
But that also makes sense. Just get rid of it. Just smurfing on locals. That does seem what it sounds like, doesn't it? Smurfing on the locals as you do. And send us regards. So many regards. See if anything actually trades here. Holding that Black Spear open, I think, makes sense. That feels much better. Have that hanging out. Have that available for some potential Spuda blocking. There is mana for a strength in numbers. It might just be strength in numbers. It is just strength in numbers. No champion strength discounted by anything. Just a whole lot of punching. Blinded Mystic potentially useful here. Can silence 1, so it's only +2/+2 instead of across the board +3/+3. Curious if that's gonna happen. My hair is doing a very interesting flop right now. I feel like I have a newsboy cap or something. Like I can lift this and like tip it at people. I don't know what that happened or when that happened, but it's here. I'm flapping it. I have flapped. We're doing great. Yes, blinded, go! Blinded, block! Marauders. Wait, it still got the buff off of that? Oh, it still got the buff off of that. Interesting. I guess it is in the name, isn't it? Because it doesn't overwrite the other ones, maybe? I was actually expecting that to work, though, as well. I don't know if Tatsugi was, but I was expecting that to work. Black Spirit and non-silenced one. The silent ones that I feel like should just get a nice spanking at some point of just like, hey, you weren't supposed to do that. None of us were expecting that you did that. And it's rude that you did. Ooh, back up to 20 here for Tatsugi. Destroyer is okay. Behold is not really gonna work super well. Went for Living Legends. To be fair, only 4 turns off of having just being enlightened. At 20 can probably stave off the tide of Marauders for at least a couple of rounds. Maybe not forever for sure, because they will just be stacking themselves. But it's okay. There's a chance. Currently at 9 mana, currently at another Legion Marauder. Tatsugi up with a Vengeance though, and 6 mana remaining in Symphy's arsenal at the moment. Wing Messenger coming down, and a ridiculous number of +1/+1 experiences. This is a different game when your FNM is filled with some of the best players in your state, though. I guess if you have gamers of or card gamers of that caliber, you are allowed to do some fucked up shit, right? You're allowed to bring out really powerful units just whenever you feel like, or really powerful cards whenever you feel like. Okay, Vengeance on Marauder. Blinded Mystic and the Wing Messenger hanging on for now. Yep. One impact through. Going to eat more food here. Avaros and Trapper. There we go. My old LGS had a couple of Pro Tour regulars when you were a kid. And your favorite thing in the world was looking at the trade binders. Those had to be fucking insane. Good old trusty. Star Shaping showing up once more. Alpha Wildclaw, unfortunately, or fortunately, making an appearance here. Big Overwhelm, but luckily the Marauders do not have that yet. A Rally is pretty strong, though. That is pretty strong. Impact and Overwhelm damage is alone going to total 4. Plus the Marauders in general, which are very difficult to block. Only real trade is into the 4-4 and to just kind of butt heads with the 3-3. Tatsuki trying to survive at 19 here, but looking challenging, especially considering that next turn is also going to be a pretty strong one with both of the Marauders gaining HP. You learn too quick. You do learn very fast. In any situation where there's a bunch of like experts in the room and you have to learn in the room with them, you're gonna pick up some shit. You're gonna pick up things real fast. I remember once myself was taking some jujitsu classes, and the people in that room were like going on international tours to compete in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and I was just like, I don't know how to do anything at the moment. I think that was a sweep for Symphy, if I'm remembering correctly. I think both times the common Shadow Isles Targon deck was vanquished. So let's take a look at those standings once more. We are looking at, Symphy versus Frozen Thrall is up next. I don't know if we actually have either of them to spectate off the bat. Don't think I can spectate Symphy, and I do not have yes, let me check to see if we can get Symphy to show us some gameplay in this last losers bracket round. Yeah, we'll just let the mods handle it, actually, if that's all right. Thank you, mods. Let's see how this shakes down. Ace just waiting in the winners bracket for our losers bracket results to resolve, and it looks like we will be hitting that 7-hour mark for the tournament. The Braum emote was unnecessary, but maybe I'm just soft. No, Tatsugi. Oh no, Tatsugi. Welcome back though, and GG's. We are once more almost there. I've been saying that for like 2 hours, that we're almost finished setting up the brackets, but now, I mean, we genuinely are. We're getting so much closer here, which is quite exciting. I am quite excited. Whew. Soon your brethren shall be shipped round the world to some lucky Runeterra player. Yay. Okay, just gonna hold this for now. Symphy is good?
Symphy has it all.
Okay.
Once the game starts,
all right. Seems like I can now spectate Symphy. So we are ready to watch our third to last game ever, I believe. Potentially. So we're almost in. Tatsuki, I gotta say though, we were all kind of sitting in admiration of that timer in that round where it actually went to 0 and into overtime, and the near deck out from your opponent was impressive. It's 8 a.m. You're going to the bakery. I hope you enjoy the bakery. 8 a.m. is a good time to go get breakfast food. Just we're here to forfeit. No, we don't need to tell people to forfeit unless you need to drop. I know it's been a long time, and again, thank you for it. If you have made it to the end of the tournament and here, thank you so much for hanging on for this long, and I hope it has been fun. I hope that you guys enjoyed the experience regardless of your time zone or your sleep schedule and such things. You've been doing push-ups to not fall asleep. You will be rich and ripped after the tournament. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, that's a great way to pass the time. Just like, excuse me, I'm going to make myself swole while I wait for you people to catch up. Amazing. First step towards winning 2023 Worlds. Just do a whole bunch of push-ups until you're stronger than all of your opponents. Here's the thing. If you throw your cards on the table, if you cast your cards harder and faster than your opponent, and I'm pretty sure it will go pretty well for you, honestly. Ace is the Poro Cup Chad winner? Absolutely. We are now looking at the deck from Symphony that we had been admiring from afar. The Victor Vi Udyr, which I believe has 3 Victors, 1 Udyr, and 2 Vis, if I'm remembering. This is technically the Poro deck, I think. And we're looking at Demacia Ionia out of Doug or Frozen Thrall over there. Time I ran out in the first game, you're like, oh no, why is it going so fast? Your smooth brain control player moves. No, that's a very fair panic moment. If I saw the timer doing that, I would probably just misplay horribly and just like, oh god, I need to do something before it kills me, and then kill myself in the process. I'm sure that's what would happen. Not gonna lie. So, let's check out Frozen Thrall's list, because I don't think we have encountered them yet. I'm assuming that is all commons. We've seen that 2/2 come out from other things as well. We are looking at interesting cards such as Navori Longtail and others. 3 Relentless Pursuits, 2 Inspiring Lights, and 3 Kingdom's Calls. So deciding on that Keeper of the Masks play eventually, which is a bit interesting. Funnily enough, Frozen Thrall and Cynthia from the same team, TKG. Good to know, actually. Some people put their team name in their username, and some other people don't. So that's all 3 Victors at once. So if you thought that there was time to kill a Victor, it's a never ending. There will just be more Victors. Team killing time, apparently. We'll see if that familiarity pays out, I suppose. We are definitely seeing the emote game going, though. Truly, the Poro Cup is the clash to end all clashes. Truly it is indeed. Truly it is. Keyword soup begins. We're making a nice keyword broth at first. First, the Victor gets a thing, and then we see what the rest of the things are later. And Demacia is doing Demacia shit, as per usual. There we go, with some Faded. I think they're pro players, right? Yeah? TKG, they have a bunch of people who try to hit seasonals and worlds every season, no? There's a dragon. It made a dragon. What are you getting, Victor? Oh, an MK2 just top deck in hand. 2 soloists, top 8 worlds. Smooth is the best player from them.
That's a bit better.
Ace close second. A lot of them played in the Aegis team league. Oh, Aegis. Gotcha. Okay. I used to debate whether it was pronounced Aegis or Aegis, and then I was like, I'm not saying anyone is from Team Aegis. I'm saying they're from Team Aegis. This emote game is very powerful. It's very powerful. We're really feeling the emotes. That's how you know they're part of the same team, and they're familiar. They're familiar with that fact. Demacia really coming out. Not sure if there's gonna be time to cast that. Give it all that has carried Symphy through some previous games that we've seen a couple times now. It is a lifesteal Victor, so absolutely incredible. TKG specialty emote. You do fuck the TKG, they're cool AF. Nice. Not emoting is actually cringe. Oh god, wow, I've been doing it entirely wrong then. I rarely emote unless it's to say a GG. That's a fucking rude whatchamacallit. What the fuck? Stalking Broodmother with the buff off of Duran Sculptor. What an intimidating dragon. Also, Victor is now a dragon, though. Look at that Victor dragon. And also look at all the damage, except there is, of course, that nice Frostbite in hand. Looking tasty. Looking available. Also, just a lot of HP gain off of that Victor right now. 1 card in Frozen Thrall's hand. And a decent amount of removal in Symphy's over here. What's happening? What's doing? Ooh. Maybe taking out those. Yep, keeping the Victor. About to heal off of that shit. About to super heal off of that. Hit the dragon, hit the other targets. Commit that frostbite. So many sad Poros here. That was a 9-2 Victor and a surrender from Frozen Thrall. Really feeling the burden of just the harsh winds, despite the fact that the Stalking Broodmother did come out. Would be much better if it was allowed to hit anything. Oh, and Augment. We've seen Augment a couple of times now. We never really got into Glorious Evolution, except in that one game where there was the Warden, or whatever that big boar card is called. Wrath of the Freljord, not Warden of the Freljord. Warden of the Tribes and Wrath of the Freljord are very different cards. They're both expensive. I meant Wrath of the Freljord. Augment versus that actually kept that player in the game for a little bit longer. Alright. Here we are again with the good old Legion Marauder deck that we were just seeing versus Tatsugi. Frozen Thrall bringing Mono PNZ, Mono Seraphine. There were a couple of Mono Seraphines floating around, but let's see if there's anything super spicy in this deck. I'm assuming just a bunch of bars, which are spicy in and of themselves. Yep, 3 bars, and at the top we've got such things, anything like unusual. There's a couple of there's one clump of wumps, so a little bit of burn. There's one Phantom President. She's here. Acoustician is in the deck as well, really using that ability to put in non-common cards in that deck. And there's the Seraphine coming out. There's almost mana for that great strength in numbers, but off by 1. So we're looking at Combat Cook coming out here with just a mana refill now. Mana refill? Yes. I was like, which one doesn't give him keywords? The one that refills the mana. That one. Whatever that one is. No discard, just a blocker. Trading here. Idiots! Assembly Bot is a terror. Assembly Bot was always an interesting, going back to something from before, Assembly Bot was always an interesting expedition choice of, do you pay the mana? Do you pay the mana for something that was, back at the time, even worse of a unit that takes us so long to get off the ground? Like, when do you actually consider that a good option? Looks like it will be a strength in numbers popping out here, and indeed it is. More Marauders. Space for one to get potentially Mystic Shot again, but there is no Mystic Shot, just a back alley bar. And here we go with a very Chad swing.
Come on, boy.
Yup. +3. Oh my god, 6 5s into face. 1 Discipline of Force, able to trade. Not actually the most catastrophic turn. Funnily enough, there is that Troll Chant now off of the tune from the Combat Cook. And the emotes seem to indicate a result here. There was a Shen dropped. We'll see if that's the final conclusion. There's some more random spells, and also a Yeti, also a 5/5 Yeti. Back alley bar, what have you done? What have you done? What have you made? What have you thus created? Alpha Wildclaw. Incredible. And Blood for Blood. I mean, that's just a pretty chunky open swing. Oh my god. 9/8 uninjured. Liminal Guardian! What a blocker! Into a... I wonder if there's an actual frostbite here. There's a Primal Strength on that. Actually surviving this turn, taking out the 7/6. Do you make dinner at 2 a.m.? It's called Dungeon Deck Fist. It is. I'm sure that's the technical term.
We made it.
That is
Yay.
discarding an Avarosian Trapper, unfortunately. How's the Seraphine doing over there? What's Seraphine at? 6 of 9. Can we level the Seraphine into the Marauders and somehow bring out a win? It is a Seraphine, so you never know. And I mean that half jokingly, but also just half seriously, because there's bars on the field. And, oh, except there's Sunpo. But also, bars just make stuff. Just make stuff happen. It's like real alcohol and real bars. It's random things that you would never expect will just pop out of that shit. And the Jinx emote, which is just absolutely brilliant here. Going for Aftershock? I mean, it was created, so gotta cast it Aftershock on our Marauder. And Shunpo on the Seraphine, which is just so rude. So many attempts were made to stay in, even a Nar spell on the Seraphine, but she's still going down. Still going down here. Very quick choices off of the Sputtering Song Spinner. Debating that last one. Frozen Thrall, what do you have there? Other than a leveled lady.
Now you're about to hear me.
Skill diff.
Sure, it's a classic. But have you heard the remix?
Have you heard the remix? I personally have not heard the remix. Lay it on me, Seraphine. Rummage, dropping Caught in the Cold and some other stuff. Drawing 4 cards. It dropped another assembly bot in the Caught in the Cold, so that makes sense. Back alley bar actually does allow a lot of things to just happen here. Free time trick. Into... We're still waiting on the stack of this, still waiting on the stack of this Shunpo. So first draw, second draw. Spell resolving, maybe? Simply doesn't have anything other than a Blood for Blood and an Omen Hawk. So all of the spells, I mean, they're should be happening unfettered. Wish you had emotes for America's account. Oh no! Excuse me. Yep, here's the turnaround. Here's that fucking turnaround. You thought you had a win con? No, you never had a win con. Win cons are a lie. No Blood for Blood though. It does mean there is another Legion Marauder in hand really quick, like right now. Pharaoh's Financier is free, of course. We have emotes in our hearts. Yeah, it's called yelling "fuck you" at somebody who tries to stop me from winning the video game. That's my emotes, just "fuck you, bro, dude." I'm gonna go with dude. Dude is my final answer. Do you need an ad? Any accounts for both hands for the finals? It depends on who your opponent is. Currently, we have Symphy available, of course, because we're casting from that perspective now. Not sure if we have Doug's, so it will depend on how our final result is. Ace, though, if you could actually add me, that would be great, so that I can definitely at least see from your perspective what gaming is happening. That would be great. So that's a win for Doug and a win for Symphy, I believe. So I think we're into a last game here. These are moving very fast. These are going quick. Unlike the 45-minute experience of the last bracket. Woof. Almost there. Need to actually eat some stuff here. Taking a quick talking break. If only I could have the chat talk for a second. How are you doing, chat? How's it going over there? This has now gone on for the equivalent of almost an entire workday. 7-hour mark, we're here. Oh, was that? Did I actually forget the wins and losses for that one?
We're in the finals.
Oh, we're in the finals? Oh, it's Symphy versus Ace. We're in the finals. I just completely forgot the results of those last 2 games. Once again, my potato brain is not working. But yes, Ace, if you can add somebody so that Glass can have your hand. Yeah. here we are. Ace versus Symphy. Let's fucking go. I'm going to go spy on Symphy here probably. Seems like Glass will be pulling in Ace. And we will be heading into the time where I get to crown the new owner of a Poro, and also some cash, but I mean, it's mostly about the Poro now. What am I trying to say about 45-minute games? Nothing. Honestly, some of the most entertaining shit that happened all evening. It's just like, oh my god, is the timer gonna run out? Who's gonna win? Also, the deck out, pretty close, pretty fucking fantastic, pretty top tier.
If Ace wins this 2 out of 3,
Yep.
it's done.
Okay.
If Symphy wins, they have to win one.
All right. So the way that our brackets have been set up, just so all of you guys know, if Ace wins this one, our tournament is completed. If Symphy wins this one, we do have one more match after that. And then I can announce first, second, and third. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. We're almost there. Kudos, huge kudos to Symphy and Ace and everyone else for lasting this long in the tournament. You guys have a lot of stamina, and I, at this point, would just be like, when I leave, I am dreaming of the cards when I close my eyes. I'm not gonna lie, it actually happens to me when I play too much TFT and I get too focused on it. I've literally had nightmares. Pseudo nightmares of like being at level 7 in TFT and like refreshing the shop and like trying to buy units to get gold, to get 3-star gold units, and it haunts me. For some reason TFT, whenever I play that too much and I close my eyes, it literally just haunts me. I can't escape it. I'll have dreams about selling units and putting them on the board and like, can I find an Ox Force? Can I find a goddamn Renegade or something? That game in particular. Not Runeterra so much anymore. It used to be in a place in Runeterra where if I closed my eyes, I would be casting cards, basically. Not anymore, though. I think I've played so much of Runeterra that my brain went, you know what? We see enough of this in real life. We're not gonna manufacture more of it. We don't need to manufacture more of it. So yeah, that's that. Final stretch. This has been a fucking incredible stream. This has been a great stream. Woo. Just waiting for that to turn into a spectate. Just waiting for that to turn into a spectate real bad. We got this. Actually though, let's take a look because I don't know if we've actually spectated Ace thus far into the tournament. Let's see if I can't find some decks here to look at. Let's see what Ace has got up their sleeve. Oh yes. Dotsugi, thank you. I and the mods, I'm doing okay. I don't know how our mods are doing, but Glass is alive and Kitten is alive, I believe. So as long as everyone is alive and can sleep afterwards, it will be fine. And I will also buy them dinner and stuff because they deserve it. You know, they definitely deserve dinner. So it's one of the times where it's just like, you have essentially helped me. You've honestly done more work than it sometimes takes to like move house, and that's when you buy your friends pizza. So I feel like Glass and Kitten deserve at least more than pizza. All right, Ace, bye. 15-minute 2-0 easy. Yo, Ace walking in here with some fucking confidence. And it looks like we have the other hand as well. So I am gonna turn this on again and move back to the right feckin' screen in case where is that? Let's do this. I need to hide some folks. No, and then do that, and then we're back. We've got the screen share. We've got our opponent's hand. I'm gonna go back to looking at Ace's decks because we're pretty familiar with Symphy's by this point. Let's see now. The Poro deck is a combination of Braum Trundle with Buried in Ice, and 3 champion strengths. No actual it that stares, just get the unit out of the way, probably rally, I assume. For the commons only deck, we're looking at Bandle, or not Bandle, we're looking at Noxus Shadow Isles. None of those words were Bandle, but I did say both of them. And finally, for our mono region, mono champ situation, we've got Fiora. Oh, Ace is the player with Fiora. All right. Is this the players who went through the gauntlet? Who the hell? This is a marathon. It was a marathon. You guys kept fucking running. I am in admiration. I don't know if I could play the Terra for 7 hours, you know? You know what I mean? All right, we've got Symphy's board in hand over here. We've got Ace's hand over there once this mulligan resolves. Once again, looking at that Victor in top deck. So here we go. Especially not those not in the US. If you are from the UK or the EU or any of those places, I thank you for sticking in for until about 7 in the morning. Thank you for being here until 7 in the morning, and I do apologize that it's so late. Okay. Ooh, a ping from the 2-1 Saboteur. We're looking at the commons versus the Poros. And it looks like pretty off to a stronger Noxus start there for Ace. Poros coming down, Ballista coming down, just big overwhelm. Also, Sky, thank you for the video request. For those of you who are unfamiliar how my channel point redeems work, because you're just here for the tournament, I have a bunch of fun redeems where you guys can get me to react to stuff, and I've just gotten one more, in which case I will, after this tournament stuff, hang on for a little longer to return to your normally scheduled programming where I just go haha at things, or that's great at things, depending on what it is. Oh man. Okay, all right. Scrap Dash Assembly going to town. Getting some blockers in there. Ooh, how catastrophic right now would punching out something like a Revelers be? Not catastrophic because of all the 1/1s that are hanging out, but pretty dangerous. Pretty dangerous. The Poros are hanging on, except for the Jubilant Poro, because Jubilant Poro has done its job. It made a thing. It has a thing now. Everything is getting punched very, very gently by Noxus. Ooh, always scary when your Noxus opponent just has their whole board survive for a long time. Ooh, there's a Vi. I was wondering if the Victor, it might be a time to roll for the Victor keywords, but no, it's just straight up a fucking Vi. Oh, avoiding things like Flock, though it is of note that I'm actually wondering how many plays people have made around cards that you can't actually run, because this the opponent's deck here does have damage. It of course does have raw damage, but there are no flocks of any kind because it's not something you can run in a commons only situation. Looks like Symphy might be trying to turn it around again here though. There's that Hex Tech coming down. That looks like pain. The Nox is happening. Pain. Lots and lots of pain. So much pain, actually. Oh god. There's another Victor. Really doing well on the Victor top decks, it would seem. Boo! Lifesteal. Pretty big, actually. There's also that Give It All, though not so many spells have been cast. Going with the Give It All anyway to make that Victor 8-10-4 with Toughen, Challenger, and Lifesteal. Quite fancy, in fact. It's raining down pain on the Noxus train. There is, unfortunately, Vengeance available. Actually, does that deck code run Vengeance? There is actually no Vengeance in Ace's deck. So that Victor is just kind of left to its own devices, as is the Vi. As is the Vi here, actually. Justice. Turning that Noxus situation 180 degrees. Victor getting buff, getting swole. back at 20 HP after a pretty rough opening for Symphony, pulling it back. Hand completely empty for Ace here. Really banking on that, oh, you're at 6 HP? Bye, kind of situation that Noxus has. And going with it all to try and get something out here. But the Vi healing it literally all back. And then some, because it's only 8 to face. Healing it back, keeping Symphony pretty much above water, I think, for the rest of this game, if this isn't just the end, to be honest. Still not getting in any damage. It's still only 10. And there's the healing. Your small claim to fame is that you're watching the person who kicked me out of the winner's bracket versus the person who hit me out of the loser's bracket. Totsigi, just a note. I know you said you mentioned, I think in the chat as well, that you were a little bit nervous about this tournament. You fucking crushed it. You fucking crushed it. You're up here with Ace and Symphy, who have been dominating a little bit for a decent amount of time. Definitely Ace, for sure. It seems you ran afoul of Ace's win streak, though. This Victor right now, we'll have to go to game 2 and see how it works out, but I don't know if anything can really deal with the amount of power that thing's producing. Overwhelm is, of course, an option, or just, you know, level the Victor, get free stuff. So much free stuff. Victor goes 15-6 with tough and 40 bajillion other things also, I guess. Now it has Spell Shield, Fated, Fearsome Challenger, Tough, Overwhelm, Augment, and Lifesteal. So only a couple of keywords. Only a couple keywords happening there. And it looks like this will be Overwhelm and a Vi Smack for damage. Technically, there is a way to avoid the Vi Smack here, so holding on for a little bit longer versus the Victor. Mystic shotting that one too to keep the Vi in place and alive, and there's still another Give It All hanging around. Would you like your Eater to also have all of the Victor keywords, because it now can achieve them? Basically got third place. You basically did. There's a back alley bar. There's a 6-4. Doesn't matter. Unfortunately, it does not matter. And the two aristocrats reach for the stars. And also there's a Give It All that turns everything into whatever that keyword soup is happening. That's just so ridiculous. Who needs Zoe? Fuck that noise. Just to have a 17-6s across the board and a back alley bar for good measure. The client's having trouble getting all of the animations to sync up, as you do. Glimpse Beyond on the 1-1 for some draw. And Symphy very commandingly, negative 81 damage. So at negative 81, I did say, oh, I don't know if we'll be able to beat negative 60, but we have. We have top negative 60 with negative 80 something in our potential final match. There may be one more if Symphy wins this one, so we shall see. First and second up for grabs. Up for grabs. Oh, here are our brackets as well. I can move those over there. Here we go. Here we fucking go. Okay, Symphy here with the Legion Marauder deck. Boo 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 boo.
I have my orders.
One Poro down. Oops, I'm navigated to the wrong section. Sorry, talking to the mods and then just completely navigated away from the hand. Apologies.
Everything's in place.
But you know what? Minimal disasters still. Minimal disasters. Some bracket troubles, but it seems we got those sorted. We definitely got those sorted, to be fair. Their uncommon decks need to be saved somewhere for new players, though. Impressive how good of a deck they made with only commons. The spreadsheet I intend to leave just available to look at. If you want to save any of your deck codes or any of the codes that you have seen other people play thus far, do be sure to visit the spreadsheet if you're a participant. You can see that, you can save it, you can download it, you can do whatever the fuck you want with it. You can look at it at 3 in the morning and curse the skies. Whatever you feel like you'd like to do. But yeah, there are some fucking impressive decks out of commons only. I'm very glad that people rose to that challenge. I was interested to see how that would work. Very interested. There's a Durant. Marauders going. Marauders going. Don't touch the Discord. I want to touch the Discord. Don't touch the Discord. We're looking at Ace's hand with that Lonely Poro, the Mighty Poro, and the plus the Spirit something, the +1/+1 and make a stance card. The name is currently escaping me completely. What is the name of that card? I can't remember. It makes the stance swaps, but that's it. I want to call it Fish something, and I know that Fish is wrong. Fish is just deeply wrong. It is not a fish. That's just a Mighty Poro. See? There's the Mighty Poro. I can read the top of the card correctly. It also looks like there's a Pouty Poro now in hand. Pouty Poro stance and Marauder things. And Marauder things. 8 damage, killing the 4/3 potentially. Blood for blood on the Marauder, making a copy. And there is a strength in numbers out next turn. Need to think about that a little bit. I would think. Sorry, Mobalytics, I don't need you right now. Because yeah, there's going to be 6, and even if this is cast, 6 and 2, which is exactly 8. For that lovely hey, I have bodies cast. Yeah, there it goes. There's the Lonely Poro. It did make a Nimble Poro, and that those Duran Sculptors are doing a lot of work. Turning any bird into a 5 power or a 5 HP unit. Sorry, not 5 power, 5 HP. Pretty handy. Pretty fucking handy. There's some Marauders going. That will be +3, so 7 6s about to come in swinging pretty hard here. Poro Snacks in Ace's hand, which will not be enough to surmount just that sheer amount of damage occurring, though it will save and protect the 3/5 with Overwhelm. 1 Poro Snackle! Inner Beast, thank you. I don't know why my brain said fish, but it is an Inner Beast, yes. Not cast yet, just hanging out. Marauders honestly not taking very much damage at all here. There's 1 Nimble Poro. 1 Source of Challenger. You don't quite have the buff yet, but Inner Beast can come down. Bloody Business is unfortunately going to rip through a lot of things here. Pretty much literally everything. There's Champion Strength. Oh! Also, top deck Champion Strength. Also that is a possibility, and indeed... Ooh, that's a spicy one. That is a very spicy one. All of those are pretty big. Not beyond the ability for Bloody Business to have an effect here, though. Bloody Business can still have an effect, and a lot of these Marauders can actually trade into things. Just not the 6/7 and the 6/8. Because of tough rules. No healing, just a blocker. Makes sense.
Going someplace?
Going someplace indeed. Leah, let's see what these blocks are. Can withstand, of course, a couple of smacks here, but do have to trade a lot. It might be a kill on everything, on almost everything, but 1 Marauder remains, and it's just not enough. There are just not enough units in that situation to block the Champion Strength. 7 hours of casting will turn anything into a fish. Oh, yeah, you're a fish. I'm a fish. Glass is a fish. This is the sea poro. I didn't say it. I did say it had tentacles, didn't I? Imagine that these are tentacles. My hands are little tentacles, and this is what it does around the ocean floor. This is its motion around the ocean floor. Simply with the same Marauder deck. That is the Noxus Shadow Isles that lost to the Victor Vi Udyr situation. I'm doing a stretch. Imagine being bad at the game, just draw the card. Just draw the card, bro. Why haven't you tried that before? I agree, it's very stupid. Why don't people just draw the cards they need all the time whenever they need them? Come on now. Will this be the final game? Are we hitting the reset? Are we shuffling around the brackets once more, or is this to be our final game of the entire evening? If players are still available and awake, there was, I did say there would be some player interviews after. Still intending to do that if, of course, you know, people are alive. I suspect some folks may have headed out to do their own thing because it's been 7 fucking hours since we interviewed the first people. If you were at the tournament and you'd like to be interviewed, hop in the chillin' channel in my Discord, and you can tell me how bad it was. Blub blub blub.
Explosive
blub blub blub. This is the high quality commentary you expected, isn't it? Is Ace going to take this? That is a death's hand. That's a lot of damage. There's a 5/5 Yeti though. Let us not forget the 5/5 Yet. Get it? Let's not get the 5/5 Yet, but also don't forget the 5/5 Yeti. Haha! My brain's dying. My brain is dying. That's a captive grayback. I actually remember seeing this in the deck list. I'm thinking that's actually kind of a nice touch. In a commons only situation, it does do a good amount of poking occasionally. It is now dead, of course. Simply taking 1 here. Only 1 damage. Ooh. Here's, it looks like I hesitate to say this. We might be heading into a reset, which means more matches. Yeah, there's a Salter. There's a Salter giving that spell Shield Husk, and thus the Marauders go into town here. Don't want to trade the 2/1 into the 1/3, and loath to trade the 5/2 into the 2/2. That makes sense. Maybe could have been an open swing, but that seems fine. There's another captive grayback. It does have elusive now, so no more troll chanting that. No more troll chanting that. But now the Marauders are looking much better in their current form. There's another captive grayback. That is 3 graybacks that we have seen so far. Shunpo. Does Shunpo help here? Shunpo is just kind of useful. It might be enough. And there it goes, trying to get that kill. Tatsuki, thank you. As long as everyone else is having fun, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Down to 4. Is that 4 damage? Is that 4 survivable? Alright, there is 1 Marauder getting trade here. Oh no, we're sticking at 4. We're holding the fort at 4. Makes sense. There is about to be a Marauder just coming in and doing shit. 1 card in Fish Ace's hand. That is the Brothers Bond. So it will be killing more. And down to 1! Down to 1 off of that Brothers Bond. Almost a W there. And the Marauders shall just continue getting better. Very risky moment for Symphy, though. Very risky moment of how long can I survive versus Noxus. You're still standing till the end? It's been really fun reading chat and watching. I'm glad, as long as the vibes are still great. I've done my job. Vampire Gang, we will never sleep because it was for the week. Oh god, take care of yourselves, guys, though, too. Please do take care of yourselves. I appreciate you sticking it out, but if you need sleep, go get that shit. Sleep is wonderful. I have so much adrenaline right now. I don't know what's gonna happen when I turn off the stream. I'm fully expecting to be like, yeah, that was a tournament. Good night, I'm done. I'm expecting that, but we'll see, we'll see. Yeah, will it be the full pass out, or will I manage to make it a little longer? Because I have to, I mean, everyone deserves to fucking celebrate. I'm gonna be celebrating that my first tournament ever seems to have gone relatively well. We got over 60 people, and we figured out the brackets, and a lot of people stayed until the end. So good, so good. Watching Gremlin L is fun, thank you. I am a gremlin, I do gremloon. It's great. That's an alpha wild claw. Is there a bird in hand? There's a reveler's feast. Not enough. Exactly. Deal 2 to just get that bitch out of the fucking way. And Symphy. Holy shit. Symphy. Holy shit, Symphy. Okay. All right. I think that was 2-1 if I'm remembering. My memory is just going, but I believe that was 2-1, and I'm getting the nod from the mod, so it was indeed. So we're waiting for that next match in a second. Here we go. I'm gonna check my Discord real quick. Okay, here we go. Me and Glass are gonna keel over. Probably a little bit. Okay. Here we go. And we are on. Ooh, we are on to the next one. Let's fucking go. It's the reset. We got the reset. Oh my god, that's kind of fucking exciting though. We've got we went into overtime with one game. We almost saw a player deck out. We're also getting the bracket reset at the last match. Okay, all right, pretty top tier. This is great. We're doing good. Oh my god, the players are doing good. Symphy and Ace, you're doing amazing. Kick ass. Kick each other's ass, actually. I don't care which one of you wins, but one of you has to. One of you has to come out on top. Woo! Waiting for these bands to come through. Burp. Burp. That's my best impression of Silver Scrapes. You're welcome. For the funny story, for the longest time, I could only remember that song being called Silver Scars and not Silver Scrapes. I was like, Silver Scars just sounds more like a thing that would happen, not Silver Scrapes. Who's scraping their fucking Honda against a light pole? Stop that. Anyway, we've got Simpy's Poro deck here, Victor Vi Udir versus the Noxus Shadow Wilds, a familiar matchup that our players, I'm sure, are also quite familiar with. So let's see how it fucking goes. They're starting now. We've got it. We've got one thing. We can also turn on the opponent's hand, which is a lot of Legions of Saboteurs. Holy shit, that's a ton of them. Rear guard, sentinel. I mean, the Saboteurs are also just going to be a lot of punching right now. Only it's just the 3-2s. Kind of makes sense. Not the greatest Saboteur attack, to be fair. Just gotta hold the line for long enough. Oh boy. Oh boy. Last game, so exciting. Now I can officially say it's the last fucking game. It is the last game. There is a patched Burbot and some lifesteal. And the lifesteal is actually like, a lifesteal challenger is actually kind of nice. I don't know if it's going to be able to get given all this time. All giveth. I'm gonna go with all giveth. I don't know if it's an all giveth option today, but we'll see, because that would be funny. I don't think it's gonna live, because there's also that unspeakable horror in hand to just get rid of a Poro. Well, maybe. You never know. There's a Poro Snack. Oh, it's a Snacko Poro. Snacko Poro time. Ba-doop boop boo. Scars don't sound better, but I've been listening to Silver Scrapes for like maybe a decade now. No, Silver Scrapes. I actually like the name Silver Scrapes. I think it's a fine name. It just immediately makes me think a little bit more about some dude crashing their car. But it works well enough. You've been a Rito fan for too long. I am a newer Rito fan, not gonna lie. When I started playing Runeterra, that was my first... when I started playing... Did I start playing Runeterra or TFT first? I think I started playing TFT first, and then I moved to Runeterra. Whichever happened first, that was my first hit of the Riot drug of, oh shit, they actually make good stuff! Oh no! There's more stuff, and I have to pay for some of it. Oh god, there goes my bank account. It was that, you know, thought process, of course, as it always is, right? Ooh, look, there's that MK. That's that lovely Victor's MK. Symphy, amazingly good at top decking multiple Victors somehow. I know that there's 3 in there, but that's still like a pretty solid rate of, oh, I have a spare MK. I just have an extra one around, don't mind me. Reveler's Feast in Ace's hand is actually kind of awkward with that injured Ballista, because there's nothing that can really get punched and get buffed except for the 1/1. That 1/1 can't actually do that because it will just produce another body. It won't be attacking, unfortunately, but it is an option. It also will not be lethal regardless. It might be able to impact a Victor a little bit, but not so much. Not so much. Revelers is coming down, punching the 2/1 to get a little bit of extra damage, and Mystic Shot on the big Ballista, and only a drain remains for Ace. Everything committed on the board for Ace, and a dead Victor as a result. Lots of skills flying everywhere, and a spood. It doesn't matter how many spells you cast, there shall always be one spood. Petition for Seraphine to literally just make a spood every time something dies. I know that Elise exists. I know that Elise is real. At the same time, I just need something that whenever a spell happens, boom, there's a spider that you have to respond to. When they drop the League MMO, it's over. Glass Sky and you will force me to join you guys. At that point, I'll probably be playing Final Fantasy, so I've decided that I like MMOs more, so I'll probably be joining you anyway. Because at this point, I've played most of the Riot games. I've actually played Valorant. No one ever asked me to play Valorant, by the way. I suck at being able to click on things and shoot them. You know, like, it's so basic of just like, you just click heads, bro. And I can't do it. I've actually played Valorant. I've played League a little bit. I have played Runeterra. I've played TFT. I've played Ruined King. What am I missing at this point? I guess I didn't play the, there's a Ziggs game, right? Some kind of platformer, if I'm remembering. I don't think I fever dreamed that one.
I don't need a freeze.
Reminds me of Vanilla Runeterra. It's giving me hardcore expedition vibes, which is what I wanted, honestly. It's just so good. Symphy really going in hard with these poros. And one elusive 0/1 holding the fort for Ace over there. Is this a win for Symphy? Looks like it. Brothers and a hapless aristocrat top decked there, and giving it to hapless aristocrat for good measure. Look at that 3/2 elusive. And then it's immediately dying to the MK. I actually forgot that was in hand. I was like, oh, there's so many things, like a Mystic Shot or the freeze, but also just MK in general. Not surrendering like a boss. Ace over here at Elzon stream, we have approved. I approve of this. Play Valorant every blue moon, but I'm not good at it, but it's really fun. I mean, the style of it is just super fun looking. It looks like it would be a good time, not gonna lie.
Stands for victory.
All right, a W for Symphy here. Moving on to game 2. Will it be a sweep? Will it be a 2-0 for Symphy here? Or will Ace bring it back around? The Ziggs game is a rhythm game? Oh, okay. Is it a platformer at all? It's neat that it's a rhythm game though, and then also it's kind of neat that Ziggs is in it. Hextech Mayhem is the Ziggs game. Never played it. Has anyone played Hextech Mayhem? Raise your hand. What's it like if you have? We're curious. We're curious. All right, Fish Ace with the same burn, and Symphy with the Legion Marauders, which have historically been very successful here. Mayhem is fun. Oh, good. All right.
My orders.
We elusive Smork or not? So let's see. We have 2 Saboteurs, a Marauder, Omen Hawk, and the good 8-cost strength and numbers for Symphy. And over in Ace's hand, we've got Revelers, House Spider, Salter, Spirit Leech, and Saboteur. Fun facts, I think there is only 1 Spirit Leech in that deck, so that is the only copy. We are seeing the rare one-off pull. Only it's not that rare because there's only 40 cards in the deck, and probability's a bitch. Looks like some mana banking potentially for the strength in numbers. Waiting probably until next attack turn. It's kind of handy to be on odds for that purpose. Punching with the 4/3. Coming out with a burgeoning Sentinel there. Getting a little impact fearsome. Let's see, what are the top decks here? Noxian Fervor and Iron Ballista. Another Saboteur. Those Saboteurs have really been coming out in force for this evening, I think. 1 second. My nostrils, my sinuses, they're doing a fun thing again. 1 moment as I blow my nose. And I'm back. And we're back, and we're done, and we are waiting to see what happens. Yeah, there's mana for strength and numbers, and those units are so small. They are still very good units. Ooh, but that's just a series of awkward trades. Completely tapped out here for Ace, and Symphy analyzing the board right now, losing a Legion Marauder potentially. To the now 5/4, but Troll Chant and still banking spell mana looks like it's going to solve at least that part of the problem. And Ace, no damage in hand. Spirit Leech to draw, of course, but to be determined if that's going to yield anything for burn. Top decking for Ace is a Glimpse Beyond, and here we have Symphy just casting that good, amazing strength and numbers, and everybody goes, and it's a +3/+3, and my soul hurts. My soul is bruised. It hurts. Glimpse Beyond, trying to draw a card. Everybody at 6 HP currently, I believe, or yeah, 6 HP. I can do math still. Fantastic. Noxian Fervor in both players' hands. Leech and a Burgeoning Sentinel left in Ace. Looks like there is 4 Nexus damage to Symphy's Nexus right now, but there's also just 3 Nexus damage, plus the Saboteur and the Tusk Speaker to Aces, which is 5 total. Very close there. Down to 5. It looks like this might be Symphy's game to take. Ooh, might just be. I think that Legion Marauder train is just kind of going. It's just kind of strong. And it's an open attack for -38. Game 2 to Symphy. And I think we have a champion. I think we have a champion. Let's see just how this resolves. It is a Glimpse Beyond. It is a W for Symphy. And we have a conclusion to the now 7.5-hour tournament. Woo! Almost midnight my time. And thank you all for sticking it out. Huge congratulations to Symphy. Huge congratulations to Ace. Huge congratulations to Frozen Thrall. And Tatsiga, I feel like it should be mentioned that you did come in 4th, by the way. You got so fucking close. And the only people who beat you out are the people who ended up in the finals. So we got a pretty exciting fucking distribution of people. Yes! Yes, good games to all. Thank you for coming by for the PORO Cup this evening. I did promise some interviews with some folks. So we are currently waiting to see if people are still around and awake. If the people we interviewed are not around and awake, I'm just gonna go call it done and tell our winners here, Symphy, Ace, and Frozen Thrall, to reach out to me so that you can claim your prize of a Poro and also some cash, and we can figure out how to best get those to you indeed. But for right now, it has been 7.5 hours. My body is just now registering that it needs to catch up with that I have been talking for 7.5 hours nonstop, hyping this shit for an entire workday. But it was worth. It was fucking worth. Top 3 TKG! Woo! Yeah, top 3. There, what? Yeah, Symphy and Doug, both TKG. Ace, do you play for any orgs? I don't know if that's the case, but yeah, fucking GG's to all. So I don't know if our interviews are happening, but at this point, honestly, just thank you all so much for, first of all, just like trusting that I could run this kind of event, because I was definitely a little stressed about it and a little unsure how it would go. But after figuring out, again, with the huge help from the mods, thank you mods for basically doing all of the bracket stuff. Thank you for trusting that I could run this kind of thing and have a big community event like this. Yes, good night, everybody. Thank you all for participating tonight. Prizes will be disbursed. My appreciation to everyone who participated is enormous. And also keep an eye out for future tournaments. This was a fucking incredible time, and it was also a big challenge, but I think it went well, and I have so many more meme ideas. I have so many more ideas. We could do a commons only thing. We could do many more champ deck building restrictions and all of that. Yep. Yes?
Plush too.
Oh. Yeah, you know what? That's fair, I think. Just discussing some final stuff. Ace Litter runs your Twitter account? Oh, shit! All right. Ace and Smuff? Oh, okay. All right. Whoo. Whoo. Yeah. So, after summing the plush, we can work something out. Honestly, all of you who made it to the end here, I feel like you all deserve some kind of Poro. But I think I am going this is the end of the tournament. This is the end of the tournament. Good night, everybody, and thank you for coming by. Thank you for watching. Thank you for playing. Thank you for dealing with the craziness at the start. Thank you for being part of this maybe new tournament series thingy. Woo! I'm gonna bring it to you. Yes. So again, thank you all. You are amazing. Sky, I know I have a video from you. I'm gonna just make an executive decision right now to put it in the hold queue because I think we all need a little bit of a break. So on that note, I'm going to head out, and I wish you a happy rest of your time zone, wherever you may be. Thank you all again. Thank you all again for being here. That's it. This has been your host, Elzon. I have energy, and I'm about to lose all of it. I think I'm literally about to lose all of it. So me and Flufferton, which I think I've just decided is the name of this thing, me and Flufferton are going to say goodnight to you all. I'm gonna go eat food and also talk to the winners about their prizes.